Okay. Kyle, are we? Yep. Good evening. I will call the regular meeting of the Planning Commission to order tonight, Wednesday, September 4th. Our former chair, Mario Fondo Bernardi, would you lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance, please? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you very much. Can we have the roll, please?
Commissioner Fondo Bernardi.
Here.
Commissioner Fresco.
Here.
Commissioner McKinnon.
Present.
Commissioner Pastor.
Here.
Commissioner Reese.
Here.
Chair Landris.
Here. And just for everyone's, I'm acting chair tonight. I'm the vice chair of the commission, and our chair, Leslie Lambert, is not here, so please bear with me. May we have the planning director's report?
Good evening, Commission. Your next meeting coming up on September 18th, we are holding that for possible continued items. So there may be one item at least, maybe two from tonight that get continued. So we'll use the 18th for that follow-up. October 2nd, we have 1530 2nd Street, which is an alcohol CUP, a restaurant that was previously approved by the commission, but the applicant needs an extension on the timeline. Also 949 10th Street, which is a 3-unit condo, and then Promenade 3.0 Red Lines. We'll come back to the commission. October 16th, we have the new housing models ordinance, ROI. So that's anticipating changes that will be made as a result of the study session we're having with City Council. Prior to those changes being adopted by Council, we will come to the Planning Commission, to the Housing Commission, and to the Rent Control Board to get input on the eventual changes. That same night, 1649 9th Street is a CUP for a dog hotel. October 17th, the Wilshire Corridor Safety Study Workshop. And then upcoming at City Council, September 10th, the new housing models that we were just discussing. And then September 24th, the R1 update is going to City Council. And then we also need to extend the existing R1 interim ordinance, since the new R1 standards won't go into effect until January 1st, 2020, and the interim ordinance that's currently in effect will expire before that. So we just need to do that kind of paperwork. And then upcoming events on September 15th is the Coast event, and the Wellbeing Survey. What's that? Is going on right now, being said. And that concludes my report.
Any questions?
Chair, if I can just make a quick announcement, just for the audience, tonight's meeting, we do have simultaneous translation. So anyone who's not a native bilingual speaker, there are headsets at the back of the room, and the tables at the back. So just wanted to announce that.
Oh, can I, just for clarification, will we be having simultaneous translation for the entire meeting or just the item in question? The entire meeting. Okay, then maybe. Oh, just for the item? Could we hold the explanation until the PICO item then? We have a STOA, we have other announcements. Yeah, if we could pause and have that be the opening to the item, that would be great. I just wanted to also thank you. We received the presentation from the Sunset Park Traffic Calming Study, so that should have gone out to all commissioners, I think, today. So thank you for that. Are there any announcements from planning commissioners? Okay. There are no minutes to approve. Let's move on to statements of official action. We don't have any chits on this, I assume. So this is item 7A, 2501 2nd Street. There's a STOA. Are there any comments on the STOA?
Yes,
I have
please.
Commissioner Fresco in the queue.
I had some conditions that I had suggested we add, and you guys agreed, and one of them on page 10 is condition number 5, and where it reads about landscape material is compatible with the landmark residence and new addition. What that was supposed to be was compatible with the landmark residence and the historic setting, and not the new addition, because otherwise it doesn't mean anything.
Can we approve the STOA with that correction, or do we need to come back? We can do that? Okay.
I had another small suggestion with Commissioner Reese's approval. In condition 6, it says to ensure that the front yard has a tree that creates oxygen and provides adequate shade. I thought adequate was kind of a funny word to put in there. What's adequate shade mean? So just provides shade, it seemed. But I don't have a strong feeling about that. It's
Is that okay?
your item.
To be honest, I don't remember saying adequate, but
It seemed odd.
In which case, I'm sure that can come out. So I'll move that motion
With those corrections?
with those corrections.
Is there a second?
second.
Great.
I'd just like to make a comment before we go forward.
Sure.
Commissioner Fresco, during the course of the debate, I got the feeling you were slightly concerned about some of the issues that took place, but one of the things I want to note to both you and the rest of the Commission and the community is that the only reason we have the ability to landmark this particular property and the landmark tree of a couple of weeks ago is because of the work that you did during the zoning code, and then on the Landmarks Commission to move to a point where we had this capacity inside the zoning code. And that work is what has enabled us to do this. And that's a signal thing, and that people should know that it was important. You may have been a little bit reluctant, but you were aiming for perfection. You got 95% of everything that you would ever want out of this. And so congratulations. And in due course, when people go to see the Shotgun House, which is your legacy, and this little cottage and something else, they'll wonder, and that was what you've done for us. So thank you very much for that. And with
Thank
that, let's
you.
vote on it.
All right. Let's have a voice vote. Is that sufficient? Great. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Okay,
Opposed?
I'm abstaining because
Oh,
I was
okay.
exempt.
We will note Commissioner Fondo Bernardi's abstention. Item 8A has been withdrawn by staff, so we're moving on. We're now at item 9A, proposed text amendments to the zoning ordinance and official districting map to amend land use regulations on commercial properties on Pico Boulevard between Euclid Street and Centinela Avenue in conjunction with the Pico Wellbeing Project. Before we have the staff report and the explanation of why we're all about to put on headsets, also so folks watching at home, if there are any, are going to wonder why is the Planning Commission wearing headsets? So we'll have that explanation. I do want to ask Heidi Van Tongel to restate, if you would, Rule 25. We had a quick exchange about that in terms of the order of what happens when with respect to the staff report and questions of staff. Oh, I'm sorry. We were just going to ask Heidi to provide the Rule 25 clarification.
So Rule 25 sets forth the procedure on agenda items requiring a motion for the commission, and the order is as follows. The director reads the title. There is an explanation by the director of planning, your staff report, then questions to the director of planning by commissioners. At that point, all background material is complete. The public is heard. Then the close of public discussion. The presiding officer then asks for a motion and a second, and there is a motion and discussion by the Planning Commission. The maker of the motion may have a chance for further discussion. The presiding officer restates the motion, and then there is a vote on the motion.
So we'll take clarifying questions of staff before we open the public hearing, and then we'll open the public hearing. So with that, let me turn it over to Peter James and the Language Justice team.
Buenas tardes. Si alguien presente necesita traducción al español, por favor alce la mano y con mucho gusto les vamos a proporcionar el equipo para que puedan escucharnos.
Okay, good evening, everyone. My name is Amy Miller, here with the Santa Monica Planning Commission, to talk about the Pico Wellbeing Project and our land use proposal for Pico Boulevard. So again, the purpose of tonight's meeting is we'll be talking about our proposal for land use changes on a stretch of Pico Boulevard. This is in the form of an overlay district on top of the existing underlying zoning districts. And following this, we'll be making a recommendation to City Council. So first, I want to just touch briefly on some of the outreach that led up to this meeting tonight. And so here, just a list of some of the lengthy process that we've had over the past many months, including hard copy mailers to the neighborhood. We've had email updates, workshops, a number of community groups that have been engaged, and we've been present at a number of community events as well. As well as surveys. We have an online survey. We also reached the merchants on the boulevard with the merchant survey. And so we asked the Pico community, what is your vision for Pico Boulevard? And here you can see some highlights from what we heard from them through those workshops and other events. You want to see things like shops, restaurants, more affordable housing, more affordable uses, as well as a better pedestrian environment, making the boulevard more beautiful, more walkable, more attractive, and also things like bike amenities was also brought up. And so now to get into the details of the proposal before you. So the objectives here is to recognize that Pico Boulevard is a unique corridor. Again, we see some of the zoning here, we see in other districts, but really the purpose of this was to think about how is Pico unique, what does the community want to see there. So some of our objectives here are creating more opportunities for existing businesses there, as well as new opportunities for new businesses to come in, as well as reducing some of the permitting time and expenses for some of those uses that people want to see. And again, this was something that we were asked by council and community to act quickly and act on these issues that can be resolved, in this manner. So first, a little bit about the underlying zoning. This is just a zoom in on the eastern section. You can see we have two different zoning districts on both sides of the street. The mixed-use boulevard low are those block faces that have larger parcels. And you can see in this diagram here, mixed-use boulevard low does allow for an extra floor when there's community benefits. It allows for more affordable housing. Neighborhood commercial is on the block faces that have smaller parcels. So again, some more small-scale neighborhood serving, and it doesn't allow for as much affordable housing as mixed-use boulevard low. So again, here what we're doing is keeping that underlying zoning to again enable more affordable housing, where there are those larger parcels to accommodate it. And what we're doing is adding an overlay on top within that commercial section. The reason this section was chosen rather than the whole Pico Boulevard was because this is where the commercial section exists. So to the west of this is more residentially zoned properties. And so again, here are those same goals about a relaxing entitlement process for some of those desired uses and bringing in some new land uses that community would like. So first to go over those three different types that we're looking at here. So first is to modify the regulations and again, relaxing the entitlement process, making these uses a little bit easier to open up from cultural facilities, restaurants, and small scale facilities. What we're doing there is for cultural facilities, right now there is a 7,500 square feet and a 40 linear foot limit. This was the number one use that people wanted to see, and so we thought, let's just lift that size limit to better encourage cultural facilities to open. For all three types of restaurants in neighborhood commercial, there is a 50-seat limit. We're proposing to lift that limit, but to keep those conditional use permits on the large restaurants and a minor use permit for the medium scale restaurants, but just to lift that seat cap, and so we have more to say about that in a minute. Small scale facilities, right now they all require a conditional use permit. This is again something that people want to see more of for specifically to arts and exercise facilities, small gyms. So what we're proposing is to lift the CUP requirement specifically for small exercise and arts facilities. But again, we did hear some concerns about the cultural facility, lifting the size limit. Perhaps there should be some size limit put on that. And then for the large-scale restaurants, again, this is not something that people necessarily want to see. So there was some concern about the seat limit for that as well. So specifically here, cultural facilities, you can see we had, overwhelming support from the community. But again, perhaps some concern about maybe having some size limit, maybe more than 40 linear feet for the storefront width. But so we can talk more about that in a minute. And then for large-scale restaurants, again, restaurants in general were something the community wanted to see more of. The large scale was not as strongly supported, but again, this would still have the conditional use permit requirement. There was some discussion about the impact of restaurants and restaurants in size first. So here we did some research about the seats related to the size of the restaurants. So as a general rule, 60% of a restaurant size is relegated to dining. The average area per seat is a range between 10 and 20 square feet, average of 15 square feet. So you can see those 3 different size categories, some local examples, all of which are more than 50 seats as existing. And now here we did hear some concerns about impact of gentrification in restaurants. So we did some research on that. Here's a study that was referenced at the last Planning Commission. So looking through that, we did see that it talked about local business environment being a function of the existing local demand. However, there is a correlation between growth in things like groceries, bars, and cafes as being good indicators for increases in the percentage of residents with the college degree, which is a typical way to measure gentrification. We did some additional research. There are 10 studies cited in the back of your supplemental report from other different studies about the impact of restaurants and gentrification. And we see that this is something that really does go both ways. For example, gentrifying neighborhoods are more likely to attract chain restaurants. However, studies show that most businesses, even in gentrifying neighborhoods, do remain in place, even as the neighborhood can change. On the flip side of that, gourmet food scenes do tend to contribute to neighborhood livability and vitality, which could also then, make a place more attractive for new development. So moving on to the next category of change, these are allowing additional uses that are not currently permitted. I just wanted to highlight a couple of these that we heard some concerns about. Go over those one by one here. So the full list here, again, would be clinics, commercial kitchens, medium retail, bars, nightclubs, lounges, large-scale facilities, elderly and long-term care. So the ones highlighted we'll go into here. So clinics, there was some concern about what is a clinic here. And so the definition in our code is that these are strictly outpatient facilities, no overnight lodging. They can be by appointment or walk-in. Again, we did hear some, number of comments from the community in support of seeing this, especially, walk-in community health clinic that people wanted to see. And this was also strongly supported in some of the the surveys and outreach that we did on that. So right now, these are not permitted in either district, and our proposal would be to allow these with a conditional use permit. Medium scale retail, again, this was something, online survey, some support there, and the merchant survey, we didn't talk about scale, but retail was definitely up there and what they would like to see. However, there was some concern from the workshop, and so this was not the most overwhelming support one, so again, this is up for discussion as well. Bars, nightclubs, and lounges, you can see the studies here, the surveys show more support than opposition, although we did hear some concerns from neighbors about that. Just a note on the change here, again, any existing bars have been grandfathered in without conditions for the most part, and so this would just relate to new bars that would have to have the conditional use permit with rules for their operating conditions. Large-scale facilities, again, this was one that we're proposing to have as a conditional use permit. However, there has been some concern about, the scale of those large-scale facilities. Okay, and then the last group of change would be to allow for slightly larger storefronts. So right now there's a 40-foot storefront width limits on a number of different uses. We would be proposing to move that to 50 linear feet for that list there, from adult daycare, childcare, early education, grooming and pet stores, business services, general personal services, physical training, and small-scale retail. And so here, sorry for the quality of the map, but basically what we're looking at, this would affect those properties shown in the blue. Those are the properties between 41 and 50 feet, so the storefronts between 41 and 50 feet, where we would be allowing those new uses to be able to fill those spaces. And so again, we were here back in May. Since then, we did conduct some additional research, so there's additional public input. I want to touch on that a little bit. We met with the Friends of Sunset Park to share information about the proposal. They did express some concern about the bars, nightclubs, and lounges, as well as the large restaurants. They also identified a number of other concerns to be addressed as part of this process, including inconsistent code enforcement, the narrow sidewalks of Pico Boulevard, high rents, inadequate parking, some concerns about speeding on Pico Boulevard, and safety concerns with the landscape medians, and some concern that bus stops were in bad locations. There's also a suggestion that the city should take the initiative to utilize land for businesses for residents to help start some businesses. We did receive an opposition letter from them this week. We also met that same night with the Pico Neighborhood Association. They were holding a town hall on gentrification. They expressed some similar concerns about bars, nightclubs, lounges, the expanding the storefront width, as well as the large-scale facilities. Some of the concerns that they expressed were about diversity in city staff, also the high rents, again, looking for perhaps a city program to help small businesses, concerned about the recycling center closure, some of the items there. The newspaper boxes and phone booths was abandoned ones on the street, and that's something that we've actually been taking action on that we can talk about in a minute. And again, we heard the similar idea that the city should, again, buy or use land for residents to start businesses. And again, we did receive a letter from them in opposition this week as well. Pico Improvement Organization is the business improvement district for Pico Boulevard. We did receive a letter of support for this change from them. They're in favor of reducing the restrictions in the permitting process, support for a number of the different land uses there, as well as the storefront expansion idea. This is a longstanding request from the Pico merchants to have an employee parking permit program, which would allow them to park in those residential permit only zones. So again, that's something we can discuss as a future idea. Virginia Avenue Park Advisory Board is the community board for representing the community around the park, and we received a letter of support from them as well, and representing the community that helped shape the changes that we're seeing today, and also identifying some ideas for economic development for the future. So I want to talk a little bit about how we evaluated some of the potential impacts for this proposal. Again, there are no changes to height, floor area ratio, or density as part of this, so no development changes at all. We're just expanding the list of the use allowances for the boulevard. Again, considering some of the potential more impactful uses, they still would be subject to the conditional use permit discretionary process. Concerns about parking, we're not changing the parking standards for this, so again, that would have to be a future step if we wanted to address that. As far as community character, again, this reflects what we've heard from the community about their vision for the corridor. We've done the analysis for environmental and traffic impacts. This has been deemed to be exempt from CEQA. And then also the nature of this proposal being an overlay can be easily removed if need be in the future. And now something to talk about how quickly this can change. There's, as you can see here, basically all those parcels shown in red are actually non-conforming and would not, be able to open by rights today. So this kind of shows how, land use changes take time. So many of these are auto uses and residential uses that we wouldn't allow by right on the ground floor. Or offices that would need another process. So again, change takes time, and we haven't seen that the 2015 code has resulted in a drastic displacement of the existing non-conforming businesses. So thinking about the impacts for both existing and new businesses, again, for existing businesses, they don't need to change. This would allow them to expand slightly, and for some restaurants, it may allow them to increase their seating count. For new businesses, they would all have to comply with these new rules. Again, we're offering new opportunities for businesses to come in and reducing some of the financial and time barriers to open, which can prevent, especially smaller scale businesses from starting up here. So again, based on some of the concerns that we've heard from the community over the past month or two, we're here now presenting some alternatives for some of those larger, more intense uses for your consideration. So here's some of those. These are the ones that we kind of went through one by one for discussion. So you can see on the 515 was what the original proposal was, and then today here we're presenting some alternatives for discussion. To have maybe some limits on some of those uses as well. Although for a clinic, we're proposing that would still stay as the CUP. And so here we are with next steps. This is where we've started back in January. And again, the next step would be to go to City Council. And so again, talk about why we're here tonight. This overlay district, these are 18 specific land use changes. And here we've kind of grouped them into 5 different categories for your considerations. You kind of think about how these fall into those different groups. So the storefront width, specifically the cultural facility storefront width, the small scale facility, the new land use category, and then the seat cap on the restaurants. I think that's it.
Okay, thank you very much. Before we'll begin to my right, but before we start with questions for staff ahead of the public hearing, since we have been joined by a number of folks, I do want to remind everyone that the public hearing is open for public comment from every member of the public. If you have not been here before, if this is your first time, in order to speak, you need to fill out a chit with Kyle, who is waving them. You can write down any name. You're not required to write your address. We just need to know something to call you so that you'll know that it's your turn to speak. Right now we have approximately 11 requests to speak. We assume we'll have another few more. But if you would like to speak, please do come forward to Kyle and fill out a request to speak. Once we've begun the hearing, then there's a different process for people who request late to speak. So we want to make sure that everyone who is here who wants to be heard has an opportunity to be heard on this issue, and we're very glad that there's such a strong turnout for this discussion. So thank you for being here. With that, we'll start to all the way to my right with Commissioner Fondo Bernardi if he has any clarifying questions, and we'll go around.
I have two very simple questions. There seemed to be a considerable interest in having wider sidewalks. Where does that fit in to this discussion? Obviously, for new construction, it would appear, but how do we bake it into the cake?
Well, that would, it's not part of this discussion in terms of taking away property, as kind of being able to require setbacks, for new development. That's hasn't been really addressed here. I think it would have to require, more streetscape type changes for that.
Well, I guess what I'm asking is when or where might that happen? How would that be realized if that was a goal of the commission, and there seems to be sentiment for it?
Absolutely. So there are a number of projects that are either mobility or public workspace that are on the horizon. Namely, a Pico Boulevard corridor study that will be run by the Mobility Division, I think starting next year. That would be a good place for us to provide some input about the comments we've received through this process so they can absorb that into their study.
Even if that might involve tweaking the setbacks to achieve those widened sidewalks?
I think that widening the setbacks is one way of doing it, although it doesn't actually widen the sidewalk because it's creating an easement on private property. We learned that through the DCP. It would probably require some scrambling of the right-of-way features, such as the medians. in order to achieve a wider sidewalk. So that trade-off actually was something that was considered back in 1998, and at that time the community preference was for the medians over the sidewalks, and now things have kind of flipped a little bit.
Okay. My second question has to do with, there was also a sentiment that we get slightly less change, if possible, than might be anticipated. And one of the ways to make sure that businesses survive, or the kind of business survives, in a neighborhood where something like 2/3 of the businesses are currently non-conforming, would be to expand the length of time a business can be out of business and still keep its vested rights, however those are. Where does that appear, or would it appear if we wanted to go down that road?
That would likely take the form of a change to our abandonment clause.
Can you make a change, site-specific to Pecos?
I think, well, we did in the downtown plan, just to use that as another example, for landmarked parcels only, though.
Okay.
We wanted to extend the ability for those parcels to be reactivated. I think it would merit a broader discussion at the Planning Commission and possibly at the council level if that was something we wanted to affect in a commercial district on just a standard property.
Okay, thank you.
Sure.
Commissioner Fresco.
Last time there was so much talk about nightclubs and alcohol outlets, and we had asked if you could let us know how many permitted and non-conforming existing alcohol uses there actually are in this stretch. Were you able to find that out?
I don't think we. Yeah.
We did a lot of, I think it was through the Brixton process, the Brixton CUP process, that we tried to identify commonalities up and down the corridor in terms of operating hours and the structure of the licenses. And what we found was that it is very erratic, that there are a lot of operators out there that are doing business without a CUP because it predates the CUP process. And then the pathetic map that we showed you was rendered inadequate by the audience members, so I think we kind of just gave up at that point.
Okay.
Apologies.
That's all right. I'm just wondering. Okay. That's all.
Commissioner McKinnon.
Mr. James, Amy, so right through this process, one of my concerns, and I think wider concerns, is that we aren't just making some changes to development standards, but we're looking at the Pico neighbourhood and that part of Santa Monica as a whole. So what are the other changes or the other investments the city's making in four major areas: mobility, financial investment, social structure, and affordable housing? So we discussed this earlier today. I hope you have a slide of some sort.
As a matter of fact, I do. Thought you might head there. So we put together a couple of slides that are showing the connection between this project and other city projects that are focused in those areas that you just mentioned. And I think this speaks to the way that the Wellbeing Project is starting to work and kind of create some cohesiveness among the various different departments that do work in the Pico neighborhood. We really serve, I think, now that we've been in it for a year, as something of a filter, a repository of information, a sense of local preference in a way that the other operating departments don't have sort of that same type of profound contact with. So just going through it really quickly, as you are all aware, things that we have been able to pull off in the past year are two very fulfilled microgrant rounds featuring 14 projects that have touched thousands of people in the community. We've participated in financial independence workshops. This is a day-long seminar providing resources to local residents across a variety of different educational topics. We saw a real hole in the way that the city was providing information in a fairly erratic way mostly like by department. So we brought all of that information under one roof and published it as a economic resource guide to put the tools in the hands of the people. And then we've been right along with the city manager's deputy working on the vending program to kind of illuminate opportunities and also translate some of the challenging bureaucratic jargon. Things that we are actively engaged in at the project level now in terms of financial outlook. We're working directly with the CCSM developer specifically on the 19th Street project, a very large parcel directly on the corner of Pico and 19th, and giving that some sense of shape in terms of what that ground floor use might be, really directly drawn from the outreach that we've done about small business opportunity, trying to, again, put tools in the residents' hands to empower them to open their own business or learn skills. And so that there's a workshop tomorrow night that we'll be attending. It's a CCSM workshop, but it's really, I think it'll be a lot of the well-being crowd there, trying to design this space to meet their needs. And then an interesting conversation that has sprouted up long ago, but is beginning to get legs right now, is around the Pico Farmers Market. We'd heard that the market itself has sort of lost touch with the local community in terms of the price of things and even the sort of general makeup of the offerings. And so we have a new farmers market manager. Laura Avery has retired, so we have a new farmers market manager, and we are working closely with the economic development manager and his team to look at ways that we can customize the market for resident participation, either in the form of booths that are resident-based or creating a parallel market that maybe operates at night for folks to sell their wares and socialize with the community. We've heard a lot of ideas. These are things that are on our dashboard to expand the city's curriculum of financial classes and especially look at ways that we can support our local youth with trainings, not just in hospitality and service-oriented stuff, but in more management and professional programs. With the merchants, you've heard a lot about employee parking. That's a fairly consistent ask, and we're working with our mobility team on that. We've raised the idea with our economic development team as well of perhaps pursuing a hire local policy. These are big sort of policy initiatives that will take the support of the city council and the city's executive leadership, but the bug has been placed in their ear, and we're beginning to research other models in other cities so that one day this may become a part of our program. Moving into housing and affordability, we have assembled a team that's comprised of planning, housing and economic development, city attorney's office, and rent control. I don't think I'm leaving anybody out. And we're really looking at the housing equation comprehensively. For many years, certain aspects of housing policy have been deployed to various divisions that own a certain piece, but it's not really centralized in a way that makes sense to residents. So our intention is to create more visibility and more access, maybe introducing new programs like a right to counsel, so providing free legal service for folks that are facing evictions, amplifying our tenant support and protections, and first and foremost, just making it easier to find out information about what's going on. And then there are other efforts afoot, not particularly within the Pico Wellbeing Project, but certainly applicable to the Pico Wellbeing Project once we have the framework for execution to broaden the spectrum of affordability that shows up in new projects, to incentivize housing where it's needed, and to make it super clear about what the city expects from redevelopment. On the mobility front, these are the physical projects and some programmatic that are happening. One that's really exciting to share with everyone is a UC Berkeley led community urbanism workshop, sort of community urbanism program that's kicking off on September the 22nd. This is going to be a bicycle and pedestrian audit of the Pico neighborhood, led by UC Berkeley staff in collaboration with Spoke and our mobility team. There will be both a pedestrian walking experience and a biking experience. And the goal of this is really to provide recommendations to the mobility team so that when they go out and do that study that I was talking to Commissioner Bernardi about, on the Pico Corridor study, that they have sort of a baseline of information about resident interest and resident preference to shape those physical changes that will ultimately be recommended. As far as the public works / mobility projects in the future, we have, of course, the 17th Street Cycle Track project. That one's well underway. Construction targeted for later in 2020. There will be a number of crosswalk enhancements happening between 16th Street and Cloverfield to improve safe routes to school and connectivity across the boulevard. We've heard that it's a very, people don't entirely feel safe walking the boulevard. That construction project is supposed to happen in 2021. The design is currently underway, and this is coming out of the pedestrian action plan. And then there's the Pico Boulevard improvement study. This is the corridor study I mentioned earlier. So that those are all afoot and all really happening. As Amy mentioned, we're being responsive to concern we heard about just basically a bunch of junk on the street, abandoned payphones, newsstands filled with garbage. So really Amy, on her own volition, has identified all the owners and contacted the Public Utility Commission and worked with the engineering department to do a sweep and remove some of that trash from the public right-of-way. And then the last thing in the mobility / public improvement category is the Parklets program. That's a program that's being run out of the planning department for the time being that may be able to provide some public amenity in or around Pico Boulevard, places for people to sit down. And then just like a little bit of an update on some of the other big stuff that Public Works is heading up. There's, of course, the City Yards Modernization Project that was before you not too long ago. It's now been, a portion of it has been funded. And the neat thing that's coming out of that project is Public Works reached out to us, the well-being team, to ask, how should we program some of these community spaces that we have in our project. So we've been meeting with them and providing some insight into what we've heard from the community, what their needs are. We've also been advocating for a bike path. Lastly is the Memorial Park redesign. That project will be before the City Council sometime later this fall. It's estimated at about $100 million redo of the park to provide more recreational opportunities for local Santa Monicans. And I hope that answered your question.
Good start. So following up on the economic part of it, Commissioner Rees and I had a long discussion this morning about economic opportunities, and my questions flow out of that. He, like the rest of us, is concerned that if we just do some development standards, the whole place will have, vegan donuts and craft beer and third wave coffee, but nobody will be left there. So how can we tie things like local hiring, like providing opportunities in the area for a WeWork type situation that the city might run, which other cities have done very successfully for local entrepreneurs, pilot residents being able to vend at the markets, perhaps set up a resident night market, look at kitchens or catering or people who come in for some sort of change in economic benefit, whether it's wider shop fronts or a CUP, being asked, not being forced, but being asked to give something back, which would enable the local community to sustain itself a little more successfully than what will happen if we just change the development standards. These are primarily Commissioner Rees's ideas, but I'm 100% behind them. So uses, not the development standards. Well, uses, but
Well, thank you for paraphrasing for Commissioner Rees. I think this exposes a really fundamental challenge before us, not just as a well-being project, but as a city. in that structurally we are not set up to do the type of traditional grassroots community development through small business enterprise program. When I first started a decade ago or so, there was a small business development center embedded within SMC that has since left and moved out to Koreatown. Our economic development department, their focus is not at that level. And so I think it really requires us to marshal our forces, to get direction from the Planning Commission, not just to planning staff, but to city staff, to look at these issues more acutely and to really put some political will behind changing the way that the city does business with respect to these issues. I'm sure we will hear from some residents tonight that share the same sentiment that Commissioner Reese shares with respect to putting tools in the hands of the residents in the form of city-sponsored programs and grant programs and educational forums. I would love to hear those comments, and I think we'd also love to hear some direction from the commission that we can forward on to the council and we can take back to our executive management team. Because frankly, as a well-being project staff, again, serving as sort of filters of information more than authoritarians in terms of people's individual departments' work plans, we really need that political will to move the ball forward. We're aware of what other communities are doing, and we are aware of the lessons learned. We just need a push.
We'll turn to Commissioner Pastor, but at the request of my children who know that I'm acting chair tonight, I'm just going to say goodnight to them. So, Commissioner Pastor.
I'll say goodnight to your children as well.
Thank you.
I have some of the same concerns that Commissioner McKinnon has raised and have had a similar but different conversation with Commissioner Reese. I would like to know, and I'm coming a little late to this process, right? And so first of all, I have to say that I am quite blown away by the amount of community outreach that was done and the different types of community outreach, and based on the different, I've looked back at the past staff reports and have had conversations with staff and appreciate that I feel like you did reach a lot of voices that are not just the normal voices that we always hear. So I would like to commend staff for that. I do have some concerns about kicking the can down the road in terms of some of the economic incentives and in terms of some what might call social equities of it all. And I think I do wonder if there are things that we could integrate into the use changes and the overlay zone that help not only send the message now, but help to make sure that we continue to do those things in the future. And so some of, I think, the easier ones are things like...
I'm sorry, is it a question? We'll have discussion later. I just want to... The public is
sorry,
waiting,
okay.
so I just want to make sure we're
Thank
doing
you.
questions.
Thank you for the clarification. So let me translate into a question. Have you looked at all about integrating things like local hire, expedited process, differentiating between local and corporate, or any of those other items into potentially maybe they become part of the CUP process?
Yeah, I mean, we have looked deeply at sort of anti-formula provisions that have been adopted in other cities. I think we're prepared to have a discussion about that if that's what the commission would like to do. Our experience is that cities have had sort of mixed results in trying to put a box around that. As far as local hire is concerned, that is it's a policy decision that has not yet been made at the city council level. It's not embedded in our sort of standard practice. I think when we are talking about a project at the scale of a development agreement, then we have the authority to request that. But as a matter of general land use regulations, I don't think we have the ability to enforce that at the current moment.
Yeah, I mean, if someone's seeking like a business license to open a business, it's what's the connection between that and local hire, for example. It is, I think I've seen examples in it's San Francisco, but I don't know under what circumstances there's like a local hire affidavit, that some applicants sign, and it's something we can kind of look further into. But this issue of first source hiring has been a discussion going on a number of years. We have been successful in getting it into negotiated development agreements, but into sort of regular permitting, day-to-day change of use. That's really not something that we've looked at due to those concerns of, really making a nexus between requiring that, and the activity or the permit.
And do you know if anybody has looked, have there ever been any studies in terms of that nexus in this kind of context of a use permit?
Not
that you have found?
Not that I'm aware of, at this moment, but we've just done some of that research in terms of how other cities have typically approached this, and it's very, what we're seeing is that it's mostly been in that like negotiated context, for larger projects, or really what you're seeing is in most cities there's as Peter's saying, the first source hiring infrastructure baked in to the local government. There's a sustained effort on workforce development and small business development and the like.
And have you seen ordinances that distinguish between a local business and a formula business that are not a formula retail ordinance, or have you only seen that in light of the formula retail?
I think as we've discussed before, it's, the zoning is blind, to operator. So, for example, people will be surprised that when you compare something like Tender Greens versus Carl's Jr., functionally, they actually, when you break down the name, the way they serve food is the same. But if you were to ask someone, they would be like, well, I like one, but not the other. And that's really the way most cities have had to address this sort of chain retail, corporate business, what have you, is through these formula retail ordinances and identifying particular operating characteristics, of those, whether there's trademark, common signage, do you have utensils that are, reusable or, can be thrown away, that sort of thing. So that's the kind of, regulation that we have seen in some cities, and it's, deployed in different scales. I think one of the more successful or maybe established programs we've seen has been in San Francisco. Many districts, they have a pretty established formula retail program there, and it's one that we looked carefully at, with respect to the downtown plan.
And so was there any thought about trying to integrate any of that into this overlay?
I think it's come out in the past couple of months as something that would be worthwhile discussing tonight, actually.
Okay. And then in terms of if we wanted to, if folks were interested in having a sort of Grand Central Market type of use, which is and maybe I should save this until we get to the large restaurant, but I'm going to throw it out there now, and then we can decide whether we talk about it now or later. So if you had a Grand Central Market, La Paloma type of thing, where you have common seating, and the common seating would probably be over 150 seats, but you would have individual vendors. Can you explain how that would be permitted under this proposal?
Yeah, well, I think what we would first look at is what is the predominant use of that hybrid situation that you're talking about. And that would be the vehicle to secure the entitlement. We, I think, can be pretty flexible in looking at what other uses are then added to support it, in terms of the commissary or maybe a little shop or something like that. But after having had this conversation a couple of times, really related to like the idea of a food hall, our sense is that we get back to it's really a restaurant, right? At the end of the day, it's really a restaurant. It has certain features that are atypical, but that's really what our code is going to look at it as being.
So is it correct then that you would have these sort of predominant user or the proprietor of the entire thing come in and receive the entitlement for the larger thing, and then individual businesses could come in and would not have to go through that process. Is
That's
that
correct. That would
Okay.
probably be the best way for that to happen.
Okay. And then a very mundane question. In terms of the expansion from like 40 feet to 50 feet storefronts, if somebody did that, would they then have to require the additional parking that would be triggered, or would they be grandfathered into their existing parking?
Well, there's, I think it would come under the 3 or under requirement probably. If there was 3 or fewer spaces that would be required, they don't have to require.
Okay.
They don't have to provide that, so it would be
thank
most
you.
likely.
I don't know if Commissioner Reese has any questions that haven't been asked yet, but hopefully.
I do have a couple of questions. Really quick, I want to get one out of the way because I keep hearing it referenced, but I keep reading that we're not touching development standards. We're not touching height. We're not touching density. We're not touching parking. And I'd like to just hear that loud and clear one more time.
Right, these are just for the allowable types of businesses and activities. The underlying zoning with all its development standards is remaining the same. I think the storefront width expansion might have been confusing in that regard, but there is no proposed changes to height, density, floor area ratio, or any of those other development standards.
Or zoning or land use designation.
Right.
Okay. A couple of questions regarding residential. Or do we prohibit residential on the ground floor? Is that why some of these uses are non-conforming in the?
That's correct. So it's allowable use, but on the upper floors or in the rear of the first floor.
I'm going to come back to that in a second, but then I've also heard in the beginning of your presentation that there was a concern about affordable housing, but we're really not able to address that with these types of we're not touching any development standards, so we're not really doing anything in this to promote more affordable housing being constructed.
Correct. And so that was also one of the reasons why we thought it was wise to keep the mixed-use boulevard low designation on the larger parcels. Because we know that increasing affordable housing is such a priority, we didn't want to limit it by reducing that.
Jumping back to the no residential on the ground floor, does staff have any concerns that retail is struggling and that pushing retail in projects potentially is creating dead spaces?
So I think that's actually one of the main reasons, why we have this proposal here is thinking of different uses beyond retail. Small scale facilities is one of the key things for that we hear a lot of interest in, more active spaces rather than just shopping. So I think that's, really kind of the impetus for why we're looking at this. Yeah, is alternatives to just retail, understanding the current environment.
Okay. In my professional career, I'm not seeing any large restaurants any longer. These 5,000 square feet restaurants are bigger. Is the city of Santa Monica still seeing those types of projects or those types of uses come in?
I'm not sure about new ones, but the Valentino space, which has been empty, since the beginning of the year, that's does fit into that category. So again, that would be one of those cases where if the year goes by, then it would be someone would have to kind of restart the process to fill that space.
Would I be illogical? I mean, would it be a decent conclusion to come to that those uses are not very well supported, or that building wouldn't have sat vacant for a year and potentially lose its?
Yeah, I mean, I couldn't answer all the reasons why it hasn't been occupied yet, but I think certainly those are some.
Okay, you had a slide that talked about storefronts in blue colors. Yes. Can you go back to that? I didn't quite follow.
Yeah, it was a little hard to read. Sorry, it's a little blurry. Yeah, so basically we're looking at the green are those, up to 40 feet, but the blue parcels are those between 41 and 50 foot wide storefronts. So this is actually not just a parcel, but where the storefronts, could have been a subdivision of a parcel, but where that fits into it. This is all the cases for some of those, more the strip shopping centers. We kind of measure the distance of each storefront within that.
So in potentially we could go from where those are non-conforming today to conforming. Potentially.
Yeah, I think the non-conforming might have just been on the use, maybe not the width aspect.
Okay.
Yeah.
Then you talked about the farmers market and making tweaks to the farmers market. I learned something while I was doing a little bit of digging on this issue about restaurants, and that you had to have a brick and mortar facility in the city to operate at a farmers market. Is that something you're looking to tweak as part of the
Yeah, so
PICO?
we did learn a lot about the farmers market rules as part of this, and so those are, it's actually not in the municipal code, but it's sort of a separate document that was passed by council. So all those rules are in this sort of farmers market guidelines, and so I'm not familiar with that one in particular, but that would be listed in that approved by council document. Yeah.
Well, there was a resident of the community that sold tamales on the street for years, and then found a home at the farmers market, and apparently was asked to leave once that rule happened.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that's exactly the kind of thing we need to facilitate. So that needs to be, it's a statement, so I'm going to stop going, but you see where I'm heading with that.
No, absolutely.
Your question
and
is
I
what
think
it would
that's-
take to change that.
Thank
right?
you. Thank you.
Sure, and so that's, we've been having conversations, a lot of back and forth with, different people on the Pico Bing project team as well as the farmers market leadership team to, bring these issues and to have a conversation and see, what are some alternatives that maybe we can work with for that. Because, again, interestingly, we heard from both community groups the idea of wanting to use, city resources as a platform for small businesses. And really, when we look at what's out there, the farmers market space really is a perfect example for where that could happen. So I think that's something where we really, trying to take advantage of the opportunity and see, how can we, maybe expand that rule book a little bit, or think outside the box of, different days, different opportunities there to use that space.
Okay. I'm going to stop. I think those are my questions. I got a lot of other statements, but I'll wait.
Thanks. And before I ask my question, I will just want to remind anyone who has been considering whether they want to offer public comment that this is your moment to submit a chit and turn it in up front, so that we can hear from you. And I'm going to ask the language justice folks once more to explain before we open the public comment period, to explain how the headsets work. But I do have a couple of questions. I'm just giving them the heads up that we're going to need them in a minute. We have two different zones, really, right, on either side of Pico Boulevard right now. We have mixed-use Boulevard Low and neighborhood commercial. Can you talk a little bit about the reason that you feel that an overlay, which a lot of what I see in the staff report is attempting, I think, to align the two sides of the street with one another more than that they are currently aligned. Can you talk a little bit about what the reasons for that alignment are and what that overlay will allow that isn't currently possible? Right. So, again, some of the reasons why we're not changing the underlying zoning is because of the mixed-use Boulevard Low is designated on those larger parcels. Again, so the development standards nature, is a little bit more particular. But when it comes to uses, that's where we see, maybe these should be more in alignment. Why can I have a small scale facility on this side of the street, but not on that side of the street? But understanding that the size of the parcel is still going to impact, how big you can build, how many stories, how many units, all that type of thing. So that's really the understanding. And when we look at the list, what I've noticed is that on a number of places there are real inconsistencies in where a conditional use permit is required or not, or whether there's a cap, right, a seating cap or not. What are the implications of trying to achieve some consistency with respect to CUPs and seat caps on either side of the street? Right. I mean, I think the underlying, thinking here is, this process is looking at Pico Boulevard as a unique district. And so this, the neighborhood commercial and mixed-use Boulevard, these exist in other parts of the city, but, looking at the neighborhood commercial, for instance, what applies, Montana Avenue and Main Street, this has a different streetscape context, has a different transportation infrastructure context. So, that's where we're thinking of, okay, well, let's, and that's where really we open it up to the community, in terms of those uses and what people would want. And so, we came in and for the second workshop, people had the land use cards and kind of sorted them into their preferences. And so that's really where this has come out of. Okay. Is people just expressing things they want to see and don't see. Irrespective of what we do tonight or what the city council may choose to do, if somebody comes in to request a CUP on one side of the street or the other, that wouldn't stop the planning commission from taking a look at the whole neighborhood as a unit, right? We wouldn't, depending on what the use was, we wouldn't be stopped from looking across the street on one side or the other, right? We can do that now, and we would continue to be able to do that into the future. Is that correct?
I believe so, yeah.
Okay. And then my last question has to do with the use changes, and if we can go back to the slide that you're, as our kind of working cheat sheet, I think, for the decision making, it's the easiest thing to look at. So when we look at the storefront width increases and the allowed new land uses, specifically the clinic, the commercial kitchen, and the elderly long-term care, and then the small-scale facilities, one of the things I think that had come up in the workshops was concern about use intensification, that allowing these uses might create a lot more traffic, might create a kind of intensification of activity along Pico that might drive other concerns. Commissioner McKinnon and I had asked about circulation. Do you believe that the uses that you're proposing, the ones not in red and the ones on the small scale side, will lead to any use intensification, or do you see them more as use changes?
Well, again, some of the uses that might have more of an impact, such as the clinic, where we might see more activity for that. Again, there are limits on the scale of that just based on the parcels, but that is where we would still have the conditional use permit to be able to, put on some conditions, maybe about the size, hours, number of patients, things like that, to address some of those very concerns about the intensification.
But in general, you do see broadly intensification or broadly not intensification?
Well, I think, we see it more as like expanding opportunities. And so, some of it's, and again, really this is based on from the community input of things they would like to see. So, when it comes to clinics and commercial kitchens, people see the need for mental health facilities, so that's kind of really the driving impetus, the driving concern of why should we include this? Well, the community sees this as a need. So I think that really kind of overrules, maybe some of those other concerns, just, understanding the nature of, mental health needs, in the community, for instance. When it comes to commercial kitchen, this is a really great opportunity to tie into the vending program, having commissary kitchens to allow small micro businesses to, to be able to open, start their own, vending, vending business.
Okay. And then I realize I do have one last question. We received a letter from a property owner referencing a property that is a potential performance venue / nightclub. And there have been recently some Facebook posts from community members recalling jazz clubs and other music venues along Pico back in the day that are no longer there. And yet my understanding is that we do not currently have the distinctions available in the code to make a distinction between a restaurant, a bar that is, ancillary to a performance venue, and a bar that's a standalone bar, which the community clearly doesn't want. How would you suggest that if we wanted to recommend to council that we kind of break those out and get a better process going? Because we did hear from the community during the workshops that there was some desire for nightlife that was not alcohol driven. How might we proceed?
I think, thank you for asking the question. We talked about this in advance, and just so everybody in the audience knows, is that nightclubs, bars, and lounges are lumped together. They enjoy one single definition. So we currently don't possess the means to define them separately, which would be convenient if only choosing nightclub was something the commission wanted to do. So in the absence of having that, I think that the commission could provide us with direction to explore defining each one of those uses in a way that makes sense. I think we have to look at the operations and the different ways that those endeavors are structured as a recommendation to the City Council. So I don't think we have to go all the way back to the beginning, but we could start from this moment forward and carry your recommendation on all of this along with that specific focus on bars, nightclubs, and lounges at the City Council level.
Okay, thank you. Yes. Yeah.
Can you just remind us what the definition of a small-scale facility is?
Amy's going to do a great job at doing that.
Basically, so it would be a it's under the arts and entertainment category, commercial arts and entertainment, and it's would be, but arts and entertainment exercise, I believe. And so it's 5,000 square feet is the limit for a small scale facility. Other than that, it would be large scale. And so this proposal is limiting it to just for arts-based facilities and exercise, so small gym.
Thank you.
Okay, other questions? All right, and we'll open the public comment, but I would like to ask the Language Justice team to come up and explain the headsets again, and also so that everyone who is watching knows that we are not rocking out on our own headsets listening to our music while we're listening to it. We are listening to public comment in the language of your choice. And commissioners, we have close to 20 requests to speak. We are not, under our rules, we do not provide extra time for translated public comment. Would you like us to go to 2 minutes per person, or shall we remain at 3? It's our discretion, I believe.
I would suggest that you limit it to 2, but you use your discretion. That if we're hearing new testimony from somebody, you let them go a little longer.
Okay. All right. Testimony will be limited to 2, but we'll hear the presentation now.
Buenas tardes. Si alguien necesita interpretación al español, por favor dígame y le voy a entregar el equipo para que puedan escuchar toda la presentación. Gracias.
Okay. I've been asked, someone put in a request to speak on item 9B, which has been continued. Ms. Mirasi Glacio, if you didn't mean to put that in for that item, please see Kyle. So, all right, we will hear. I'm going to call the first 3 names. Please approach the well here and just line up. We'll hear first from Mr. Edward Levin, from Denny Zane, and from Zena Josephs.
Thank you, Chair, members of the Commission. Edward Levin, resident of West Hollywood, architect. I'm here representing a client who currently owns a bar on the 1300 block. It's one of those bars that does not operate with a CUP, and they're looking to redevelop this as a restaurant with live music, which is part of the discussion we had, and it would be a larger venue. But they can't do that unless you lift the seat limit and unless you come up with some way to craft sort of a situation that allows hybrids. They're not talking about a nightclub, but they're talking about a restaurant with live music. As Peter explained, we don't currently have a good mechanism for that. That's something that we'd really like you to be able to explore. I understand the concerns about gentrification, but as the staff report correctly points out in their supplemental, that's really not how restaurants affect communities. With very rare exceptions, restaurants depend on neighborhood clientele for their base. If they don't have a neighborhood base, they don't survive long term. And that's why our clients are really looking to have a neighborhood place to do local hire, to have neighborhood musicians as well as other acts. And there's clearly a demand there. I know you've heard some concerns, but our client canvassed the neighborhood a couple of weeks ago, just 2 weekday afternoons, and that's where they came up with the 30 signatures that you saw in support of their petition that was in the memo that I sent for you, provided for you under new correspondence. Not everyone who has an opinion on these matters, as good as the process has been for the outreach here, not everyone who has an opinion is able to come to formal workshops. And so just a couple afternoons with one guy walking the local neighborhood, 30 people expressed interest in this concept as it was explained to them. Again, I can share your concern about protecting the neighborhood, but don't protect the neighborhood from itself. As Amy correctly pointed out, not every NC zone is the same. Pico's not the same as Montana. It's not the same as Main Street. Both of those, they have other boulevards adjacent where they have large venues. Pico doesn't, and because of that, it's really underserved in that sense. So, please lift the seat limit. Please try to craft some way of creating hybrids. There is a demand for this, and it would really serve the community well. Thank you.
Thank you. Denny Zane.
Good evening. I'm Denny Zane. I live at 2402 3rd Street. although I formerly lived in the Pico neighborhood. I'm here to express a concern about gentrification, but not so much about the boulevard's gentrification, but about the neighborhood's gentrification. And so one of the things I did not hear much discussion about or questions about is what is the likely impact of the changes being proposed on the residential neighborhood, apart from questions about traffic and congestion and the like. What is the likely effect upon the pressures on the housing stock in particular? And I suppose if we didn't have the Ellis Act, it would be far less of a concern. But we do, and we do know that developers are able to empty buildings and replace them with far more lucrative developments because of the Ellis Act, and that commercial betterments on boulevards like this can often be a stimulus to that kind of activity. And I would feel much more comfortable if I were to hear from the Commission more discussion about that concern and how we avoid that. I passed out some data to you, although you didn't know where it came from. This is some data that I got from SCAG a couple of years ago about changes in the housing market in the demographics of the county over the last 15 years or so. And what it shows is a dramatic, really dramatic, increase in the number of high-income households in Los Angeles County, occasioned really by the emigration of the Silicon Valley industries to Los Angeles. One of the implications of this was a rapid increase in housing pressures and rents. We see also a dramatic loss of low-income households throughout the county. What I'm hoping is that we will be aware of these pressures and how they really are magnified in our community. And we don't want to see a local variation of this phenomenon if we can avoid it.
Thank you. Do you have a question, Commissioner?
So this was raised last time you were here and we had the same discussion. What would you like to see us do across the housing stock in the Pico neighbourhood to preserve people in place?
Well, one of the things to, I think, be attentive to is that the housing, the neighborhoods on either side of Pico are not uniform. For example, if you go east of Stewart Street and 28th Street, you really have a residential neighborhood which is much more homeowner on both sides, on the other side of the commercially zoned areas. Whereas west of there is where you have a renter neighborhood more predominant, especially on the south side of Pico. And so west of 28th Street and Stewart, you have greater neighborhoods with greater vulnerabilities to the pressures of gentrification, creating uncertainty and potentially displacement for residents. Whereas east of 28th Street, you have much less of that. I think some discussion about whether the approach should be uniform on Pico or whether there might be distinctions drawn between what's appropriate to happen east of Stewart and what's appropriate to happen west of Stewart, because of concerns that certain kinds of introduction of new activities, yuppification is what a language that some people use, can have a much more adverse effect on a neighborhood that's renter than it will on a neighborhood that's homeowner in terms of displacement.
So we're already seeing displacement and gentrification right through the Pico neighbourhood. Do you believe that some of these changes would exacerbate that?
I think it's possible. I think it's a function of degree. I mean, I think you might want to create a process of monitoring the progress of change and to see what impact it's having on the, especially the renter neighborhood there. Main Street, when it had its planning process, created limitations on certain kinds of uses, precisely because it was concerned about, the activity overflow into the neighborhood, but also because it was concerned about things like gentrification, even back then in the late 70s. So we have tools like that I haven't heard yet discussed for this plan that could be discussed. Distinctions on the boulevard, monitoring and regulating the number of certain kinds of uses and changes, and seeing how they affect the neighborhood going forward.
Thank you.
I have a follow-up question to that. To that very point about the tools, do you have specific tools in mind, and do you make a distinction, for example, I'm looking at the list up here, for example, between a commercial kitchen, which might be a community tool for incubating a business, a food service business for someone who is a renter and is looking to grow a business, and say a large restaurant? Do you make that? Do you think those
Sure.
are distinctions that would be helpful in terms of permitting one in the name of economic development for the community, being more restrictive of the other in the name of avoiding a gentrification?
Yeah, absolutely. I think that's a good distinction to make, and I think scale matters. You know, smaller scale operations, smaller restaurants versus larger restaurants are less likely to have as dramatic effect. And so, if I were in your position, I think I'd want to be much more cautious about the permission of larger restaurants than I would be of smaller, of cafes and the like.
And other tools that you had referenced?
Well, I think the Main Street Plan has some valuable tools embedded in it. You might ask your staff to give you some iteration of those tools.
Thank you. Oh, Commissioner Reese.
Sorry. So, Denny, I see as a Pico resident, I see the gentrification really happening in the residential areas, and these are nipping around the edges. We're not making these changes haven't been made, and gentrification is happening. So I hear you coming with a very loud message that we have to be concerned about gentrification, and I think it clearly comes for east of Stewart and 28th Street, south or north of Pico. But do you have solutions or suggestions on how to address that actually happening today?
Well, the reason I'm talking about that before you hear today is because the actions on the boulevard has an effect upon decision-making on the part of developers, for example. Yes, you do see gentrification happening, but the worry, of course, that folks who care about the renter population, the low-income population, is that a fire gets lit and that it takes off in a way that gets out of control. I don't think it's out of control yet. I certainly am aware of proposed projects and things and potential displacements that are happening, but it hasn't, it's still the worry rather than the conflagration, if you will. And commercial development along this boulevard can attract a lot of new demand in those residential neighborhoods that could be very risky for the low-income folks who live in rent-controlled housing there now.
Well, I would say that the fire's already burning.
I think it's just smoldering.
No, it's burning, and we haven't made any of these changes. So, anyways, thank you for your comments.
So, you're going to make it better. I mean, it's a concern, right? You shouldn't, because it's happening, doesn't mean you should dismiss the potential effect of this.
I want everybody who comes up to try to give us suggestions, and I'm just curious if you had suggestions on how we address that one issue. So I guess that goes out to the broader community too, is if you have suggestions, I'd love to hear it.
Thank you. We'll hear from Zena Josephs, but I'm going to call the next three names: Nikki Kohlhoff, Rebecca Tobias, and Jeff Damavandi. If you could come up to the well.
Yeah, I had asked Kyle if Nikki could go first, especially since you've shortened the time. We had split up our speech.
Is that okay with everyone? Yep.
Nikki Kohlhoff, speaking on behalf of the board of the Friends of Sunset Park. We're the neighborhood organization that in which half of Pico Boulevard resides. The Friends of Sunset Park is a city-recognized neighborhood organization for the Sunset Park neighborhood, bounded by Centinela, the South City Limit, Lincoln, and Pico. We join the PNA board in opposing this proposal. And to be clear, contrary to the characterization by staff, our objection isn't to bits and pieces, it's with the entire proposal. Due to the failure of process, lack of community engagement, and a failure to treat this as the upzoning of Pico Boulevard that it is. As evidenced by all the related questions asked by the commissioners, you have a lot more work to do in order to come up with a comprehensive plan for Pico. This is the most beneficial change to make for developers, but the least helpful of all the other items discussed by staff for the actual Pico neighborhood. Each year, Friends of Sunset Park members have the opportunity to write on their membership forms, "My greatest concerns are," and not once In the many years we've been compiling these comments, has anyone stated they were concerned about the lack of any of these things on Pico Boulevard? At the June 13th FOSP meeting, when Peter James came to meet with us, he mentioned vacancies and blight on Pico, but we're pretty sure there are a lot more vacancies on Montana and Main Street. This seems like a solution in search of a problem. It's piecemeal planning, intensifying uses, leading to a greater demand for employee parking. The Pico Improvement Organization has already come out asking for more neighborhood street parking, which isn't being addressed in this plan. That wasn't part of the postcards that you circulated to the 750 feet next to Pico. We're mostly neighborhood commercial. We've always objected to the MUBL designation. This is aligning the street, but aligning it with the designation that Sunset Park has always objected to. Yet, this is the change that's being advised by staff and against the objections of the neighborhood that is half of Pico Boulevard.
Any questions for
Questions?
Ms. Kohlhoff? Okay, we'll go on to...
Never. You never want to ask me a question.
I'll ask. We'll ask you.
Jesus, I got a couple for you. So the issue today in front of us is gentrification and economic development.
Yep.
How many of your residents surveyed highlighted gentrification?
Oh, Zena's going to cover that.
So do we have other
And
questions for
hers.
Ms. Kohlhoff?
But if you wanted to ask about solutions...
Yeah, I would
Which-
love to hear a solution too.
Yes, so the staff presented myriad ideas and proposals that need to be comprehensively addressed as the Pico well-being plan. That cannot be addressed with one piecemeal solution of an intensifying mix of uses on Pico Boulevard that can have what we know has already been shown to be out there to intensify pressures for displacement and gentrification. Why would we do that one step at a time instead of coming up with a comprehensive plan? Why would we upzone the entire boulevard for a farmer's market when we have control of that lot? Why would we upzone the entire boulevard for the notion of a kitchen when we can maybe put that on SMC's campus? Why don't we get something back from them on our boulevard?
And when you say upzone, can you clarify what you mean by that? Because I asked the question of staff, and I read it in the staff report. We're not changing any zoning designations.
Right,
We're
you're
not
not
changing FAR.
Yes,
We're
you're-
not changing heights.
Correct. But the part that they showed, it was a little misleading. They made it look like it was 50-50 neighborhood commercial and mixed-use boulevard, but they chose the portion that has a little better of a blend. If you look at all of Pico, the whole western half of it, closer to the ocean, is almost entirely neighborhood commercial. And during the 2015 zoning ordinance, both Pico Neighborhood and Friends of Sunset Park objected to the spot zoning of mixed-use Boulevard Low, which showed up in strategic locations along with the A-lot debacle that nobody still has revealed who put the A-lots there. So in aligning the uses with mixed-use Boulevard Low, but just not calling it mixed-use Boulevard Low, if it looks like a duck and quacks like a duck, it's a duck.
But it's not upzoning because we're not changing the development standards. But anyways, thank
You
you.
can
for your com-
you can
thank you for
say
your
that,
comments.
but you're changing the uses, intensifying the uses, creating the same impacts on the neighborhood and not solving any of the other problems that go with it and the discussions we'd have, like the widening of the sidewalks or other issues that have been raised here, because we're narrowing it to one small issue
Because
and ignoring the rest.
gentrification is a major issue in my community. And
Pardon?
Gentrification is a major issue in the Pico neighborhood. That's why they're looking at this so significantly.
And they're choosing the one thing most likely to increase that to do
Commissioner-
first. That makes
Can you-
zero
Commissioner
sense.
Pastor has a question.
Can you be more specific about what things staff brought up during the process that you think have not been addressed in this piece that you would like to see? So when we're talking about solutions, what are these specific things that you want to be integrated?
I think
here?
they need to present a comprehensive Pico well-being plan that then is presented as a whole. I don't think that with all of the staff that we have working on this and all of the ideas floating around and all the potential unintended consequences, that we should be working bit by bit by bit without knowing that if we move this piece here, it's going to change this piece over there. And this is on the border of the Pico neighborhood.
So, but what does that mean to you specifically? Like, is that the economic development piece? Is it the housing piece? Is it the mobility piece? Like, what is it that you really wanted to see integrated that you're not seeing?
A comprehensive plan. I would like to see them come with a comprehensive plan for within the Pico neighborhood of what they think the best combination of solutions is, but after outreach to that entire neighborhood, not pushing out, solutions that may have been predetermined, but in seeking solutions from the entire neighborhood, and then not taking a sledgehammer to the boulevard for a few identified potential changes that we don't need to change the entire boulevard to reach that solution. I mean, some of the farmers market changes sound really nice, but that wasn't brought to Friends of Sunset Park at all. None of this was brought to Friends of Sunset Park, which is the other half of the boulevard. I would think if you're focusing on Pico well-being, then the focus should be within the boundaries of that neighborhood. And that seems to be ignored here by focusing on the boulevard and development. I mean, when we asked, I think Mario had asked last time if there were any vacancy issues on Pico, and staff had no data on that, but seemed to say no, particularly as compared to other boulevards, and that what they were seeking instead was investment. Well, what does that really mean? Why are we seeking investment, and from whom? That has not really been outlined here. And if you're seeking investment from larger entities and larger businesses for larger spaces, I'm not sure that that's really what you're targeting here and is going to benefit the very community you're trying not to displace.
Thank you. Ms. Josephs, and again, we'll be followed by Jeff Demavandi, then Dylan Damavandi, and Barbie Abelquist and Liz Cruz.
Thank you. In 2014, PNA and the Friends Board advocated for a Pico neighborhood zoning district to address land speculation and gentrification in the Pico neighborhood. That was promised by the City Council, but nothing happened. And years later, Friends assumed that the Pico well-being workshops that included microgrants, financial education, etc., were focused on Pico neighborhood residents, so we did not encourage our members to attend the 12 workshops, and our board did not participate. We didn't think it applied to Sunset Park. It was the Pico well-being project. If the workshops had been truthfully advertised as proposed changes to Pico Boulevard zoning and uses, we would have been sure to participate. Sorry. For example, the well-being survey had 45 participants. Friends of Sunset Park written comments up to August 1st this year had 849 comments, 436 on land use and circulation, 290 of those were on circulation, basically traffic congestion. We're still waiting for our study to be implemented, 125 on land use. Most of those were on development, complaining about development, overcrowding, keeping housing affordable for normal people, not investors, flippers, foreign investors with no intention of living here, unbridled residential and commercial development, 19 comments on the college, 2 on public transportation, 150 on public safety and crime, 88 comments on the airport, 79 comments on homelessness, 47 complaints about government, 24 comments on sustainability and the environment, 2 on emergency preparedness, and 23 other comments. Nothing about wanting changes or concerns about Pico Boulevard. So to suddenly want us to come up with a solution to all these problems, I'm sorry. We had one short presentation with one little PowerPoint from Peter, and people said, no, we don't want bars and lounges. We didn't ask for larger restaurants. We don't care about Valentino's being closed. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Josephs. I just want to ask you specifically about that meeting, because my recollection is that, and for the 2 new planning commissioners, my recollection is that this matter came before the commission in May and was in fact continued largely because the concern had been raised by Friends of Sunset Park that, particularly the board, that the outreach to Friends of Sunset Park had been inadequate. So could you tell us a little bit more about what happened after the May meeting and perhaps characterize the the meeting
As in
with-
our letter,
yeah.
Peter and
Okay.
Amy came to our June 13th meeting, and Peter did a short PowerPoint, and there were some questions and answers, and there was no enthusiasm from the attendees for this proposal, especially the bars and the large restaurants and large retail, and worries about parking. Our secretary is the former executive director of PIO. He said without controlling rents and without parking, it's a big obstacle for developing businesses and for maintaining businesses.
So I hear the very clear objections to bars and lounges, and I hear the very clear objections to large facilities. Do you have objection? And we've heard from a previous speaker representing the board, from Ms. Kohlhoff, that you have concerns about the smaller scale, what she characterized as a piecemeal approach. But do you have specific objections to specific uses that the staff is recommending?
There's no point in my going through those one by one without surveying our members. You sent a postcard to people that live within 750 feet of PICO, the planning department. I live more than 750 feet from PICO. It didn't say anything about businesses wanting to park their employees on neighborhood streets. This same former PIO executive director said that postcard didn't have any useful information on it. It didn't really tell people what was going on. That was the outreach to Sunset Park.
Okay, I will just say that I agree with you that the letter, that the parking is outside the scope of the resolution of intention that is before us. So
I know, and 3 of the letters that came in are from a business that's on Pico and 10th. It's not even in this area.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Dylan Damavandi, Jeff Damavandi, followed by Dylan Damavandi.
Hi, my name's Rebecca Tobias. And I think
Oh,
I may
Rebecca,
have
I'm sorry, I missed.
Oh, not at
You know
all.
what? You're right. We missed you. So you're next.
Sure. Hi, I'll apologize in advance. I'm a terrible public speaker. I'm also not as well versed as some of the previous speakers. I am a fellow Santa Monican with small children who has become increasingly frustrated by what is the black hole of tourism in downtown Santa Monica and not friendly necessarily to locals. My husband and I enjoy visiting the different areas and small pockets in Santa Monica that have restaurants and venues and shops and whatnot. And so the appeal of a project like this it appeals to us because it means that we will be able to stay within our community, to dine out, potentially listen to music, shop, whatnot, as opposed to having to go downtown or further. On a personal note, I do have friends who have a retail in the area that is designated for this project, and they have been struggling, and I feel that something like this could really breathe life into an area and local businesses, so long as it's approached in inclusive and gentle manner to integrate what is proposed and the businesses and residents who are currently in the area. And that's all I have to say. Thank you. Thank
you. And now we go to Jeff Damavandi.
Hi, good evening. I've born and raised in the West Side, born in 1968 in Pacific Palisades, and also lived in Santa Monica, back and forth between the two over the last 50 years, and I've seen a lot of change happen. We grew up, all our commercial activities were in Santa Monica, restaurants, shopping, and I currently own the bar on 1320 Pico, the Speakeasy, the property and the bar, and this, I'm proposing a project with my son, which we're both very passionate about music, and the idea is to bring a venue for a restaurant with music for locals in the area. And I too, while I think it's brought some good to Santa Monica, I mean a lot of good, there's a lot of locals that are frustrated with not having anywhere to frequent in terms of dine and socialize, because we don't want to go to 3rd Street Promenade. And as Rebecca was saying, the tourism. I mean, again, it's great for the city, but I think we can have both in Santa Monica. We can have the tourism, we can have the greater LA area visiting Santa Monica, but we can also have places where locals want to be without being bothered by the traffic and all that comes with that. So, you know, we have a project that we want to develop that's a passion of ours and for the local community. And that's, you know, a restaurant for the local community, bring in local musicians and people that are passionate about music, and really a social hangout for the local community.
You have two sets of questions, Commissioner McKinnon.
So do you currently hire people from the local neighbourhood to work in the speakeasy?
Well, we do, but we inherited the bar, so there are people that work there that have been there for years, and then we do. But thank you for the question, because that is the plan for what we want to do. We want to hire local, absolutely. So we want the whole vision of our plan is hiring from the local community, catering to the local community, musicians from the local community. So.
And how many people do you currently employ?
There is 6.
And would that increase if this proposal goes through?
Yeah, the idea is to revamp. I mean, it's, you know, like our architect said, it's not under CUP. It's been operating there for 50 years. There's no restaurant there. It's just a bar.
So why do you believe there's a demand in the local neighbourhood for what you're offering, which is a combination, I guess, of
restaurant, live music?
Yeah,
just
food
because
and music.
I've been, you know, people I grew up with, professional friends of mine in the business community. I mean, just my network of just people that I just know there is, you know, and yeah, it's not anything more than just our own local network, you know.
Cool, thank you.
Commissioner Fonda Bernardi.
Now, how big is your restaurant? How many square feet?
Oh, we don't have it, you know, we just to give you some background, my son and I have come up with the idea. We met with our architect to explore the project, and this was just 2 months ago. And coincidentally enough, this whole Pico Wellbeing Project was introduced to us of what's happening. So we're in the exploratory phase right now.
Yeah. But you would, I understand you would probably want to enlarge your
bar?
Right
now. Yeah, the idea is, I mean, the idea is to tear it down and rebuild. I mean, if you guys are familiar with the project, it's a really, really old building. So we'd want to tear it down and reconfigure and rebuild it. Yeah.
Okay.
And there is plenty of parking to do that. It's a 2,000-foot building on a 17,000-foot lot. So it wouldn't be a zoning issue. It would just be the restaurant with the seating issue. Yeah.
Other questions? Okay. We'll hear from Dylan Damavandi, Barbie Applequist, and Liz Cruz.
Hello, I'm Dylan. Dylan, I'm his son. Speaking more on that, we want to create a restaurant with live entertainment, live music, where we would be hiring locally and have local artists perform. It was a new idea. We came up with it recently, and I wanted to, before going off to college, I wanted to go walk around the neighborhood and really gauge interest from the community and the people that lived around the area, because I didn't want to come up here and speak on their behalf and say people wanted it without actually knowing that. So for 2 days I went knocking on doors around the neighborhood, and I gathered 30 signatures of people who wanted to see something like this be built for the community, and were in favor of it. This was during the work week, during work hours as well. So there were houses that didn't answer the door, and I believe that 30 is just a subset of a greater interest in the community of people who would want to see something like this be built.
Thank you. I have a question. So tell us a little bit about your vision for the space. You might have heard I asked the question of Peter James about what the difference is between a nightclub or a performance venue and a regular restaurant. Mm-hmm. So can you tell us a little bit more about, just as you're imagining that space, what does it look like on the inside?
Yeah.
How many people? What's the layout?
It would be a layout of a restaurant. However, there would be an area like a stage per se, with an area to dance as well. But basically, my vision for the property is a place for people around the community to go to, enjoy good good food, drink, and be able to listen to quality music. So basically, a place for music lovers, and for people to go and to connect through one aspect, and the aspect would be music. So basically a place for people to go to listen to good quality music, and kind of socialize, and it would be like a social gathering for the community, but the focus would be on quality music. It would be like for music lovers.
So you'd go there for music and you'd happen to have good food, as opposed to going there for good food and happening to have good music.
Exactly. It would be for the music. Yeah, all about the music. That would be like the aspect connecting the community.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Music like that. Yeah. Oh, that's true. He did say quality. We have Barbie Appelquist and Liz Cruz. Is that the order in which you plan to speak?
Yeah, sure. We'll go ahead with that. Good evening. My name is Barbie Appelquist. We wrote a letter as part of the Virginia Avenue Park Advisory Board to the Commission, so you should have a copy of that before you. I have been a Santa Monica resident for almost 20 years. I have an 11-year-old daughter now who has been raised here in Santa Monica. And I've been serving on the Virginia Avenue Park Advisory Board for about the past 5 years. Currently, I serve as the vice chair. And the reason that we're here tonight is to encourage you to support and pass the amendments as provided for the changes to the PICO zoning. Our community, the Virginia Avenue Park community, had multiple opportunities to come forward to participate in these workshops. I was able to attend one of those workshops. We had standing room only. There was such heavy engagement with the community for that particular workshop. We have a lot of members here tonight to talk about the requests that they have, those that were included in what the staff put forward. But in particular, I wanted to emphasize the cultural request, the cultural facilities, which is being requested as one of these allowable new land uses, and the storefront width increases, but also to encourage you to request that a community economic development organization is spoken with or somehow otherwise engaged to continue this kind of development. Before I moved to Santa Monica, I had been working as an attorney, and part of that work was with the Public Council Community Economic Development Project. Micro businesses, which is sort of what we're seeing happening after the work with the micro grants, micro businesses really do help these communities flourish. You're taking these ideas, you're exciting the spirit of the entrepreneur. When you go up and down Pico right now, you see a lot of blight, as we do with so many of our other neighborhoods. But that's enough for now.
Okay, and
Thank
before Ms. Cruz starts, do we have questions for? Okay, Ms. Appelquist. Okay, and before Ms. Cruz starts, I just want to queue up Waverly Nebedum, Gina Frazier, and Nancy Douglas.
Greetings, Planning Commission. I am Liz Cruz, native to Santa Monica and current resident. I wear many hats in the community. I am a service provider in the mental health field. I'm a community advocate and have served in the VAP board for approximately 10 years. I currently serve as a chair, and I'm here to support the PICO Wellbeing Project, designed to be an interagency, community-driven, and action-oriented process to improve the well-being of the PICO neighborhood, a neighborhood in which I grew up in. The PICO Wellbeing team did a great job in engaging community via the community workshops. It was so heartwarming for me to see the community come together and see that they wanted to be connected, engaged, and see businesses that reflect diversity, such as community kitchens, African boutiques, Latino mini markets, and other spaces. I would like to also share how the microgrants were an amazing idea and a success that not only brought our community residents together, but I witnessed growth from our community members who participated. I witnessed leadership, and I witnessed diversity. Exactly what the PICO Wellbeing Project was about, or is about. It's the well-being of our community. I would like for the microgrants to become macrogrants for the PICO corridor, allowing for economic opportunity and growth to our very own community members who are skilled and motivated to build their businesses. But for this to happen, it will take thinking outside the box, not doing business as usual. All of what was shared today in the staff report reflects the community input that was provided through the workshops since the beginning. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there questions? No. Okay. Then we will hear from, I'm going to make sure I get this right. We're going to hear first from Waverly, and then Gina, and then Nancy.
Probably hear from Gina first. Is that okay?
If
Can we
fine with us.
do it together?
Yeah.
Can we do it together?
We need to do 2 minutes and 2 minutes. We do need to follow that procedure. So
Well, if I don't use all my time, can she use it?
Nope.
we can
Oh,
ask
he
questions.
Said,
we
he
can.
said sure. You said no.
We
Okay.
will ask. We will make sure that you are fully heard. How's that? But we do need to
That's
allocate
great.
2 minutes per person.
I was gonna complain.
Okay. So I'm Gina. I had the opportunity of attending a couple of the planning meetings held at Virginia Avenue Park, and one of my main concerns was, first of all, like when it came to the nightclubs and the bars. I don't think we really said that we wanted nightclubs and bars. I think a lot of us were totally against it. We said lounges because we really need a place where we can have something that reflects our culture. I mean, when I walk down Pico neighborhood, I don't see anything that really reflects, something that we can participate in or be a part of. Like, cultural, as far as, let's say, for instance, food. There's nothing we have to go to like Lamert Park or Crenshaw area for food. If we want our hair done, we have to go to the same area, So, I mean, I would like to see something like that down in the Pico neighborhood. And also, my main concern was I wanted to bring back the flourishing African-American neighborhood that was once here so many years ago, and also to allow some of the Pico neighborhood residents to possibly own some of the small businesses in the Pico neighborhood. I had wrote up something kind of crazy, but my daughter doesn't want me to show it. But anyway, and I heard people discussing affordable housing, and I'm all for affordable housing. I just wanted to reflect the community that we live in, everybody in the affordable housing and not just one group of people. And as far as clinics, we did hear about clinics, but we heard mostly dental clinics. Free, low income, if possible. We have clinics, but there's a need for dental clinics. Also, I think that's all.
We have a question before we hear from Ms. Nevedham.
Okay.
Yeah, go for it. Yeah.
Thank you for coming, Gina. Do you think that the use changes that are proposed are going to allow the changes that you'd like to see occur?
Well, when you were talking about like big restaurants or something like that, or big facilities where you could have small different restaurants, I thought, that would be cool because maybe we could bring some soul food restaurants in or something like that, so that would be good. And, as I listened to this gentleman talk about his speakeasy, I mean, I didn't even know where it was all this time. But I mean, I think it would be nice if, we were to bring in some cultural music and, help his business out a little bit.
Thank you.
Commissioner Fondo Bernardi has a
Yeah,
question.
I have a question. Can you elaborate on your idea of a lounge? What would that look like? What would be going on there?
I mean, a lounge where people can just come, sit down, relax, kick I mean, I have to say the way I feel comfortable. Sort of kick back like after work, meet up with friends. I mean, when I think of a lounge, I don't think of like a lot of drinking or anything like that at all. You know, I just think of just coming there after work, resting, you know, maybe some wine or something, wine and beer or something like that. You know, maybe some TVs going on with, you know, I don't know, CNN, MSNBC, you know, but just somewhere where you can just sort of relax. And then maybe on the weekends, maybe it could change into more of, you know, like dance or something like that.
There would be music live or?
It could be, yeah, I would say live.
Okay. Thank you.
Thanks. So I actually want to follow up on that as well, because we participated in a number of workshops together. Let's take the words out: bar, lounge, nightclub, because these are part of what we're going to be presumably doing later, is discussing what to recommend to council. And so your answer to Commissioner Fonda Bernardi is really helpful in terms of understanding what a lounge is. What kind? Can you say more about the cultural venues that you would like to see and that you think had been raised in the workshop, so we can be more precise? What they're calling it in staff report doesn't matter. Those words don't matter.
Like,
what
for
are your
instance,
words?
if you have like a comedian come in,
Okay.
you know, or something like that, or if you have, you know, like someone who is a singer come in and present or something like that. I'm not, like, I know we have the Broad over here, you know, and stuff like that, but somewhere where you can go where maybe you don't even have to pay. Just go in and sit down and they make their money by maybe food or, you know.
Is there a bit somewhere else in LA that you've been that captures that maybe staff should go see?
Okay, well, like in Century City?
Anywhere.
Okay, so in Century City, they just opened up a lounge for us, like on one of the floors. And I mean, a lot of people go in, there's TVs, you sit down, you can plug in your phones, charge them up, you can read, you can, you know, relax, meet people. We all get together whenever. I'll tell people, oh, I'll meet you in the lounge. But it's colorful, it's bright, it's nice. But also people will rent it out for parties. And that's another thing too. It'd be nice to rent out for like weddings and stuff like that, or, you know, other events.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, now we'll hear from Waverly Nibbit.
Oh, sorry. Forgot where I was for a second. Yeah, my name's Waverly. I'm 24. I've lived in this community basically my whole life. And I wrote something that I think that I should read. So I'm just going to read it. In this community, I would love to see the inclusivity of Black people and their families in the Pico neighborhood. We need more accepting places for the African American community. Collectively, as a community, we should come together and find healthy compromises to create a stable and loving environment for everyone. For example, accessible lounges and eateries that include Black restaurants, Black cultured foods, and themed places where my community can go out and socialize and get to know people of their same race. We need places that actively play music and embrace Black culture. We need Black motivated businesses and business owners in this community. Things like Black hair supply stores and Black barbershops and hair shops would assist the Black community in many different ways. We need accessibility to financial assistance to acquire businesses and companies in this direct city. Programs and classes to help Black people improve their everyday lives in Santa Monica. We need mentorship programs that encourage Black youth to feel empowered in their community and motivated to make the community better. African Americans need complete access to any desired group in this community, including the ability to make their own groups. We also need programs designated to positively maintaining the health, medically, physically, and most importantly, mentally of our Black community. We need affordable housing for these families striving for a better life as well. Lastly, we need to have events and festivals that celebrate African American culture and accomplishments. We could have special days in Black history recognized and celebrated, and also Black figures and groups recognized. Overall, Santa Monica is an inclusive place. Oh, can I keep going?
What is the rest of your speech?
It's just the ending.
No, that's my question, so you can give the rest of your speech.
Oh, that's what I asked.
Okay.
Overall, Santa Monica is an inclusive place, an accepting community with a myriad of races, cultures, and languages. Most people are very understanding and open to the idea of recognizing other cultures. Santa Monica City Council, you guys, should be motivated to be making sure everyone is equally and thoroughly represented, not just the dominant races and cultures. The thoughts and ideals of this African American community matter. We will not tolerate being left behind and left out of this community any longer. Acknowledge us, accept us, and remember we are all human and deserve the same individual rights as anyone else. We need to focus on the wellness of everyone in the Pico neighborhood, not just those significantly more affluent than most. Your color shouldn't dictate your place in society. Nobody wants to see a mural with just white.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Commissioner Reese has a question.
Not a question, just a statement. Thank you for your testimony, and you're a demographic we do not see at planning commissions very often and active in the process. And it's really
or
important.
on your board.
Agreed. I guess I'm saying stay involved. We need more energy like yours.
I'm trying to. That's why I'm saying that we need places like this, more inclusive places, so black people won't feel ashamed to come out at 9 o'clock and speak like me.
Thank you. And thank you for coming to every workshop, too, which I think you did. Nancy Douglas, followed by Irma Carranza and Robbie Jones.
Hi, I'm Nancy Douglas, and I heard someone else say they're a horrible speaker. Well, I'm even worse. But I've lived here 25 years. I raised my son here, and I've seen a lot of changes, and they've not been really good. You've taken a lot of the favorite places away by allowing so much development, and because of we're now Silicon Beach, we're not really a friendly beach town. And Pico neighborhood, the little blue cards they send to say they're having a workshop don't seem to attract a lot of attention. I'm part of the Pico neighborhood. The meetings I did go to seemed to be on the other side of what was being proposed, but what was being proposed was still the thing that there was. There wasn't really any, I didn't feel like there was any listening to of the people of the community. The first two women that spoke, I have to kind of agree with them, is I walked down Pico Boulevard, and I think if the commission wanted to know how many bars and restaurants there were, someone asked about it and they couldn't find it in the statistics, they should take a walk down Pico and just count them. There's a lot of clubs, there's a lot of small restaurants, there's a lot of shops. Maybe they could be developed further or helped to develop further instead of trying to bring in something new that's going to wipe out the housing that is there, that's full of people that need to be able to stay there. And just it's almost like dominoes. We're gonna make it bigger. So now we've got all these big box apartments for gazillions of dollars, and the neighborhoods are all shut, they're shaking in their boots because they're being destroyed. And I also, there was a fact that they said that when you increase the store frontage, it's already they're not changing the code, but it's already in the code that once you make that 50, you can go up. Now, I'd like to have that clarified because at 40, it's 2-story. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, should we? Yeah, we'll circle back. So Robbie Jones, Irma followed by Robbie. Yeah.
Good evening, Planning Commissioners. My name is Irma Carranza. I live in the Pico neighborhood, right by Virginia Avenue Park, and I've been involved in this process of the Pico Wellbeing Plan since it started. We actually, I'm part of the group that came to the Planning Commission and asked that you all expand this work beyond the zoning, and so that's why we embarked on this project. I kind of feel like even though that was the ask and that was the intent, that we're still talking about just zoning and the other pieces that we hoped were part of this, which I actually appreciate the Planning Commission sharing some slides about housing, economic development kind of conversations to be had in the future. I believe our intent was that those conversations would be happening while this conversation was happening, right? And so what we got, unfortunately, was like, for instance, about the economic development piece. Economic development staff saying we're not equipped as a division or as department to kind of support, someone starting up a business. And so there's nothing there. And so for the housing pieces, there's a lot of things that we could have had discussions on because we are the ones in the thick of the gentrification that's already happening. We should stop talking about discovering gentrification. We're in the midst of it. It's been happening for many years. And this was a conversation about how do we go ahead and retain the people that are still here. And part of that was some of these opportunities along the Pico Boulevard. And so there's two things specifically that I recall community wanted, if I can finish up.
What two things do you recall that we
Community
wanted?
kitchen and a Paloma Mercado type at the CCSM building. And so the concern is that if there is a concern about large-scale restaurants, which again, I agree with Gina, that's not what people were talking about, but there was some confusion between what's small, what's medium, and what's large. But it would be just a big disillusion, disappointment if preventing that would then prevent La Paloma type of a mercado to go, because we're envisioning that type of businesses for our families to go into that are here in order to be able to continue to be here. So those kinds of things I think are key. And just lastly, I keep hearing about Sunset Park and not having they weren't invited and so forth, but it's not like they've shown Pico much love. I mean, when anything happens at SMC, all the traffic, let the entrance happen at Pico Boulevard. When they went ahead and redid the whole street on Ocean Park Boulevard, where do they think the rest of the cars were gonna go? Pico Boulevard. So it's not like they're considering Pico Boulevard. So all of a sudden, when our youth got killed just a couple years ago on Pico Boulevard on their side, they didn't come out of the community and mourn with us. So at the end of the day, what happens on Pico doesn't impact them. So I hope that you really take into account the people that are impacted by these decisions. There's a lot of ideas. We've been talking to housing people. We've been talking to economic development. It's about really getting over, well, we don't know, we haven't done this, but doing something differently. And I believe if we do it differently, this can be really successful.
Commissioner McKinnon.
So you are right. We did want a bigger strategy, and we've got the development issues in front of us this evening. What are the things that you would want to do differently, or you think would keep people living in their homes in the Pico area?
So when we talk about housing, part of myself and others in the community, we're like kind of one of the first people, if it's a Latino, African American person of color, we will get the call about something is happening in their building, whether they got an eviction notice, whether their apartment is up for sale. We then go ahead and tell them to go rent control. Rent control will say, we're not illegal, blah, 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 go to legal aid. If they're low income, they'll get help. If they're above their income, they won't get any help. If they're undocumented, they won't get help. There isn't this one-stop kind of, it should almost be like a passport kind of something. You came here, now you go there, now you go there, and all of that. Everyone's kind of working in silos and people aren't talking to each other. And we actually had that happen. And because of that, and because agencies and city aren't talking to each other, we actually had an elder in December of last year lose her apartment because they didn't come in time to help her out with rent. Yes? So there's things that we can put in place. We should be looking at, I look at the MLS regularly just to see what building from the Pico neighborhood is up for sale so we can make contact with those families and say, keep us connected to what's going on in your building.
So we heard from someone earlier, a former mayor. He seemed to think that gentrification was, in his words, smouldering. You have the impression that it's raging, that people are being moved out all the time and the change is happening at a rapid rate?
It's been happening. I mean, just the own stats, we were Latino 35%. Now we're like 15% or so African Americans as well. They're down to 1 digit per population. So we're in the midst of it, and we ought to be moving the conversation from how do we stop what's happening and how do we keep the people that are here. Right. So it's no one got into this with like, oh yeah, we're going to do this because it's a priority, and then who cares about what happens to the community? We aren't planners, we're community people, we see what's needed on the ground, but things that are here are needed in order to keep families continue to live here. And so I think the question here is, you as planners, and this is your profession, what you do, is whether, look at this and it doesn't have to be all in one piece. It could be like, let's see how La Paloma Mercado, if it goes through, can we get an okay for the communication? Because these are two things that I hear a lounge think people want to go and have community there. It doesn't have to be all or nothing. I think no one's asking for that. I think what we're asking is housing needs to be more comprehensive, and it's got to be housing staff. No one's asking or saying planning didn't do great. They're planners. This is what they do, but they're not housing people and they're not economic development people.
So it's not that you're objecting to the things that are being put in front of you. You just want a lot more to happen in terms of housing and economic development and the people issues that seem not to be part of this strategy at the moment.
I think if we had a strong housing plan, people wouldn't be saying, oh, this is going to cause us gentrification, because then you have this other piece, right? I think part of these things in conversation with the planning were like, even if you go ahead with all of these things, it still doesn't allow families to get in them because there isn't an economic development piece of funding to help people get into businesses.
Thank you.
CCSM would be different because they're bringing in what they can, right? And so I just ask that whatever you do, however you look at this, that does not get prevented from going forward, because that's what the people who you're talking about, I keep talking about, inclusion, people of color, gentrification, that's what they said, and that our voices shouldn't be overwritten by others.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So I actually have a follow-up question, and I think this goes to what we heard from a previous commenter, what we heard from the Friends of Sunset Park board, for example, is this ought to be comprehensive. This isn't. Therefore, stop and get it right before you move forward. That's I think a relatively succinct reframe of what they said. So when we look at the list of the decisions that we have in front of us that are up on this screen, and then presuming, because you've heard from a number of commissioners who are asking the economic development question, assuming that the commission votes to ask that the city council incorporate economic development, among other things, into its work, there are two ways that could be framed. It could be framed as do this and do the economic development, or it could be framed as do this but don't do it until you get the economic development piece right. So I'm curious, are there items on this list that you feel could move forward even if the economic development piece is lagging a little bit? We may all choose to want it, but that doesn't mean it's going to happen overnight. And there's a possibility that council could approve some of these changes 6 months, 8 months, a year before there's funding for the economic development work. So where do you feel we could act, and where do you want us to kind of
So-
not do anything?
I think to allow, should we move forward with CCSM in the vision of a mercado type of setting, that should move forward. And it doesn't have to wait for the economic piece because it's a developer who's helping to lead that. I think there's things that they can do and help us move that forward. They're having a business forum workshop tomorrow already. They're not even waiting until they're up and running. I think, so the ask will be to not stop that from moving forward, because that doesn't need anything further to move forward. Yes? The community kitchen, right now, it's my understanding we can't have one. Can we allow and lift whatever in order to allow that to happen? That would be great, because that's the ask. And I think there may be some money for that. So those two things, I think, can move forward without waiting on this bigger piece of economic development funding, startup funds, or so forth.
Are those the only two?
Those are the two that I'm adamant about, because those were the loudest that came out, and because the mercado would allow for multiple small businesses, which would, that's the most attractive and I think the most for your buck kind of a thing. I mean, I'm thinking about that, you know, our Ethiopian families having an Ethiopian restaurant, you know, African Americans having some, you know, also whether it's a shop or a restaurant there, as well as some of our Latino families selling food there, or selling, you know, some artifacts, things like that. It's like they're going back to the culture, going back to inclusivity. And so that seems to be the more possible that can move forward without the other piece and without having to wait for the rest of the items to move forward.
Okay, thank you. We'll hear from, thank you. We'll hear from Robbie Jones, followed by Erica Leslie and Gloria Garcia.
Good evening. I'm Robbie Jones, over 60-year resident, born and raised in Santa Monica and Pico neighborhood. First thing I want to do is kind of dispel rumors that have been going around that I'm the party animal, which I am, but drunken party animal, no, that wants to see only bars and nightclubs in Santa Monica and in Pico neighborhood and to just destroy the whole neighborhood. That is not what I asked for. When in participating in all of these workshops and everything, I mean, those of you, Sean, who know me, I come to these meetings and different types of meetings in the city too much to be that party animal. Although I was raised by a strong grandmother who had a bar, nightclub, they called them juke joints back in the day, and restaurant and a mini hotel in the South. She came out here, but she did not desire to do that. She became a property owner. So that is what I want to see. I grew up with a vibrant Santa Monica community, from the ocean to Centinela, from Pico to Olympic was my community. And it was filled with barbershops, beauty shops, boutiques, egg stores, and record stores, laundries, and even a Planned Parenthood. I just want to see more of that brought back to my community. I do agree that there should be something, a lounge at a restaurant would be nice, to not have to go downtown, fight the traffic and the parking and all of that restricts me from, you know, who've lived here. I don't go downtown that much until I have visitors. So I would like to see more of that in the community. But that's not the only thing. I agree with the plan. I like the plan. I participated in it. And I would like to see that go forth. However,
thank you.
You know, economic development and affordable housing are key.
Commissioner McKinnon.
So you live in the Pico neighbourhood. Do you walk to the restaurants, bars, whatever that are there at the moment? I mean,
A
you
few of
use
them. Yes, I do. Yes,
Do you
I do.
drop in and out
Yes.
occasionally?
Yes, I do.
People you know, the same kind of thing?
Yes. Yes, we do. Not as much as I think if it was more appealing to some, I raised 2 kids in Pico neighborhood who are adults now. So I think they would do more if it was something a little more appealing and addressing, modern day, whatever the kids like to do, a place where they can go and play on their laptops. I'm just throwing that out there. But yeah, I am all over Santa Monica. So yes, I do walk to restaurants.
Thank you very much.
Okay. Right.
Thank you. Ms. Leslie.
Good evening. My name is Erica Leslie. I just wanted to reiterate what it was heard there at those meetings. There was a lot of time, a lot of forethought put into these Pico Wellbeing meetings. Everybody had the opportunity to come and express their views. Don't throw out everything that the people said that they wanted. We need economic empowerment, not development, empowerment. Same thing with the people being hired locally. Everybody's been hearing the same thing over and over again as buy local. Nobody's saying anything about hiring local. We're just now starting to hear that conversation. We need a community kitchen so our people can be empowered. We need to see diversity. It's not just as it was before. If you look at, you can go to any one of our elementary schools, any one of the junior highs, and you'll see how diversity has been dwindling down. Look at the color of the children there. Listen to their conversations. You'll see things have changed over the last 10 years. We need that brought back to our city. Everything is not the same as it was. It's not something that's simmering. It's boiled over. Please listen to your citizens. Thank you.
Questions? Okay. Gloria Garcia. And we'll
through the interpreter. My name is Gloria Garcia. I am here to request that you respect the petitions of the residents in the area of Pico, especially to give the opportunity to the micro businesses which would at the same time give opportunity to the residents in the area to be self-sufficient and at the same time to share in a productive way their food, their culture, and their art. I think that all those ideas that promote growth and development of the residents in the area would benefit the families who at the same time would have the opportunity to buy things at their financial level without having to go outside the city to find more economic priced items. Thank you.
Okay. We'll hear from Christina Lizama, and then, if this was in fact for 9A, Christine Mirasi Glacio.
Good evening, Planning Commissioners. My name is Christina Lizama, and I'm a lifelong Pico neighborhood resident. I wanted to speak specifically about some of the recommended changes. Like a couple people have said, the commercial kitchen was something that has been born from residents desiring further entrepreneurial opportunities for themselves and for their families. So I don't think that delaying those zoning changes is possible at this time. This is a need that the residents are asking for, and we need to move forward with that now. Along with what Commissioner Pastor asked, I'm urging you to determine whether something like La Paloma would be allowable within the recommended uses. Something like this creates a space for residents to buy goods, foods that are culturally relevant to them that we currently have to go outside of the city to get. And I think we should allow that kind of access for our families of color in the city. I think the Pico neighborhood has an aging population. We need to create space to allow for elderly and like long-term care opportunities so our elders can thrive and continue to live in their communities. And maybe we should talk about the possibility of only allowing increased flexibility to neighborhood residents. I know outside of the box, people don't like to talk about making limitations like that, but maybe that will allow residents the access to the uses that we're looking for. And lastly, I hear a lot of people saying that they want a comprehensive model. When I'm talking about a comprehensive plan, I'm referring to economic opportunities, affordable housing opportunities, and gentrification protection. And this is my understanding of what the original PWP was intended to do. And these pieces are needed to ensure that the unintended consequences that people are alluding to don't happen. Do we have the ability to move forward on some things now without that? Yes. But there does need to be a larger comprehensive plan. And I think that we do need to urge City Council about looking at policies like a higher local policy so that way we can, again, gain momentum for our residents, create opportunities for them to gain an opportunity to continue to live here. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? We'll call Christine Marassi Glacio one more time. Okay, we have two late chits. Is there a motion to hear them at the motion is for 1 minute each? Give them 2 minutes? What's the motion? I'm going to say 2 minutes. Okay. All right, all agreed. So we'll hear from Kimberly Herron, followed by Ann Thanawala for 2 minutes each. Is Kimberly Herron here? Going once, going twice. Oh, she's here. Kimberly Herron is here. Okay.
Good evening. My name is Kimberly Herron. I have been a Santa Monica resident for over 23 plus years. I've raised my daughter here in the school system, Roosevelt, Lincoln, Santa Monica High School, and then she transferred over. I'm here for support of the Pico community and mostly important, the Well-Being Project. I have to say thank you to all the members involved. For the second go around, I'm one of the winners. My project is a pop-up beauty supply store for people of color. Would be the first one in the community as far as a beauty supply store. So I'm very pleased and thank you to the Well-Being community. And they're just so incredible. You know, I don't really think that people outside of the Pico community really understand the work, you know, that they put into the community and just lifting up the community and hearing our voices. And I just want to say thank you for that. And also regarding Farmers Market, I've been communicating with the new, I guess she would be Director Kim, and we're trying to work out a way to get me in there to, mine would be Creole soul food. But because it's such a tedious process because I don't have, of course, a brick and mortar restaurant, so they're really working with me to try to find a way to have my Creole soul food come to Farmers Market. Thank you.
Thank you. I have a question for you, actually. Congratulations on winning the Well-Being Grant. Do you anticipate opening it sounds like you have a pop-up right now.
Yes.
What challenges are you facing, or do you anticipate opening a permanent business?
Yes, I anticipate on opening a permanent brick and mortar. However, that's what the team is working on, some type of project for the Pico community members to possibly have something, I guess, on 19th Street. I think that's one of the projects they're looking into. So for someone like myself and other community members, that would just be so important, because that's the only way we really can afford a business, other than that, it's, yeah. As far as your following part of the question, the pop-up beauty supply store, so my grand opening is on the 28th of September, and it's at Virginia Park. I'm very excited about that. It's at the Thelma Terry building, and they've never allowed anyone to sell anything from that building, so I'm super excited about that. And the mayor and the chief police will be there for my ribbon cutting ceremony, so I'm really pleased with that.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Thanawala.
Hello, Ann Thanawala, 20-year resident in Santa Monica, living in the Wilmot neighborhood. I attended a few of these well-being meetings, probably the last one that was held at the Thelma Terry building. I had communicated with a friend of mine who was at the Ocean Park meeting just prior to that. So the understanding was that at the Ocean Park meeting, it was said that the Pico neighborhood was blighted and it needed to be fixed. As a parent who's spent quite a bit of time in the Pico neighborhood, even though I live in Wilmot, that's the park we go to for a number of reasons, and unfortunately we have to get in the car to do that. But also every Sunday for an activity with our kid, we're there often. And we also spend a lot of time over there because we can actually afford some of those restaurants. We don't eat out nearly as much as we ever did before. And there's a reason for that. It's just gotten too expensive. So it's economically the best bang for our buck. We like supporting our local businesses, and we like what we have in the Pico neighborhood. We're afraid that the piecemeal plan that's on the books here that you guys are looking at, where our planning staff, who doesn't live here and isn't impacted by these things, in a great extent has just said, we don't care what you say. We don't care what you think. We're still moving ahead, and we've got this group who we listen to, and the rest of y'all, well, you got a chance to have a process. We checked that box. That's not good enough anymore. People are onto that game. It's not working for us. There's a lot of upset people. And quite frankly, there are a lot of people who live in the community who just can't do the things that you all would like us to do, like patronize local businesses. So you need to think about fixing things that aren't broken. Thank you.
My mic is not on. All right, thank you very much. That closes public comment. We've had a request for a brief recess. Can we take a recess for 5 minutes?
Before we do that, I'm sorry.
Yes. Commissioner Pastor.
Before we do that, can we have a little bit of a time check and with the other things on the agenda, and are we going to hear the rest of the agenda tonight? Yes. And if we are, we are? And if we are not, can we let people who are here for those items?
So before we take a break, I don't know if I can bring this up now. May I bring this up now? Because I think we're getting, I think we're getting to the point where we will need a motion. We would even need a motion to take up 9D, and I think it might be better off if we continue 9D to a future date, given the late hour. We're not going to get through this for another little while, and then we have a whole DRP before we get to 9D. So it might be the more prudent, given that we have a relatively light agenda on the 18th, for one, to continue.
I move we continue 9D.
Second.
Is there objection?
Jean, is that being continued to September 18th?
I mean, should we ask the representative who's here?
I believe they've been advised that this might happen.
Okay.
So
it's not up to them anyway.
Right. So is without objection, can we consider 9D continued?
I have a question though. Why are we not talking about the other one? Because we're going to be here a good hour or two talking about Pico, it seems like.
Okay, well, we've continued 9D. Now let's talk about 9C, I guess. Is there a desire to continue 9C?
To me, it's a pretty important project in front of us right here, and that it's going to take. I'd love to focus my effort on it. I will do what the wishes of the commission, but I would prefer to focus on the Pico project.
My only question, they were continued from last.
Mm-hmm.
Is there a?
We're checking. They're on a clock.
Okay.
Well, I think is there a time permitting or a permit time
We have
issue?
a permit time issue.
That's what we were checking for both. Actually, there is not. That's why we had kept September 18th open.
Fortuitously open.
If in case the situation occurred.
Poor Scott.
But I think we were talking. We should probably have the
Scott.
applicants come up and positively affirm that.
Why don't
they agree with that continuum.
Why don't we do this? Why don't we take our
Right.
5-minute break? I believe we've moved. I do know. I'm aware that the applicants on 9D have been advised that they were subject to continuance. So I'm going to say that we did take a without objection vote on the continuations of 9D. Let's use the break to figure out what's happening with 9C, if that's acceptable to everyone.
That's what we have people here for. So.
Yeah. Okay. We'll be back at 9:45. I don't know if I need to give Kyle the high sign again, or if we just been cameras have been rolling, so there we go. We are going to reconvene. I'm just going to restate what has happened in the meantime for everyone re-entering the room or folks watching at home. We have continued item 9D, and we are moving forward on item 9C, and at a minimum, we expect to hear the staff report and public comment, and the applicant and public comment. There may be, depending, the commission may choose to continue that hearing to its next meeting, but at the very least, we will start our work and perhaps finish it this evening. Let us return to item 9.
Chair?
Yes.
If we actually can have the commission affirmatively vote on 9D to continue that to September the 18th, that would be better for the record.
So Commissioner, okay, so moved by Commissioner Fonda Bernardi, seconded by Commissioner Reese. Can we do that by voice vote?
Yes.
Okay, all in favor? Aye. It's approved. All right, so we are now back on item 9A. We've concluded the public comment, and now the floor is open for discussion. Yeah, let's do we want to do another round of questions to staff? Let's do that. Commissioner Pastor.
I just have a couple of questions. So for the business, the speakeasy business at 1320 Pico, so if they were to come in today to try to open that business, could they open their business? And if so, through what? Would it be a CUP?
Are they neighboring?
Because so if they want to do like a performance restaurant.
Basically, the business they're describing would be bar, nightclub, lounge, basically under our zoning code as a use classification. Because there's music and dancing. Really, the dancing part is the big issue. Because within the zoning code, there are we allow restaurants.
No dancing, just like Footloose.
Yeah, and
so
and
zoning could lead to dancing.
And we have a special we have special standards for restaurants with entertainment. And to provide just a little bit of context about that, there is a very bright line distinction between restaurants with entertainment and bars, nightclub, lounges, because of some unfortunate experiences in the city with some restaurants that became de facto sports clubs, lounges, what have you, extremely disruptive to the neighborhood. And so this distinction was added to the zoning code in 2015 to allow restaurants to offer live entertainment, person playing a guitar, a harp, music with dinner,
Spins, right.
But no dancing or like actual dance floor. If someone got up to spontaneously dance, that was fine, but you cannot have an actual.
Actually, I think it's the no fun clause, right, in the zoning code.
Right.
Nothing that anyone could enjoy.
Right.
Okay, so it's not that they're prohibited at this time. It's just they would have to be a bar, nightclub, lounge.
Yes, a bar, nightclub, lounge is prohibited on the parcel in which this particular project has been proposed.
It is.
It
Okay.
is currently prohibited.
So not even through a CUP. Okay.
No.
And has staff, so going all the way back to Denny Zane at the beginning of our public comment, has there been any thought to any kind of monitoring, or do we have other overlay zones or specific plans or anything that we've ever done a similar type of monitoring?
I can't say that we've done a lot of use overlays, although I'm sure there are a few. I guess the question would have to be what type of metric do we measure? The PICO project report, which everyone here has been provided, provides a sort of a historical review of the PICO neighborhood across a variety of categories: demographics, housing, zoning, etc. It definitely charts the movement of human populations and in terms of race, ethnicity, age, income, all that stuff. That is census-derived data, so that only comes to us every 10 years or every couple of years through the American Community Survey. We also look at the rate of Ellis evictions, development in the neighborhood, what type of development. So there's a lot of different things we could look at. So it would just need to be defined. It's not a bad idea, and once we set up the method of measurement, it won't be hard to pull that data on a yearly or bi-yearly basis.
Okay, and then he also basically was correlating, I guess, expansion or larger businesses or fancier businesses with gentrification of housing, right? I think that's what I heard him say, that basically, like, right, once the boulevards become fancier, then the housing becomes fancier. In the reports, the Harvard report and the other reports that you looked at, right, I heard you talk about that actually the demand is what drives the businesses. So did you see any correlation in those reports to support that statement?
Yeah, I think we heard it from our first speaker as well, that the restaurants are going into places that already have that local demand, to serve that business. So, I think the element going the other way is that vibrant food scenes have been seen to make a neighborhood more vibrant,
Right.
which could make it more attractive to development. But again, those are it really more goes the other way, where it's the local environment changes and then businesses come in to serve that population.
Okay, thank you.
So if I may suggest a discussion process, we have 5 buckets of decisions to make that are specifically tied to the resolution of intention that we passed some time ago. And we have what appear to be 3 or 4 buckets of other kinds of recommendations that we might want to forward on to council, which in my notes are related to economic development, definitions of food and entertainment establishments. So the nightclub issue, the food hall issue, the farmers market issue, circulation, whether it's the broader corridor studies or the question of employee parking that has come up, and finally sort of other issues like abandonment and other considerations related to non-conforming uses. With the commission's permission, perhaps we could take some straw polls and structure our discussion through this decision matrix. If you look at the screen, 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5, get a sense of where we might land on some of these issues, see if that gets us to a motion specifically responsive to the ROI, and then move on to the other recommendations that we'd like to move to council. Is that acceptable to everyone? Yes.
It is, but as a couple of you alluded to in opening statements, I have this, there's concerns out here that maybe there's a way we can tie some of these some of these changes to economic development in the community.
Yes.
So, I am more supportive of these once those are added to this discussion. So, absent that discussion, I'm a little concerned about going into the 5 buckets.
Okay. Could we?
Well,
Is there general agreement that we want to have the economic development discussion and that we are taking these up, presuming that there will be an economic development discussion? Or do you want to have the economic development discussion first?
We need to have the context first, and I think
Okay.
that's the line that certainly from the outset of this whole process I've talked about, and I think others have talked about, and Jim's come into it late and gone, well, hey, how come we don't have a whole thesis about what we're trying to do here, which includes economics and business development and social structure before we get to this?
Okay. So then let's take up economic development first, then go to these decisions. I just want to note that the economic development piece, which we have raised in the past, and staff has reiterated over and over again that it is beyond the scope of this particular project. I think it's something that we've all pushed back on and will continue to push back on. But for the record and for the sort of context of what we're being asked to do within the ROI, I just note, and we're all frustrated by this, that it is outside the ROI. Commissioner Reese.
Well, let's just jump into this a little bit.
Let's
So
do it.
it seems to me that, I want to tie some of these changes to economic givebacks.
Right.
Right. So, and again, if somebody is going to come in and they're going to expand their restaurant from 40 lineal feet to 50 or 60 lineal feet, we should have in the bottom of our little our use table a development requirement that says that now you're required to have 10 or X% of your staff has to be local hire. Or if you are coming in here and getting a conditional use permit fee exemption, that your use, whether it's a cultural facility, somehow is tied back into givebacks to residents in the community. So that's, I think, the level of discussion that I'm looking for related to this. I think there's other economic issues outside that that maybe are outside of our scope. But if I was successful at making an argument with you folks, it would tie directly into this.
And if she were here, I think Commissioner Lambert would raise an issue that she's raised before, which is the legacy business support incentives, and maybe in terms of establishing a nexus, any incentives that were offered to businesses, particularly to support existing businesses, could be tied to local hire requirements, because it's not a immediate sort of you have to do this. If you want a bonus, then you got to agree to participate.
Right. To go over what the current standard is.
Commissioner Pastor.
So I share all of those concerns, and I agree with you. And my challenge is lots of challenges, really, but it's partly what we're doing is zoning. And there has to be, I think, and I'm looking at my city attorney, that there has to be a nexus between the thing that we're asking for in the CUP and the approval itself. So if we were to ask staff to go back and look at that issue, would it require us to go do this big nexus study? And my concern about that is that then it would delay some of these other things that we really are hearing that we want to do. And I'm very torn about this because I, like you, would like to implement these other things that I think there are pieces of the economic development that could go into the zoning. And I am just a little bit worried about how we would implement them in a timely manner.
Looks like our city attorney wants to respond to that.
So I'll just speak briefly, and then the planning manager can jump in if she'd like to. But I agree with your concern. I think it would be something that we would need to look into a little further to understand how best to implement those sorts of changes, as they've not been discussed. I think one concern would also be how these economic changes would be applicable for uses only within the overlay and perhaps not in other areas of the city. So that would be another piece that we would need to have justification for and evidentiary support for. Not to say that we couldn't do it, but I do think we would probably need to look into that matter further.
Yeah, I think I'm less worried about that because I think we could structure it as a pilot program. So I'm less worried about that.
And it seems like that's the nature of an overlay, is that it's unique to that area. Right.
Yes,
That's
I
the
agree.
whole-
I agree with that.
Let me come back to
generally the uniqueness to the area has a lot to do with the physical nature of it as opposed to the economic impacts, right? So usually when you're looking at the justification for it, a lot of this had to do with the parcel sizes and the frontages that were unique as well. So there has to be that whole piece that goes together when you're looking at the overlay.
Let me bring us back to the decision matrix. Because I want to make the observation that this is ordered in a way that as we move down this list, we get much more into more deeply into the economic development piece. For instance, my recollection, both from the workshops and from our hearing in May, is that the requests for the storefront width increase reflect a series of uses that are not currently permitted in the community, but that the community actively wants in order to improve its own access to services. So, for example, general personal services, adult daycare, childcare, and early ed. We also heard testimony from I believe, a couple of businesses concerned about the cost of doing business in Santa Monica and the cost of staff, saying that they needed the increased width in order to be able to sustain their existing businesses in a changing economic environment. That's very different from a conversation over whether we suddenly want to have new big restaurants, which I think is a different, qualitatively different conversation. Could we make an effort to run through this matrix? We could hold up the pieces where there's a specific use that we want to come back to the Nexus conversation or the local economic development conversation, but see if there's anywhere where we know we're okay with and we can put it to the side and come back to it. What I'm hoping that we can do is hone in on the areas where we know that we need to do a lot of work, but I suspect there are some things that are where the commission might already have something close to consensus. Can we give it a try?
Sure.
Is that okay? So let's start with the storefront widths. These are specific uses. My understanding is that they are coming out of the workshops: adult daycare, child care and early education, grooming and pet stores, business services, general personal services for physical training, and general retail small scale. Is there anyone who wants to pull any of those, or anyone who objects to widening the storefront width to 50 feet in general?
Does that list include banks, out of
No.
curiosity? Does not. Banks is a separate use.
Is there any objection to the 50-foot width on those specific uses? No. Okay, so can we check that box and come back to it later? Okay. Storefront width increased from 40 feet to 100 feet. That it would be for cultural facilities only. In May, the commission was thinking about 75 feet, but the thought from staff was double a storefront width and max. So it would be, would that be then 80 on one side of the street and 100 on the other? Or are we going to 50 on both sides of the street now? Or would it be on 100
I
on both
believe
sides?
mixed-use Boulevard Low does not have a limitation on the storefront width.
So we'd be putting a 100-foot limitation
On the neighborhood commercial side.
On the neighborhood commercial
which
side?
represents two standard lots.
Okay.
That's where the 100 comes from.
And would we be adding the 100-foot limit on the mixed-use Boulevard Low side as well? We'd be aligning the two.
For the, would it
for
be
the
for
overlay.
the whole overlay? I don't think it would be
Yes.
unless we actually added it to the MUBL column. So
Yeah.
it's currently not proposed, but certainly something you could propose.
Would we like to have consistency of 100 feet on both sides for cultural facilities? Yes. Commissioner Fonda Bernardi? Commissioner Fresco, yes. Commissioner McKinnon? Yep. Okay, so two down. Small-scale facilities, to allow small-scale facilities limited to arts and exercise. I just want to clarify with staff, does arts include music, or are we literally talking about visual art only?
It would be all of the arts, yes.
All
it
the
would
arts.
be music, dance, performing arts. Mhm.
Dancing?
Yeah, we definitely heard interest in a
Like,
dance
not
studio in
fun
particular. So,
Okay, and what is this maximum size of a small-scale facility?
5,000 square feet.
Okay, so are we okay with that? Is that without controversy here? Okay. All right, now these are.
Oh, sorry, one
Yes.
question about that. So, do you, thinking about chains again, do you have any information, like, is there any scenario where you would have a chain gym that would be under 5,000 square feet? Does staff know about the size typically of a Gold's Gym? Do they ever have smaller facilities like that?
Or Curves, for example, is a
In
small
theory,
scale.
yes. Like there's, for example, 24-hour fitness on 2nd Street. That's not
Yeah,
a
I was just gonna
particularly
bring
large
that up.
space. Generally, the Equinoxes of the world are very, very large. But certainly, yes, in theory, one of the chains could open a smaller location. Because we've definitely seen that kind of
Yeah, I think there's probably some practical operational considerations for a chain. Like they probably have to have a steam room, have to have a sauna, and to just be there to adhere to the standards of their brand. There are a variety of gyms on Pico that are more local facing already.
would we want to, let's perhaps come back to that. I think the limit, there's an existing council put a limitation on chain-owned restaurants, I believe, on the promenade. So we have a precedent if we wanted to circle back in our recommendation to council to limit chains. There's pre-existing language that we could talk about as we, in the broader recommendation.
But look, why don't we finish with this one?
Yeah, so are we finished with this one?
Yeah.
Okay,
Don't get
great.
the feeling you want to impose a
Well,
Do you want to put a chain,
I mean, I
chain
think
limit?
I would just like for council to think about it.
Okay, so let's put a note there.
asterisk.
Yep, great. Watch out for ants. Okay, we're on to number 4. These are new land uses. There seems to be, so let's take the ones in black first. Clinic, and now this is not an outpatient surgery center. This is clinic really means community clinic. We've gone over this in the workshops at great length, and we went over this in May. So a clinic, are we good with clinics?
Sorry, I need to ask a question about that too.
Yep.
Could it be and I'm trying to look at the definitions here in the code, like could it be a medical spa clinic, or is that a different use?
I'm not sure how you define the medical.
Like a place that really just like does cosmetic, like Botox and facials and.
That might more apply for the general personal services. In many cases, yeah. So it's medical, mental health, or surgical, outpatient only. So it's sort of the list of the.
Well, I think that would cover a
professionals.
Botox clinic. Generally, that's a place where a person who's a doctor of the face is injecting. So,
Right.
I don't see this as particularly controversial having a clinic.
Okay, that's fine. I didn't know if that was an issue or not.
Okay.
Can we go back to that?
Yeah,
other
we can go
slide?
back to, I believe.
We're not Beverly Hills.
We are on to commercial kitchen. We've heard broad agreement that there's an interest in a commercial kitchen, so are we good with that? And elderly, yeah.
Turn your thing.
Is there a reason we need to MUP a commercial kitchen?
I think we were just carrying over what is in the code with respect to the permitting requirements for a commercial kitchen. It is a catering facility, so that MUP requirement was included there to sort of not allow it to operate without any regulation at all. It's the opportunity to impose some operational requirements whenever there's food involved. We want to think about operations, deliveries, that sort of thing. So that's.
Would there be an opportunity? I mean, is there an opportunity to? I don't know how to describe this sort of merge permits. If we've heard from the public about the Mercado La Paloma model or the commercial kitchen model, where you could see a situation where there's a food service, kind of a multifaceted food service operation where any single one of them could require an MUP, but we could just as easily kind of consolidate permits so that we don't have multiple parties. So we limit the fees and we limit the barrier. So we still have the permit process to make sure that the food waste is being taken care of and we're composting the way we need to and all of those other things. But and the drainage is as it should be, but we're not creating barriers. Is there a way to do that?
I mean, we're really talking about potentially two different kinds of uses. So as you heard us discuss, depending on what's proposed, we would look at what is the predominant use. If it's predominantly catering facility for like offsite, delivering food elsewhere, for offsite consumption, and it's primarily a commercial kitchen. But it sounds like what is being discussed is really more of a eating establishment, restaurant, with a commercial kitchen, incubator function, what have you. That's really ancillary to the eating establishment. And so within that classification, the type of permit really be depending on the size of the space itself. But in theory, yes, what we're saying is that if you wanted kind of like a multiple vendor situation, you would pursue, one permit for that space in its totality, and then once that's obtained, then the individual vendors wouldn't have to each
Right.
individually seek, an MUP for the use.
Because I appreciate I just want to follow up on that question. I appreciate the La Paloma model, but if you look at the 4th Street model in Santa Ana,
Right.
there's a large commercial kitchen that functions as a community community food business incubator,
Right.
some of which is for eating on premises, some of which is for takeaway, some of which is for catering.
Sure.
And then there are all these little pop-up kind of fast casual, some of which were incubated on site. So you have a commercial kitchen existing alongside local restaurants, and I would love to see that, to follow Commissioner Fondo Bernardi, not have to see if we can get that in one permit.
Right. No, I understood, and I think that I looked at that model too, and it appears in that case again, the dominant use is like there is all of that other activity going on, but it appears the dominant use is still food, like at the end of the day. So it would still be permitted as like eating, drinking establishment, and you
Okay.
still have all these other ancillary uses, however you want to define it, but it's still at the end of the day, it's still like a restaurant.
So I'm going to argue that we have the permit, because you've got to consider that we might not just have one, we might have 2 or 3 people who turn up and decide to do a commercial kitchen where they weren't previously. And in any case, you need to control the deliveries, the waste, and every other issue associated with the commercial kitchen. And it's easier to do it through the permitting process. It's relatively easy to just make the application. Surely we can just move on from that. But there is a cost issue, but that's how you strike the price. It's not the process. But the process does allow us to ensure that people aren't delivering through residential streets at 6 in the morning or 5 in the morning, which is an issue.
Right. Commissioner Reese?
Well, I would suggest maybe we consider, like we did with alcohol permits during the last zoning code update, is we have a list of conditions that they meet, and if they meet them, they can get their permit. If they're outside of those conditions, then they come for the MCUP. That would be an option.
Is that?
It's okay, but you'll have to go away and come back, and it'll be another 3 months. And I didn't think that was the idea here.
Or we could direct staff to come up with those conditions before they get to council. I mean, I wouldn't want to.
Well,
My goal is not to have this come back.
If I may, we're not talking about a CUP, we're talking about an MUP. So that is pretty much, that's very close to what you're describing, because to get an MUP, you've got a set of conditions that you've got to meet, because you're working with staff. It's not a discretionary act. It's not discretionary, really. Is it? It is discretionary.
And MUP is a zoning administrator hearing, so it is a
Right.
public hearing. But certainly, another avenue is that like standards for specific uses or commercial kitchen, we'd have to kind of like an alcohol exemption type of situation where if you met it, but I would say we haven't, we would need a little opportunity to think about what those would be.
Well, but also I am worried about cost. So if the idea of having commercial kitchens is to allow incubators, it would be great if it would be ministerial in a lot of cases instead of discretionary, so folks don't have to go through the time and the cost. So I would support Commissioner Reese's.
Yeah, I like it too. What do you think?
Well, the question is, can you come up with a series of standards by the time you get to the council?
We can certainly try, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Let's keep going.
Okay.
Elderly long-term care, permitted use. We've heard that loud and clear from the community. Okay, now moving to the red list. Let's start with bars, nightclubs, and lounges. We've heard from the community and from the staff report that we may want to simply prohibit them. And then circle back on the definitional issue of performance and food venues that have alcohol ancillary to the food or the music or whatever else is going on. Is there comfort with banning bars and nightclubs and lounges?
No.
Can we take a straw poll on this?
No, we need to talk about it first.
Okay.
So, it's never a popular position to advocate that there are people in the community who enjoy going to bars or going to nightclubs or going to lounges. The truth is, they are not coming to the Wilmot meeting nor are they coming to the Planning Commission. They're probably funner, hipper, cooler kind of people, but they're still out there. And the reality is just saying no, under no circumstances we will consider it, is not what we should be doing. You put the CUP on for a reason. And so we look at Pico, and we look, there was a notorious bar there, which I can't even recall, was it Pirates or Jokers? Yes, of course. Which some of the people in this room may have been at. And now it's turned into Brixton's. And it's a whole other different kind of cool place. And it got an extension of a CUP, but that CUP did cost them a lot of money. But just simply to say no cuts off a lot of people who enjoy that activity. And the difficulty is that when it goes bad, it becomes a problem. There was one on Wilshire that was a problem. There was Jokers was a problem, and so on. And it becomes a total nightmare. I don't know how you navigate that, but simply saying that there's a whole aspect of life that people would like to participate in, who enjoy drinking, is out of the question. I don't think that's a position a modern city can take.
Anyone else in the queue? Okay.
Okay, I'm sorry, just to
Commissioners.
follow up on that. You're right. We've had these cases that are poor, they're very upsetting to the community. It was not good for us. So maybe the CUP comes with a term, or we do the plan approval where after five years they have to come back. So it's not an indefinite grant.
Or if, sorry, just to add to that with the plan approval, or if there are certain types of complaints or violations or something, they are then required to come back to a hearing, something like that.
So we had a CUP that was, we had a 3-year review on it, and I can't recall where it was, but that seemed to work. We haven't had the review. People haven't come back, so they must have complied with the terms.
Commissioner Von der Benoit.
We did give a circuit breaker to that park on 4th in Montana. Remember that facility there? I think they had to come back after, I believe, 2 or 3 years.
Yeah.
So we've done that before.
Commissioner Fresco?
Yeah, I just think a complaint-driven trigger is the key, and the key is not to prevent people from having a certain lifestyle, but to make sure that it doesn't ruin the neighborhood, because that's really what our job is.
I see Peter waiting to speak, but I'm gonna, even if I lose on this one, I'm gonna speak from what I heard from the community. I think that there are a wide variety of existing bars and lounges and nightclubs already. There's one on virtually every block of the neighborhood, literally from Centinela to Euclid, and there were a lot of disagreements in the community. We know this. We had a remarkable set of public comments that were substantive and strongly held views expressed with remarkable care and respect for the process, and in a very challenging environment. Despite the strong disagreements among a wide variety of neighborhood groups, there was unanimous opposition to bars, nightclubs, and lounges. And if we're going to respect the process, I believe that it's important to follow the community consensus there. So I'm going to be outvoted, but my straw poll vote is to prohibit new bars, nightclubs, and lounges, and to ask for staff later on to address the nightclub problem. Which doesn't mean there won't be alcohol, but standalone bars don't. We heard loud and clear that the community, that a wide variety of people in the community, by consensus, don't want it, and I think we ought to honor that.
So I think there's 4 votes to move ahead with the CUP. I've heard 1 against.
Do we?
So I think we
We need 6. Well, we don't need 6, but have we heard from everyone on this?
Yeah,
okay.
we have actually.
Right.
Actually, I think we've got 5 votes.
All right. Do we have? Are you for CUP?
Yep.
CUP. With the circuit breaker.
With the circuit breaker.
Which, can we restate what the circuit breaker is?
Yeah, that's actually what we're looking up right now. You put the circuit breaker on the Brixton, if you'll recall, 2 months ago, where the Brixton's supposed to come back after a period of 2 years, 2 or 3 years.
Yeah, it's actually a provision written into the code with respect to review and compliance review revocation.
compliance review, that was it.
Of CUP. Something we were just discussing is that it's the opportunity for the commission to review it after a certain period of time and impose more conditions or, make them more effective or what have you. That's what would be required.
What are our procedures with respect to standalone bars within, say, 500 feet of a school or a park?
We do not have a locational restriction like that.
Would we be open to considering that?
That's what a CUP does. When someone comes in, we get to consider whether or not they should go there, and we get to vote against it. Yes.
No, I understand it. It's already there. I'm asking about new ones.
Okay. Well,
Yeah.
So I think the point
Okay,
Commissioner
let's
Rees
keep
is
going,
making
yeah.
is that it's not a one-size-fits-all. That there are bad places that are miles away from anywhere else, and there's places that work. And so I think we should just move on with that one.
Okay. Let's go on to medium-scale retail. There's a potential recommendation that we would prohibit retail in that size. We're talking about 25 to 80,000 square feet, and we were told in May that not even, 25,000 square feet is larger than most things. How big is the 99-cent store? Or CVS? It's small.
It's
yeah.
small. It's like
The Rite Aid.
6,000 to 8,000
Yeah.
maybe.
So are we comfortable prohibiting medium scale retail? Everyone comfortable with that? Okay, great. Okay, let's now. I'm sorry. No, go ahead.
I was making the comment that lots aren't big enough for that, but that's not a true statement. There are a few of the lots that are big, are big.
Right, and now let's go to large scale facility, which it's a little bit confusing because medium scale retail is 25,000 square feet, but now we're being told that a large scale facility could be 7,500 square feet. So,
It's the 5,000 is the threshold between small and large facility.
and what is a large scale facility?
Over 5,000.
But what is it?
It could be like a bowling alley or a large gym.
It could be a
so
7,500
mini
square
golf,
foot stadium.
An ice rink.
Okay.
Yeah.
Why do you say 5,000? I'm looking at that number up there and it says 7,500. Am I
So
missing?
the definition of large scale is over 5,000. What would this alternative proposal for tonight is that it would be between 5,000 and 7,500, no larger than 7,500.
So it's putting. I'm sorry. That's what that max thing says.
Yeah.
That's what that means. Thanks.
So we would have a CUP process, but all large scale facilities would be capped at 7,500. Which is that okay? All right. Let us move on to the restaurants. Okay. Yep.
So if you use bowling alley as an example, how just out of do we have any idea how big the Bowlmar or the bowling alley is? But we're not going to see a bowling alley.
It definitely would be in a large, I don't know, yeah.
You might pick something else. Bowling is generally going out of favour everywhere. I mean, we just closed the alley down here recently. So, putt golf, yes.
I still enjoy it.
They just opened a mini golf.
There's a
inside
putt golf
cathedral
course up
in
there.
UK.
Oh,
You did?
Where? San Pedro. Well, say no more.
Okay. How big was it?
2 lanes. Yeah.
So how big was it?
Well, downstairs is like 5,000.
So could you put in a 2-lane bowling alley inside 7,500 square feet? Okay.
Well, the one on Pico is about 24,000 square feet, the Bowlmore.
I don't really see it happening so much.
Okay.
I'm not going to fight for a bigger.
All right. Can we move on to the restaurants? Okay. Small scale. We've seen the staff did some follow-up and looked at what size the restaurants actually are. Is there comfort with allowing the small scale restaurants, less than 2,500 square feet, to grow to 75 seats? Many of them already are, and they're just grandparented.
Yes.
So we go okay with 75 on the small scale. Medium scale. Any discussion on the medium scale? Again, many of the restaurants are at 125 already. Is there comfort with capping medium scale restaurants at 125? Yes? Okay. And large scale. This raises the question of chains. There is concern in the I would also say this is another area where the community had consensus across other disagreements that it was concerned about large-scale restaurants.
Now,
And I would,
this is kind of where we conflate a little bit the commercial kitchen with this vision of a large kind of dining hall, let's say, or food court.
Right.
So I'm pretty supportive of it if it's a food court that's divided up with multiple users. Less excited about, I mean, I'm less excited about a 5,000 square foot project, but I will, or restaurant, but I will tell you in 20 years of doing entitlements, I have not worked on a 5,000 square foot restaurant because most people I'm hear from say they're just too big for.
yeah. My recommendation would be that we look at prohibiting the large-scale restaurants and make a recommendation to council that the nightclub performance venue with food issue and the food hall issue, that we find solutions to enable those. And if they come back and say you got to have a restaurant, but we can attach these conditions so that the only large-scale restaurants that get approved are these performance venues with food or these food halls with multiple venues through a CUP process or whatever the process is, that would allow us, and we add a chain ban that would ensure that the only thing that fundamentally is going to get built here is a food hall or a performance venue with food.
Yeah, and just to add to that, there'd be some clarification that if a large-scale food hall is above 5,000 square feet, that be permitted.
Right. But we need a definition for food hall.
Right, we need a definition. And do we want it to have to come back for a CUP or not? I would say no. But I may be convinced otherwise for that.
If just to, sorry to jump in, but if you're thinking at the project level, the space that is currently being scoped out through the CCCM project, it would fit more the bill of the medium scale than the large scale.
So they'd have an MUP and that would be fine.
And so then, do we need to clarify, though, that the CCSM itself would come and get the overall entitlement, and then everybody else can just come in and get building permits?
You know, whether it's CCSM or
whoever it
some
else.
partner.
Whoever it else.
Yeah.
Whoever it is.
Yeah, I don't know if we need to clarify that through the zoning.
No,
Right.
so that's already would be permitted. They would just come get the entitlement, and then everybody else would just come get their building permit.
Yeah.
Okay.
And then
Great.
on the performance venue with food and beverage side, and we had a previous conversation about this. The recommendation could be also, because we have these buckets of cleanups to the zoning code, that potentially that could come back in the next bucket of zoning code cleanups, because what we're going to want to avoid is doing something in Pico that has an unintended impact in downtown. So any definitional work around what a nightclub is or what a performance venue is, we have to make sure that we're doing something that isn't going to create problems elsewhere, and so we may not be able to do that overnight.
Well, but could the definition just be in the overlay?
I don't know that can the well, no, because then it's subordinate to, if we're subdefining restaurant, yes, but if right now a performance venue is a bar lounge, so the decision of the commission is to go with a CUP for that, so I suppose we could. Based on the, but if council comes back and says it doesn't want to allow more bars and nightclubs, then it's got to solve that problem. So that's the other path to solving that problem. Is that, Nina, you were looking concerned?
I don't agree with you.
Okay, yeah, well,
Turn your mic on.
let's find
Let's
out,
hear.
let's work it out.
I don't see why we need to separate the definition. I think that we've decided that if a bar, a nightclub, or a lounge meets our criteria to get a CUP and we feel we can
Yes.
give it the right, then why do we need to have another definition at all?
We
I
don't
think
if
we're-
the CUP moves forward.
Right,
Okay.
yeah. And
And
I
the
don't
food
think we
hall.
need to have a whole different set of criteria. And the food hall, staff is saying that the one that is envisioned, that is the one that nobody wants anything to get in the way of, would already fit in the medium scale range. So And I think that there is a lot of concern about large scale and chains and all that. I don't see a problem with saying no to that. What I heard you saying sounded like you wanted us to come up with a whole different set of
Well-
rules in case council didn't agree with us. That's what I thought you were saying.
No. I'm saying that there's a definitional problem with the, my understanding is that a restaurant that wants to have a performance space,
Right.
whether it's a performance space first and or a restaurant second, or a restaurant first and a performance space second, and bear in mind that there are alcohol license differences as well, that at the moment, if you outright ban the large-scale restaurants with no solution for the restaurant with a stage, then you don't get the stage. You don't get the stage with the restaurant or the restaurant with the stage. You get none of it.
Well, they can't be a lounge?
I'm not sure. It can't be a lounge.
Because then they
there's
would
food
have to
service.
allow dancing.
Because it's food service. Yes.
They would have to allow dancing in order to be.
Right.
It's all one definition.
Yeah.
And I would
I
say like
see.
the bright line is the dance floor.
So
Of
does
course.
that
Number of
mean,
things.
It's the dance floor.
Does
I
that-
knew it.
does that mean that if you
Footloose.
have the La Paloma like use,
Yeah.
that could a band come and play?
As long
Without
as-
permission, yes.
As long as there was no
I mean,
dancing.
Flash mobs would be
seems-
acceptable.
It seems to me like we do, like I hear what Nina is saying, and that maybe we want to go forward, but we also want to recommend to council that can you please look at this, because we think that there is an issue in terms of this definition.
Yes.
But if it,
Just generally, doesn't have to be
Okay,
just for
all right,
this. Is that okay?
okay. Yeah, I want to keep it clean and simple, that's all. I don't like too many numbers and parentheses on our table. It just gets a little crazy.
Right. So we could recommend banning the large-scale restaurants outright. That would be okay. But at the same time, we could say in our recommendation to council, we recognize that there are two categories of large food service facilities that we think there should be definitions of, and council and planning staff should figure out how to enable, specifically the larger, a 175 seat performance venue with restaurant attached, and the 175 seat food hall with multiple uses. And
Okay.
that's what we're saying is we don't want a single standalone restaurant that's only a restaurant, that's a chain. You know, I don't want to name names of restaurants, but we all know what they look like. We're saying we want the other kind, but the core is that we're banning the basic restaurant at that size.
So that's one way of doing it. The other
Okay.
way is to allow the CUP for a large-scale facility and then inject into the overlay certain conditions about what you will or will not allow. Surely that would be another way of doing it.
Yes.
Because you've just identified two things straight off the bat that you think should be allowed
Right.
as a large-scale facility. And so there might be more. This place that we've talked about all night that's 5,000 square feet mightn't go ahead there, but it might find CVS might be the ideal place for it. And they wouldn't be allowed there because we wouldn't have the size available for them, because we would have banned it if we're not careful.
I would ask planning staff what's the recommendation that would be more
Well,
easily
I just want to
actionable.
make sure there's not a confusion. Large-scale facility is listed up there in red.
Yep.
Has to do with commercial entertainment and recreation. So we're talking about, you know, we said like gyms, bowling alleys, laser tag, whatever. The large-scale restaurants is a totally different language that's just restaurants. So I'm hearing maybe a little bit of confusion about those terms. They're both large-scale, but they're two very, very different land uses.
We're talking about the problem of the restaurant that has a stage, or
Right.
the restaurant that has a dance floor, or
Right.
the restaurant that has a
Right,
restaurant
and
that has a
under
food hall.
the current, you know, regulations as they stand, if you had a dance floor, then you become a bar, nightclub, lounge.
Even if you're serving food,
Even
you're
if you're
just no
serving
longer
food.
a restaurant.
Correct.
Commissioner Reese.
Are we, are we if we said we didn't want to have large scale restaurants, are we then knocking out a Paloma market? Is that what you're referring to it as? Or one of these markets where there's multiple vendors that maybe is over the 5,000 feet. Now we've X'd those out of the area. And I think that would be a huge mistake because.
Correct.
Peter said he thought it was 5,000. They would be in the
In the
anyway.
But that's the C.
Well, so that's that one
That's the
project.
one.
It's that one
Right.
project.
So there are other opportunities along the boulevard. The Valentino restaurant is the one
Yeah.
that comes to mind. It's an empty 8,000 square foot restaurant. I don't know what's happening with it.
It has
but
a kitchen.
It has a kitchen. So I think we need to take that into consideration, that if we X out large scale restaurants completely, then that changes the dynamics for any potential.
But it sounds like, I mean, it's two like a little fork here is, you know, do you want to allow large scale restaurants and large scale, like literally just one operator in there, or is the discussion really about an eating establishment that has multiple
Yes.
vendors within that? Like, if that's okay, but the other thing isn't.
Right.
That's helpful
Right.
direction for us, because we can probably figure out a way to address that issue without the outright ban
Okay.
on there. And
Yes, that's
and
what we
then
want.
and then I'm hearing also within that large scale eating establishment that there's a desire to control this sort of chain business kind of thing, right?
I think there's also a desire to allow dancing.
And you would like to, okay. Noted.
Spontaneously dance.
As long as there's no drinking, apparently, according to
Right.
you, right?
Right,
Yeah.
right.
No
Yes.
drinking, but dancing.
Yes, everyone needs to do 6 degrees of Kevin Bacon right now. Okay, so do we have something approaching consensus on the restaurants? I think we're there. All right, let us move to our larger recommendations of, and the notes that I have for us to talk about are, I think we've covered the nightclub food hall issue. Is that right? Do you feel like, Jing, do you feel we're good there? Can we just throw into that mix the question of the brick and mortar requirements for farmers markets, that we think those need to go away?
I think that is not a zoning code issue.
Agreed.
I'd probably include that as direction after you've
yeah.
decided on this zoning piece.
Okay. Well, I think we're on to the direction. Are there other zoning questions that we need to resolve?
So the one that came up earlier was the question of whether or not we specifically inject into the idea of an overlay directions, which could be not allowing chains of coffee shops, food, whatever, a la the San Francisco model, and other considerations that we want along that street. I think now's the moment that we raise that. And then we close off the zoning, and then we ask for a series of recommendations to the City Council, which might, I believe, include housing issues, affordable housing, whatever else it is.
Yep.
So let's go to the specific issue of whether we inject into the overlay some considerations. And Commissioner Pastor was been talking about chains all night. So
yeah,
what would be your suggestion?
Yeah, I guess. Who knew I hated chains so much? I think I would like for the City Council to look at minimizing chains on the street as part of the zoning recommendations.
Of all kinds, not just restaurants, but gyms.
Right.
Right. So we want to avoid all kinds of chains. What's our current promenade limitation?
The promenade limitation is just about fast food.
And what is it? What's the magic number?
The magic number was it 150 within the United States?
What about Main Street?
Main Street doesn't. The promenade prohibition right now is the only place that we have this kind of a restriction.
Do you have a number in mind?
No, I don't. I just,
as
I think about the goals of trying to keep it local.
Yeah, but
if you communicate your goals, we can come up with options by the time we arrive.
I mean, I would observe, for example, that technically speaking, a business like La Monarca is a chain. There are 4 of them. It's an extraordinary success story out of East LA. And we have one and we're lucky to have one in Santa Monica. So I wouldn't want to ban chains, right? But I like outright, but I wouldn't, but I agree with Commissioner Pastor, we wouldn't necessarily want to.
Yeah, and the range of the appropriate number, like in San Francisco, it's 11.
Okay.
We had 150 because we were dealing with solely just this fast food piece, but it sounds like your idea is about something much broader. It's really all businesses, I think I'm hearing, like it's, whether it's restaurants or retail or what have you. So,
Yeah,
you know.
and it's not meant to be so small. I mean, right, like I think of the tender greens, right? I think that's a good example of the world.
Right. Blossom.
Blossom.
Well, marmalade, for example, is what now, 6 or 7?
Yeah.
It started here in Santa Monica. Does that mean there'd be no pharmacies?
Good question.
Because we have a Walgreens down on Pico, and then we have a CVS halfway along there. But if Rite Aid wants to move in.
And there's part of me that's like, you know, is zoning from the dais, I think it's not
Agreed.
a great thing to do.
On the other hand, that's what we do here. So
Well,
you know.
yes. Or sort of writing legislation for the
Could
dais,
we
perhaps that's
could we
it.
request would it be helpful for staff to hear that we want to limit chains in the Pico overlay such that we want to limit chains in the Pico overlay beyond the restaurant business. So we want to limit chains, and we're going to defer to staff on where where those limits should apply on the types of uses, because it may not be that that's the right number for a pharmacy, but
Or
it
a
is
grocery
or a
store.
grocery store, but it's the right number for a restaurant or a gym. And to be really honest, what we're trying to do is set a playing field that makes it easier for a local to open that business and be able to compete for the space with, you know, a comparably sized entity rather than having a large multinational swoop in and grab the spot.
And I understand and sympathise. The slight problem that we've got is if I suggest to Commissioner Fresco here, shall we have a coffee? Her instinctive response will be Starbucks. Yes, because
Well, we have one in Pico.
She likes Starbucks. But and on Montana we have a Starbucks opposite Primo Paso, which is a one store operator, and he is blowing it away. I mean, he's really doing a great job. So it's a difficult question.
Yeah.
So do you want to drill down even a little bit further what you mean by chains? Do you mean all chains? Do you mean nothing at all, or food and
I
beverage?
mostly mean food. I
Or is it
mostly
just
mean
food,
Food
really?
and beverage. I'm looking at our list, right?
Gyms, physical training.
Sure.
Yeah, I'd put a limit there.
Why gyms?
Because it's one of the decisions we're making tonight.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. Because it's on our list.
It's on the list.
It's on the list. I see Heidi in the queue.
So I just wanted to talk with you a little bit about process and where you are procedurally, and I think this might complicate things, and I apologize in advance. But what is before you this evening is an actual resolution of recommendation to the City Council with red line changes to the zoning ordinance, which actually lays out what can and can't be done in the Pico Overlay District. So it's just something for you to consider in terms of what your resolution actually looks like. Generally, you have resolutions with specific language that gets forwarded to the City Council. So I know this is a little bit more flexible than usual, but I just wanted you to kind of keep that piece in mind, because this is generally, you know, the process would have the actual language that you would be forwarding to the City Council would be adopted this evening. So, you know, just as your discussion goes along, I just wanted to remind the Commission of that piece.
Well, can I just
Go ahead,
clarify?
yeah.
Your what I read into that or heard was, don't leave options open to staff. Give us specific information for recommendations. Is really what I.
Well, yeah, because this is a text amendment, yes. Because you generally have the actual text that you are recommending that gets forwarded to the City Council through this resolution of recommendation. There can be some changes, but usually the kind of larger questions are nailed down more closely, or at some point, if you wanted to adopt this language as it stands with the changes that you've discussed, and then outside of it, also recommend that staff look into some other issues between now and when it gets to the city council, that's probably fine. It's just procedurally, kind of just wanted to
Yeah.
make clear what you would
Thank
be
you.
adopting and then what you could be doing outside of the adopted resolution.
Yeah, that's what I would like to do. That
As would I.
last.
That last thing.
That
Yes.
last thing.
So to restate, we just took a straw poll on items 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5, and we actually reached agreement on what the text amendment would look like without having to circle back on things like chain limitations or suddenly write into our text amendment a definition of a nightclub that we can all live with. So if the commission is willing to go back to what we talked about earlier, which is let's get these, we've got these down now with the changes that we want, and if you want us to walk through attachment C to make sure that we're all on the same page, we could do that. And then what I was hoping was that we could then get into the list of further recommendations for staff ahead of the council vote that would incorporate the chain limitation, the abandonment issue, the economic development, the circulation, all of the other pieces that we've heard and discussed. Can we do that? So does everyone have attachment C? Okay, so my understanding is that if you look at the top of attachment C, with respect to permitted uses, we are following the, I'm looking at this, I believe that we are following the staff report, with the exception that cultural facilities are limited to a 100-foot storefront width. So how do you want that expressed? How do you want cultural facilities expressed with that storefront width in item 9.11.025A3? Do you have that language ready for us?
It should be, cultural facilities, 100 linear feet or less of ground floor, with 100 linear feet or less of ground floor street frontage.
Okay, so we're good there? Everyone good there?
Attachment C.
It's in the English language staff report at the back. Yeah, it looks like this.
Yep.
Oh, it just says
It
attachment.
looks like this.
Yeah, no, I know.
And now you're going to the back to attachment C. Okay. So, and then,
Chair, can I just move the motion with those changes that we agreed to?
Yeah, do we have to
but
go
Jing
through
and
it
Heidi
again?
evidently wants us to make sure we know the language we're approving. So
We
I'm just.
do.
No, but they do know.
Do you now know? Have we?
Yes, they do know. It's
That
very
was
clear.
the only adjustment. We permit.
we got it.
Well, we prohibited retail and medium scale. We CUP'd the bars, nightclubs, and lounges, and we accepted the 7,500 square foot maximum on large scale facilities. And what did we agree to on the restaurants? Are we banning them or CUPing them?
We're CUPing.
Are we CUPing them? Is that where the
large scale?
the large scale over 5,000 square feet? I'm going to go on record on the straw poll that I would have preferred to ban them and address the problem somewhere else, given the community's preference. But I think there are 5 votes to approve large scale with a CUP. Is that where we are?
Yes,
Yes?
I'll move that motion.
We
Okay.
just want to clarify that there was the discussion about because commercial kitchen, for example, is under MUP
Yep.
right now, and we obviously don't have the standards for specific uses, but that I took that as like direction to explore,
Yes.
right? Okay.
Are you okay with that? Because we do want to give some fairly detailed direction now, once we do this. Yes? Okay. So I have a motion from Commissioner McKinnon, seconded by Commissioner Reese. Do we need a voice vote? Or a voice vote or a roll call?
A little moment of discussion.
Sure.
I'm still troubled by doing this without tying this to economic development. I don't know that these, in fact, without exception of a couple of them will be extremely beneficial to the community, and I do believe that there are some that could be harmful. So again, I'm really uncomfortable not doing something more where we tie this to benefit into the community. Obviously, we have rules we have to abide by, but that is a concern that I still have, even though I seconded this motion.
But I think
I have Commissioner Fondo Bernardi in the queue, followed by Commissioner Fresco.
Yeah, so this is, these economic development issues are kind of the thorniest ones we've had to face, in the sense that we went very smoothly through this thing, and then we ran across the first landmine, which was how big is a chain. That is really an economic issue, because what we're really saying is, can the smaller restaurants compete against the big chains? Now we've entered the world of economics. The other tool that you had mentioned was the idea of some sort of local hire requirement, and then you get into the definition of what's local, and you could probably come up with some distance or something, and then you also get into who should be required to make that local hire kind of standard. You could say anything over 50 employees. You could come up with a number for that, you know what I'm saying? So we could go down that road in this overlay district, but remember, we were actually mandated, the feeling we got was exclude certain activities or contain them so they couldn't poison the well, but give everybody else flexibility, get all the little fish to run through the net, just have the net catch the big fish. That's a tough assignment, because we're going to get in debating, well, how big should the net be and how thick should the strands be? You see where I'm going with this. It's tougher to do than we think. So the question is, do we have, I guess, a clear vision of how to get there? If the only tool we have ready to go in our hands is an anti-chain ordinance and some sort of local hire, is that all we have to work with, or are there other things we should be considering as part of the economic package, if you will?
I mean, I have some other ideas which include, sorry.
Commissioner Fresco in the queue.
Yeah, I'm not sure that, I agree with you, this economic development issue, and we had a lot of really concrete ideas presented to us from the public today and at the workshops. I don't know for sure that the solution to that problem is something that we can really weave into this zone uses ordinance part of our zoning. I think that what I would be more comfortable with is recommending these are the changes. If you're going to look at uses, these are the changes we think would work, but council really needs to give direction and empower staff to move forward on these bigger issues. There were really concrete things that people asked for, grant programs for owners to start small things, fee waivers, facade improvement programs. There was tons and tons of really great stuff that have nothing to do with this. And we're making these changes for things that they wanted, but we have to give them the tools so that they're the ones who can take advantage of it, and it doesn't just open the door for other people. And so I feel like the caveat to our recommendation of the red line is that it has to be accompanied by this other direction. And I think that would be a much stronger route.
And I think, Commissioner Reese, it's also a structural thing from what the City Attorney says, that we move the formal motion, which includes red line and very clear language, and that goes off, and then we attach a second motion which reflects the intent of the Commission, which includes the economic discussion, which says that as you do that, you now need to consider these following issues, which would be chains, economic local hiring, and whatever else people are bringing up. And so that would be in the discussion. It is only at the City Council where that can happen. And then they will be empowered or directed or suggested to that they begin to do something. The only other option for you is to vote against the red line. And so my position on this tonight is that, as it has been all the way through, I don't think these changes in themselves really attack the central issues that are going on in the Pico neighbourhood. They help in some marginal way in freeing up a little bit of flexibility along the street, introducing some new businesses, allowing some to do things in a different way, but they don't stop the displacement of people from housing, the ever-rising cost, the changes in the structure of the housing. They don't get more affordable housing in there. All those sorts of desirable things we want are not happening with this tonight, and yet that's the central issue that we all want to tackle. Be that as it may, I think we have the motion in front of us. I think we should move on that, and then we should have the subsidiary motion to recommend to the City Council action we'd like to see them take.
Can I jump? You're in the queue, but I haven't spoken yet on the motion. Heidi, this is a resolution, right? This is not a permit. So the resolution could kind of say whatever we want.
Well, it can, however, so your, the zoning ordinance.
Well, I'll ask a very specific question. Could the motion in fact be, and I'm starting the sentence, contingent upon the simultaneous development of an economic development plan, or whatever the wording we want, contingent upon that, the Planning Commission recommends the following changes to the zoning code, so that it's baked into the motion, and that you can't take the one without the other? Or does our resolution have to be perfectly clean? Legally, does it have to be perfectly clean?
So I'm checking the language of the zoning ordinance.
Okay.
With respect to your action when you make a recommendation to the city council on
Yes.
text amendments. So.
Or a whereas clause or something?
Take your time.
I'm trying to find a path for these. Do you? You want it to be clean?
I want it to be clean, not because I don't think it's legal, but because I am really afraid that the good things that are here will not get done.
Okay.
If we have that contingency language.
Okay.
And look, I share the concerns about these other things not getting done, right? Like, the other things I'd really like to see is, can you do expediting for small businesses? Can you have fee waivers for those small businesses, right? Or all of these other pieces, which are not zoning. And unless we do go back and adopt a full-scale specific plan for the area, which is going to take literally years, I sort of reluctantly think we're at where we're at.
So then I think what we probably need to do is move on this motion that has been made by Commissioner McKinnon, seconded by Commissioner Reese, vote on it, have it move forward, make some subsequent motions, and then I don't think I have the authority as acting chair to do this. It's going to need Leslie, but we're going to need to appoint a couple of commissioners to really send that message clearly to council when it comes before council. And I hope that...
Why can't you do it?
Yeah, he can do it. We'll
Yeah.
move the motion, Sean, and you can go.
Well, no, I'm going to suggest that Commissioner Pastor do it. I mean, I think she and Commissioner Reese are the two most,
Oh,
or
so
the
she-
two of them do it. Because,
she got the short straw, did she? She has to go to
no,
council
because
for
I
a whole
think
night.
they're,
Okay.
they've given it the most. They've given it the most thought.
I hope
and-
it's a long night there too, Commissioner Pastor.
Yeah, well, you know,
Post midnight before
I'll,
you get to
I'll be
talk.
there to cheer them on.
Oh,
I
of course,
you know,
yes.
they're going to hear from
Trust me,
on
I'll be
other
at home
things.
watching it on television.
Okay.
I'm happy to go defend that position at council if that short circuits that. My last comment I'll say on this is maybe we do this, or we recommend this as an interim ordinance. Maybe it's 3 years. We see how it works out. We then revisit it.
I'm looking at Jim's
But
face.
I don't know.
Yeah.
This is
No,
us.
I hear you.
This is us.
Yeah.
And if it turns out this is opening a floodgate that's a problem for us,
Yeah.
that's what I'm worried about. So that's another option, and that's something we could recommend. And all we're doing tonight is recommending to council.
Well-
They could in the end of the day, they could throw it all out and do whatever they want, but is just a recommendation.
So let me ask a question of staff there, because one of the key arguments that was made to us is that overlays are easy to change. So tell us how easy it is to change this overlay if it all goes terribly wrong.
I think we just replicate the process that we've gone through by creating an ROI to adjust certain portions of the zoning ordinance, and
Without a doubt, like
take it
an
out.
IZO would be, you certainly have more flexibility to do that, because you don't have to have an ROI, for example. You can, just jump into making changes. It can come to an end, should there be issues. The use overlay is a permanent part of the code, that's being proposed. So you have to go through the whole process to change that.
I would say we might want to think a little bit about the term, because one thing we've learned in years of monitoring things like the general plan or our specific plans is that it really takes a long time to see the effect of regulations. So, maybe a hybrid approach would be appropriate where we report back after a certain amount of time, maybe midway through a 5-year term or something like that. And then, if there's nothing to raise concern, we keep going. But if there is, then we pull back.
I would say, given the concerns about local business development and given the concerns we've heard about investment in the community, the time to raise a red flag would be if we suddenly see, essentially outside folks, larger companies, right? If we see this rapid intensification, commercialization, that we can raise our hands and say, hey, let's stop, right? We need that mechanism. I think that's, if it goes the way it goes and it's successful, it is going to be slow because we're going to have people who are going through the process of getting small business loans and getting trained and getting those businesses open and getting them up and running. It's going to be it's going to be the experienced larger companies moving quickly that we're going to want to be able to kind of pull the alarm switch.
Chair, can we either vote on this or not? Because it's 11:12.
Yeah.
We've still got to do the second half, and then we're going to get to these other guys. I think we know the issues.
Are we?
I'm not calling the question because I can't do that, but I am
No,
suggesting
but I'll call the question.
we vote.
I'm calling the question then. Can we vote?
Yes.
Okay. Let's have a roll call.
Okay, Commissioner Fonda Bernardi?
Yes.
Commissioner Fresco?
Yes.
Commissioner McKinnon?
Yes.
Commissioner Pastor? Yes. Commissioner Reese?
Yes.
Chair Landris?
I am going to vote no because I'm voting no, and I'm going to add the statement that I have a problem with the bars, nightclubs, lounges, and large-scale restaurant approach, and that's why I'm voting no, but I do support the rest of it. But given the investment in the process, I think that needs to be stated.
So, Commissioner Reese, do you want to start the motion on the economic issues so that we can move forward on that?
Sure. Well, I just think that it needs to look at, I think that this council should look at somehow tying these incentives that we are giving to give backs to the community. I look at this as kind of a density bonus case where, we're giving the property owner an increased right. We want something back. In affordable housing world, you get back affordable units. So I think that needs to be looked at. I think the issue of modifying the rules at the PICO, at the Virginia Park farmers market needs to be looked at very closely. I think the Bertha's Tamales is a great example. That's something we really want to support, not stop. So those would be two issues off the top of my head I would throw in there. I think promoting and maintaining these micro grants, fantastic idea that should be continued.
So we've got three things. Council should look at incentives for community benefits on local hiring. What was the other thing? You had something about...
Farmers market.
Well, no,
Farmers
you had,
market.
just on that local hiring, but you had kitchens this morning? Or?
I'm sorry. You're absolutely right. I would look at any one of these issues and figure out how you could do a tie-in to a benefit to the community. And I know this is way outside of the box, but thinking of things like a restaurant, if you're going to get this incentive, well, is there a way that you could give up your kitchen facility at 4:30 in the morning on a Sunday morning when somebody could cook in there so they could go sell at the farmer's market? Something like that. Again, it's pretty far out of the box, but that's what I'm thinking about. Or if there is a daycare center that goes in there, let's make sure that it's not a daycare center just for the high-end individual who has the money for it. Is there a way to require a certain amount of subsidy in that? Those are the types of things that I'm hoping they could be found.
Let's get all of the recommendations to council on the table and move them as direction to staff. Unless somebody objects strongly to something that's been said, we can move them as direction and or requests of staff and recommendations to council as a bucket. I'm also sensitive to time, and we can simply go down and include them all. I think let's stay on economic development right now, and we can circle back on other issues as we go.
So the heading should be something like this. Council should look at entitlements and incentives linked to community benefit in the PICO overlay. Point 1, local hiring. 2, tie in voluntary restaurant, kitchen use or something.
Incentives, right? Incentives for benefits.
Incentives
is
are
what
in the
you're
top.
saying, yeah.
3, promoting, and what was the other word for the micro grants?
Keep them up.
Expanding.
Right.
Promoting and maintaining the micro grants. 4, removal of the restrictions on resident vendors at local markets.
The brick and mortar restriction.
Well, it's brick and mortar and resident.
Yeah,
Right.
but I'm not saying do that citywide. I think
Your
No,
mic, your
but
mic.
I've got it in the PICO overlay.
Right.
So that's the magic
Can we,
word.
let's
here.
add legacy, support for legacy businesses.
Facade
Say
improvement
also-
grants, fee waivers, that kind of thing.
Yeah.
Fee waivers and expedited processing.
So that's about
Expedite-
point 6.
Expedited processing.
Point 7, expedited. No, I mean, it's important to get this expedited
Yep.
Processing. of
Processing.
permits.
Commissioner Fresco, do you have?
I just had a whole bunch of things on a list that I pulled from various reports and meetings. Planting trees in empty tree wells. There was a lot of talk about beautification. These are just things that,
Can we stay on economic development for a minute?
all right.
Because Commissioner McKinnon has a good list
Hold
going.
on. Somehow develop an incentive for a supermarket in the neighborhood that serves the need of the residents. There was a lot of talk about supermarkets
Yes,
that
and
are
it's culturally
affordable
and
and
culturally
culturally
appropriate.
appropriate.
Commissioner Fonda Bernardi? I will add it's the issue of abandonment of not, like, how do we address the preservation of non-conforming uses? Is that abandonment that, Peter, you said we needed to fix? So abandonment.
So
That's something else.
So extending the term of abandonment.
Extending the term of abandonment. There we go.
We don't have to be exhaustive in our suggestions to City Council. We just have to give them enough to hang their hat on and then move forward. And then there'll be other ideas that will flow into that.
Right, but I think what we're saying is that this is our list. Staff may run with some or all of these in the meantime, but we're trying to get the list going. I hope
You've got the list.
He's
You've got-
ahead
you
of
got your
us.
9
He's
points?
got
No,
probably
I just
50
wanna make
other
sure-
things he can do.
I want to make sure he's got the same number of points I do. Right. Okay.
He's making up more
So,
as he goes.
so are there any other points we want to put in this economic one? Otherwise, I
Yeah,
suggest we.
well, Peter's going to give us some.
I want to raise a counterpoint to the abandonment thing.
Oh, okay.
Just since it was something else we heard. There's also the flip side of it is that maybe it was suggested that we shorten the abandonment term for certain undesired uses.
Okay, so how
Right.
about adjust the term for abandonment rather than extend? Depending on the use.
And then the thorny issue of chains. So, do we want to include a comment about chains or not?
Yes. I do.
Yes.
Do you?
I'd like them to, yes, I'd like
Yes.
for the issue to be looked at.
And in your mind, how will we tackle that? What's the language you'd like to use?
Restrict chains.
Commissioner
Well, I mean-
Bernardi.
It was kind. What kind of chain is it? For instance, a drugstore might be a different kind of chain. And then the number, and that could be a little tiny matrix, just.
So we look at restricting the nature and number of chain establishments in the PICO overlay.
Yes.
Great.
Very good.
You get that, Peter? That's probably the number one issue.
Right.
Yeah.
Fantastic.
You already had got that on the telepathy, right?
Can
Okay.
we go to, I'm checking things off my list. Is that good for economic development? Do we need to say anything more now about food halls and nightclubs? Are we good on that?
Wow. You really have circled back.
Well, no. Yes, I understand that, but we still didn't solve I don't believe that we still have not solved the fundamental problem that a entertainment establishment is a bar. Even with a CUP, it is, we're dealing with the restaurant we're still dealing with the dancing problem. So
They're not cultural facilities.
Still come in and ask for a CUP.
Are we good with it? If we go with what the commission has established, are we good with solving? Can we have performance venues with food and alcohol? Do we have a path?
You have, so what you acted on in your motion was
Yes.
bars, nightclubs, lounges by CUP, and large-scale restaurants by CUP, so someone can still come and apply for, through that venue. What I did, we are not addressing the issue of limiting large-scale restaurants to the multiple vendors. Like, that's not in the specific language at this point. That was part of your direction, right?
Yes.
To
So we do need to limit the large-scale restaurants to either multiple vendors.
That's part of your additional direction.
That's the additional direction that I'd like to give, which is to limit them to either multiple vendor establishments or performance venues. Can they build a stage? Do we have a pathway for somebody to build a stage or not? We do?
That would be the bar, nightclub,
Okay,
lounge.
fine.
By
So then we would like to limit, can we give direction that we would like to limit the large-scale restaurants to multiple vendor establishments or performance venues? Yes?
Yes.
Okay, so that's, Peter, you have that one? Those two, we want to limit the large-scale restaurants to multiple vendor establishments, so this would be the Mercado La Paloma, 4th Street model, or performance venues with food. And there's the chain overlay as well, but essentially a standalone large restaurant, we would not want a new one. Agreed? Okay. Can we talk about circulation, Commissioner McKenna?
Always, but are we going to vote on this economic one first of all?
I thought we were going to do them all, or unless we
Okay.
disagree with each other, why don't we just put them all together and then have
Okay.
one vote? Okay. Circulation.
I don't have anything in particular on that. I mean,
Uh,
I think it's a problem, but
Well, I'd like to see council move forward on the circulation. I'd like to see progress on the circulation issues. I think we have raised, both Commissioner McKinnon and I earlier in the process raised our concerns that these changes could lead to increased types of circulation. We have had a flood of letters from the PICO Improvement Organization asking for employee parking, which I'm loath to recommend unless there is some conversation about TDM. And, PICO is a well-traveled transit route. It's remarkably close to a number of expo stations, and it has both buses on Centinela and Lincoln to support transit as well. So I'm open to a conversation about employee parking, but that has to be in the context of reducing parking demand by employees and everybody else.
I'm certainly not. I mean, the company that wrote to us with 3 letters has got an AVR of 1.41. I looked into it today. 36 employees, not even in the area. They get all their benefits by having a 980 work week. Honestly, they don't even come close, and we find a lot of that sort of thing where people are just putting their hands up to take, parking spots across the street.
That's right.
The wider issues are that the traffic in that part of Santa Monica is disastrous, and it spills everywhere all the time, and our job has to get cars off the street. It's as simple as that.
So,
and
okay.
it's killing family life right through the area, or
Yeah.
any sort of life.
It is. What?
Are we worried that? Are we worried at all? I mean, traffic is always an issue.
Yeah,
it's always
sure.
an issue. There's no doubt about it. But are we diluting the staff is only going to have so much time to implement all the recommendations we have? Is the circulation part important enough to keep that in our motion?
No. What I do think is really important is the housing issue.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I would leave the mobility thing aside. I think it is a disaster out there. But what we do about keeping people in their homes or preserving the population that are out there, I think is like the number one issue. That's what all this is meant to support.
Yep.
Right.
Okay.
And I will give you a perspective of somebody who's lived there. Is what I have seen
And
is-
lives there.
and lives there. Sorry, and lives there is the perspective I see. Is that it's people buying the units, and then somehow there's a turnover. I don't know if they're forcing people out or whatever the issue is. That's where the real issue is. I will continue to say that in the time, when we were going through the zoning code update, people talk about overdevelopment in the Pico neighborhood. There's just very little development there. I see more of it now the last 2 years, but it's this turnover, and I don't know how we address that. But that's the No, we have to try to
Before
track.
we jump to the housing, I do want to say, I agree that the housing is far more important than the circulation. I would like our direction to staff or requests of staff to include monitoring the impact on circulation. I think that's one of the things that we've said throughout this process, and I do think to be consistent, we need to make sure that we're at least monitoring and being kept up to speed. So is that acceptable with everyone? Okay, so let's go back to the housing. What do we want to say?
I think we need a neighborhood conservation district in the Pico neighborhood to, I think, I guess there's not that much new housing, but the new housing that we see goes in there, and especially when it's where they're taking down units and putting in those 3 units so they don't have to apply affordable housing. Those are a really different style of housing, and if we made sure that the style, at least, or the idea of courtyards and open space, even with our contemporary standards, exist, at least the new people who come in will come face to face with the existing neighbors and will become part of the community, and we don't have 2 communities that are passing each other and not interacting and having buy-in together in the neighborhood. So that's something I think that would help a lot.
So actually, if we want to sum it up, we actually don't have, right at this second, a solution. But what we have is what should be the guiding light, focus, lighthouse, that the number one issue is preserving the population who lives there's housing and ability to live in the Pico neighbourhood. And that requires not just economics, it requires social support, an ability to start businesses, some preservation of their rights. It's a slew of things. But look, we talked about this in 2014 when we raised it here. It was talked about in 2014 at the council, 15, 16. Here we still are, but we don't have that as the central thing, the central overriding direction and point of what we're trying to do. So we've all been frustrated that we've dealt with the zoning or this planning thing, but not the bigger issue. All we can do is highlight it again. That's all we can do.
Yes.
We actually don't have any other tools here this evening.
I
Just
agree with
highlight
that.
it.
We can't, unfortunately, we cannot solve the problem here tonight. And I think without substantial legal changes, we don't have those tools.
Yeah.
So
Perhaps we just say, as part of our motion, we continue to point out to the council, we continue to suggest to the council that the number one issue is the preservation of housing for the current population.
Yes.
Housing options.
Yes, that's right.
End of story.
And perhaps that we say, for what it's worth, because we recognize that some of these changes are coming at the state level and not at the city level, that council's policy with respect to its advocacy in Sacramento ought to have at the top of its list the test of whether it preserves the housing for the folks who are here. I mean, there's pending legislation that will have an immediate impact on this neighborhood with respect to rent increases and with respect to backstopping our city's existing ban on discrimination against people with Section 8 housing vouchers. I mean, two things alone, and the eviction restrictions. So
those are all really big long-term things, but we can't wait for that.
No, they're going to be law January 1st if things go as expected.
So I would suggest that we move on the motion. We do the economic benefit, throw in the mobility if you want, but put the housing thing there, move it, and then move on from there.
Have we covered everything that we are?
I have one last thing to add on the housing discussion, which is focusing an effort and money at the city level at buying as many of these buildings that come up for sale and deed restricting. So
it's called community court.
No,
Yeah.
but you're right. They do that, but
let's have
focus on maintaining the existing built environment instead of and community court does that, and they've done that very well in buildings. But they also build brand new stuff, and the brand new stuff is extremely expensive right now. So we get more bang for our buck kind of maintaining some of these existing buildings.
So can I suggest we just add that to the motion? It's
Yeah, and move
our
on.
major thing is focusing on the housing, preserving people who are there, but also add what Commissioner Reese just said.
So we have that motion from Commissioner McKinnon with all the points that have just been covered as directions to staff, requests of staff, and recommendations to council. Is there a second for that motion?
Yes, here.
Commissioner Fonda Bernardi, can we do that by voice vote? Voice vote? Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Great.
So, Chair, my next motion is that we vote to take up new business after 11 o'clock.
Indeed. Is there a second for that motion?
Yes, Commissioner Fresco.
I heard Commissioner Pastor before Commissioner
was very loud.
Fresco's hand was raised. Exactly. Seconded by, is there all in favor? Say aye.
Aye.
Great. Aye. We are moving on.
Could you just give us one?
Opposed? Sorry, we have one opposition. Can we keep going? All right. Do we need a roll call on this, Commissioner Reese? All right. Let us now hear item 9C.
And Scott, can you be succinct?
Santa Monica Boulevard Development Review Permit. Let us start with ex parte communications. Can we start with Commissioner Fonda Bernardi?
None.
Okay. Commissioner Fresco.
I met with Paula Larmore to ask some questions about some of the things I didn't understand in the plans, and that was Monday, I think. Tuesday. It was Tuesday, about 11 or so.
So I first saw this project maybe 6 years ago when it was a DA and thought it was not a good project. I was at the ARB coincidentally when it came up, I think a couple of months ago. The applicant and lawyer for the project set up some appointments on September 18 and then that didn't happen. I spoke to Ms. Larmore on Monday. On Tuesday, Mr. Harding, Chris Harding called me. I thought he'd retired, but apparently not. So he tried to be very persuasive, and I spoke to Ms. Larmore this afternoon for about 10 minutes at 4:30.
All right. Commissioner Pastor.
I spoke to Ms. Larmore the Friday after our last meeting, and I visited the site. I don't remember the exact day.
Commissioner Reese.
Last Friday, I had a conversation with Ms. Larmore where we might have talked about this for about 20 seconds. So there was very little interaction on that.
And I met with Ms. Larmore, with Paula, Bonnie, Marius, and David on the 19th of August, and had a conversation with Ms. Larmore again on the 3rd of September, and again today. We covered the project in general, bikes, social services, solar, and medium-term rental housing. I also received an email that appears to have only been addressed to me, and I don't know if anybody else got it, so I'll report it, from Courtney Guerra, who is an urban farmer who operates the vacant lot next door with Upward Bound. Did we all get that?
Mm-hmm.
We was just sent individually? Great. Awesome.
And Scott's going to be very
All right.
succinct, aren't you?
I'm going to be very succinct.
Yeah.
Forwarded to you? You did not receive a copy of that? Okay. Can we have a succinct staff report from the very patient
You
Scott
certainly
Albright?
can. Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Scott Albright, and I'm a senior planner in the City Planning Division. For your consideration this late evening is a development review permit and a vesting tentative track map for a Tier 2 mixed-use commercial and residential project. The subject address is 2906 to 2918 Santa Monica Boulevard. The project site, which is indicated in the map on your upper right-hand corner of the display, is indicated in red. It is a designated parcel for mixed-use boulevard low projects. The parcel itself is about 28,000 square feet. There are actually two sites associated with this project. One contains the former Coogie's restaurant, which was constructed in 1969, and the other is a two-story commercial and office building, which was constructed in 1965, both of which are not listed on the Historic Resources Inventory. The project site is located at the corner of Yale Street and Santa Monica Boulevard. That particular intersection has experienced a lot of transition, or will be experiencing a lot of transition. There are two projects which are noted on your plans and indicated with these the yellow and green stars. Both have been approved, and I think they're through the Architectural Review Board. The first one, which is located opposite Yale Street on the 2800 block, is a 3-story, 50-unit mixed-use project, which will take the place of this former strip mall there. And across the street, across Santa Monica Boulevard, is also a 3-story, 51-unit project, and again, that address is 2901. So again, this particular street and this intersection will be experiencing a lot of change in the near future. Just to kind of summarize the proposed project, again, it's 3 stories in height for almost 36, or a height of almost 36 feet. The building itself will be about 47,000 square feet. The floor area ratio that is proposed is below the 1.75 maximum at 1.68. There are 46 residential units proposed as part of this, 4 of which will be deed restricted for affordable housing at the 30% income level. There is 13,735 square feet of commercial space. This whole project will be serviced by subterranean parking, 2-level subterranean parking garage with space provided for 127 vehicles and 118 bicycles, as well as there's about 9,300 square feet of open space. That includes both podium level on the second floor level, community open space, as well as private balcony space. There is a tentative map that is associated with this, so this is part of the reason this was continued for this evening, is that was not very clear, but this would be for an airspace subdivision to allow the 46 units, condominium units. The ground floor, pretty typical design. We have the commercial that's fronting along Santa Monica Boulevard, and then it does wrap the corner onto Yale Street very briefly. The ground floor setback that is evident here does provide that great opportunity for a protected gathering or public outdoor space, as well as outdoor dining space. There are 8 residential units on this particular level, 4 of which actually address Yale Street directly with their private open spaces, as well as main entrances directly accessible from the sidewalk. And then there are 4 units that have their primary access is interior. However, they have very, very large patio areas that are adjacent to Santa Monica Place South, which is that service alley. There are, of course, the appurtenant uses and equipment that is also accessible from the alley. And the project design does exhibit good pedestrian-oriented qualities along Santa Monica as well as Yale Street. Here's just the breakdown of the 2 residential floors above. There will be the remaining 38 units. All of the units will be accessible through open-air corridors. The 4 affordable units are noted in the yellow just to see that they are dispersed throughout the community. And then the large green area represents the common area, or the big primary common area, social space for the 46 units. The roof plan, typical for this, there are some private open space areas up there. There have been some locations identified for solar. What is proposed will exceed the city's solar requirements fairly substantially. So just pointing that out. Associated with the community benefits as a Tier 2 project to get that higher building and floor area ratio, the project will be required to meet those which are prescribed in the code. It will have meet the affordable housing requirement. It exceeds that by that 50% threshold, 8.7% of the units. The unit mix will conform to those requirements. There are fees that are associated with this, the affordable housing, transportation impact, and the parks and recreation. In your staff report, they were noted at a lower amount here. There has been some confusion in terms of the plans. So the updated amount, it does change a little bit, but these are all just estimates at this time. These will be paid, and whatever fees are in effect at the time is what will be required of the applicant. And they also will be required to do a transportation demand management plan as well. The ARB did see this project back on March 4th. They identified a couple attributes to it. They liked the low scale of the building. They felt that it was important to have those street-facing residential units. They liked the idea of the canted upper story massing along Santa Monica Boulevard. They liked the pedestrian-oriented ground floor, and they liked the overall concept to some degree of the green walls or the living walls, not necessarily in the locations that were identified. They did have some concerns about the material choices that were provided, particularly the brick was not thought to be well integrated, and then the use of the Ipe wood. There was a concern raised about the maintenance and the function of the green walls, and with a preference to have those located within the courtyard area. And there was this concern that you'll install these, but sometimes they're very difficult to maintain, so that's where there was a little bit of apprehension for those. And then there was a suggestion to maybe combine some of the breaks to create a larger break, which would improve the airflow and natural light into the interior courtyard. Here's just a kind of a design comparison that compares what the ARB saw in the upper portions of the screen there with what is being considered this evening as part of the current proposal. This is just the slides that tell you this was exempt from CEQA based on it being a transit priority project. We did receive some correspondence on this request. Most of the correspondence has been not supportive of the project and generally expresses concern about the scope of the project and really how there's a dissatisfaction with the amount of development that's occurring, that's beginning to occur really on the eastern end of the city at this point. With that, I hope I was brief enough. Our staff is recommending approval of the development review permit as well as the vesting tentative map, and that would be based on the findings that were included in your report and your draft statement of official action. So with that, I'd be glad to answer any questions you might have.
Let's take questions for Scott. We'll just go around. Any question? Commissioner Fondo Bernardi? We'll go around. Commissioner Fresco?
Do we have any chits? Because I would suggest at this time...
No, we need to ask questions first, and then
we don't
hear
need
from
to
the
do
public.
that because we've done it every...
We've been advised by the city attorney that we have to follow Rule 25, and that's what we'll be doing. So, Commissioner Fresco, do you have... Commissioner McKinnon, we addressed this at the beginning of the meeting.
I'm going to raise this issue right now because this is not the way we've run the commission the last 85 years that we've all been here. City attorney, do we have to do it that way?
So that's the way your rules of order read. You may suspend your rules of order under your rules of order with a 2/3 vote. But your rules of order do read that questions of staff come before public comment.
And in general, I'm in favour, but at 11:45 at night, I'd like to, the 2 or 3 people who are here, give them the option of going home and we can go to 2 o'clock. So I move the motion that we allow people to speak now. I'm not trying to be difficult, but it's just fair to the people who are here.
I understand that, but the people who are here also have the right to come hear the complete staff report and the response of staff to our questions before they speak.
Okay.
So I'm lost.
It sounds like you have a motion and a second on the floor, so you should at least vote on that, please.
I have no questions of staff, but let's have a vote. Do you have?
I have no questions, so I would support the motion. I mean, I'm waiting to hear other questions, but hearing none.
Does anybody have questions of staff? So it's moot. Will you withdraw the motion and we'll move on to public comment? Great. I'd like to keep our rules of order. All right, let's think. Right, fine. So we'll now hear from the applicant for 15 minutes or less if you'd like to reserve more time following the public comment. Or less in general if you'd just like to speak for less time. That's also okay.
Less. Paula Larmor with Harding Larmor, Kutcher & Kozel on behalf of the owner and applicant. This Tier 2 mixed-use housing project advances the loose vision for housing production in the city. It adds 46 units of much-needed housing, including 4 deed-restricted units. It provides a variety of housing types, from 2- and 3-bedroom units to ground-floor studios with higher floor-to-floor heights. It adds ground-floor retail and restaurant to activate the boulevard and provide neighborhood-serving uses. And it's in a transit-rich location. And importantly, It doesn't displace any existing housing. The project complies with all of the city's applicable development standards and is protected by the state's Housing Accountability Act. It's been pending for quite some time. We urge the Planning Commission to approve this project as recommended by city staff and required by state law with the requested revisions to 3 conditions. I'm going to turn it over to David Hibbert to talk about the design.
David Hibbert of DFH Architects, 1544 20th Street. I'm going to go back to the beginning here. Okay, I'm going to be fairly brief. We started this project with input from the client who wanted a particular design direction where we incorporated elements from the industrial zone that's a couple blocks to the east, and some other elements from the project that we did for him in the next block. And so the ground floor is more of the industrial look, and following sort of normal urban design standards, the residential reads differently than that. The ARB asked us to add more brick, which we did, but the most important thing about this project, and I sort of thought you would have the landscape plan up here, but this will do, is this is what I would call a form follows function design. What we've learned from the other project, and something that we thought was going to work, was that, well, we started off, does this actually have a laser? No, it doesn't anymore. Okay. With the philosophy that we wanted to create a quieter space from Santa Monica Boulevard. So we consciously placed units along Santa Monica to create an acoustic barrier for the courtyard. We knew from the other building that we know the ocean breezes come from the west, but we didn't realize maybe quite how well they would come from the west. They come through the courtyard that has a similar opening in the next block on the west side very, very well. And in the case of this building, we opened it up so that it has sort of a Venturi effect where it comes in at one velocity, and because we have several openings, it comes through basically in a big cross ventilation pattern. The other thing that we consciously did was breaking the building up into 6 segments to create more corners, because we wanted to get good natural ventilation through the units, but we also wanted to get good light. And doing this, we are able to have 12 corner units out of 19 units on this floor, and the same thing with the 3rd floor. So you have light coming from at least 2 sides on most of the units, and you have cross ventilation on all of the units. And what we found from doing various housing projects in various parts of Southern California is that this is far superior to the typical apartment project that has light on one side and nothing on the other, no cross ventilation, and like I say, no balance in the light. This creates units that are much more interesting and I think much more user-friendly. And that is the basic philosophy of the design.
Are we good for now?
I
All right.
have-
May
I
I
have
suggest
some
that?
questions.
Well, may I suggest that we hear at this point, because we do have 2 rounds to inquire of the applicant. Could we hear from the public, because that might perhaps inform our questions of the applicant as well? Is that all right? Okay. Let's hear from Andrew Hoyer, Janet Gervers, and James Hansen.
Well, it's not quite good morning yet, but good evening. I'm Andrew Hoyer. I'm the Vice President of Santa Monica Mid-City Neighbors, which this is directly in our territory. So I'd like to bake a pie. I need apples for my pie. You want $20 for your apples, but I only have $19.50. and I can't make my pie. I can't make enough money with my pie. If I give you $20, I can only give you $19.50. 19.5% two bedrooms is not 20% two bedrooms. I don't know why this is, I'm a scientist. Sure, we round up, but I'm sure you want your full $20. I want my full 20% of two bedroom units on a project like this. So I'm not really very happy about that. Now, another part of this is, I'm not sure if it was Commissioner Lambert that I heard mention this, or Mayor Davis mentioned that we have a lot of projects going through with that 30% affordable housing and nothing in the gap between 30% and 100% or median wage. So where do those people go? Why do all the projects coming through have that 30%? And I fully support people for that 30%, but we know the reason why is because the requirements for the number of units for the higher amount are much higher, and gosh darn it, I'm just not going to make enough money from my pie if I have to keep following these stupid rules, like repairing all of the streets on every side of my project. I'm just not going to make the money unless you let me out of that requirement. The other two requirements they want you to change, I don't really care about. But as far as like our infrastructure that they're going to damage while they're doing or building this structure, that I care about. So I don't think you should let them out of having to rebuild the streets if our laws say you've got to rebuild the streets to make your money. They're going to make plenty of money. Because apparently, I thought this was apartments, but is it condominiums? Wow, okay, yeah. So, condominiums, they're going to go for a lot of money. There's going to be a lot of money made. I think they can follow all the rules they're supposed to follow and maybe give us a little something extra on the side, which they never seem to do. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll now hear from Janet Gervers.
Good evening, Commissioners. Thanks for taking this at such a late hour. Janet Gervers. I live on Yale Street, the epicenter of development in Mid-City, Santa Monica. So I'm going to just refer to this as the Coogies Project. There's been an explosion of development within 2 blocks of where I live in the past 2 years. So there's the Coogies, there's 2 other projects, so 3 out of 4 street corners at Santa Monica and Yale are each going to have approximately 50 apartment units each, along with retail. And right now what it's replacing, as you know, is retail about 1 story. So just think of how many more people are going to be in the neighborhood. The density there is, I think it's really just outrageous. And I'm a resident. The people that I've seen that are for it are all developers, and they don't live in the neighborhood. I live in the neighborhood, and I can see the impacts of this, and just looking at the long-term effects of this massive growth really has to be taken a look at. It's more than just checking off a bunch of boxes. And according to the Planning Commission website, I noticed that it says that part of the job is to prevent undue concentrations of population as well as lessening congestions on the street. Well, if this project is approved in combination with the other projects, it's going to have the exact opposite effect. In addition to that, I don't think that this is a very balanced approach for our neighborhood. Another thing that I noticed on your website is talking about the commission acting through open and civil discourse that is informed by public input. Really, there's been a lack of community, input on any of these projects, not just this one, or engagement. But I don't know if any of you have heard of a website called Nextdoor. So it's divided by specific neighborhoods. I just joined the Mid-Cities ones. And development is really a huge contentious issue. And the majority of people there think that you don't care. You guys are just going to green light all the projects, and no matter what we do, It's just going to happen. That's why most of the people are not showing up, in addition to the date being changed, so a few people cannot show up that we're going to. So what I think are some of the negative impacts of this development project are undue concentrations of the populations. This is something that can lead to adverse public health and safety issues, increasing congestion on the streets with people and all kinds of vehicles. Okay, so
Would you like to finish your sentence?
I would, actually. Okay, so overall, there's also a negative impact on the well-being of residents and quality of life, along with less diversity. These projects are all geared toward high income. There's a few low income, but there is nothing there for the middle class. So if I had to move, I wouldn't be able to move into any of these projects. And that also includes the Millennium Luxury Apartments, which are about a block and a half away on Colorado, 4-story, 397 apartments, as well as the project at 1618 Stanford, which has about 50 units, massive retail space, et cetera, and maybe 100 parking spots. And something you also have to consider is, are all these people going to be able to get parking permits, whether it's a visitor or otherwise? Because the streets are already, it's really hard to park as it is, and parking spots are being taken away. While that's not my primary concern, it's just there are way too many people. We don't want this to become downtown Santa Monica and all the problems that are associated with it. Safety and crime, that's definitely one of them as well. So definitely ask you to take this into consideration and downscale this project. I would say 2 stories instead of 3 and half the number of units.
Thank you. Are there any questions? I would just like to ask, because you've taken the time to come down and express your well-considered opinions, if you are aware of the existence of the Housing Accountability Act, which is a state law.
I am, yes.
Okay. And so you understand that our ability to do the things that you are requesting is entirely constrained and in fact limited under state law.
Well, I'm sure that you're aware that Santa Monica has fought the federal government on the Santa Monica Airport.
And we settled that case, and it's not germane. We are. I just want. I honor your public comment, but I want to make sure that you are aware that we do care, right? We care very much,
Great.
but we also care about following the law. So I just wanted to make some people know about it, and some people don't. So
I understand what you're saying, and what I would have to say is we have to be the ones to take the lead, and that's what the commission is here for. We can't let the state dictate everything to us. So if the state had its way, we would become the promenade, and we don't want that in our neighborhood. So some development, but there has to be some kind of controlled growth with.
Thank you. We do have to move on.
All right.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
James Hansen.
Hello, good evening. James Hansen. I live 1500 block of Yale Street, right in the epicenter, as my wife Janet said. So I've lived here since the '94 earthquake, and we love it in Santa Monica, but just recently Santa Monica has devolved into a perpetual state of traffic and construction disruption. And it's been a cumulative effect, a nonstop popcorn approach, just every popping up here and there, all these different projects. And it just wasn't any one thing, but just the cumulative effect inspired me to come out and just to speak out. And, they had the Santa Monica College satellite with KCRW and buildings popping up, and then a restaurant down at the end of the street is gone, and they're putting in this huge millennial project. And between that and the 3 of the 4 spaces, as were discussed at Yale and Santa Monica, that's over 1,000 people are moving into about a 4-5 block radius. And all these projects on their own, sure, they sound good, they sound fine, they look good, this and that, but all of that density in one area, that's just going to have a bad effect. Already the traffic at Colorado in and out of the city, you guys know all the people that work here, that don't live here. We need more housing, sure. I'm not against housing, but face it, these people that can afford these type of luxury places aren't going to be taking the bus or even the train, most likely. I mean, I love the metro, but I haven't seen any less traffic in my neighborhood because of it. So I just suggest that for this project that increase the number of affordable housing units up from as 30% or less to more like 50 or 80%. At least something is there for the community that's affordable for people. And otherwise I'm going to get priced out of the neighborhood myself. So that, and just to put a hold on some of this development in our neighborhoods, that it's not going to keep popping up all over. I mean, I guess they're running out of spaces, but I just don't want 5 simultaneous projects happening at once. All the, you know, the construction noise, the dust, the traffic, reduced parking, and one unfortunate side effect is the increased influx of rodents and cockroaches are now displaced and looking to move into my house. So there's all kinds of other things we don't think about that happen with, you know, ripping up the ground and all this chaos. So I just consider that the Planning Commission and the Council just will think more about the big picture and how it affects the residents than just letting everything happen all simultaneously, stepping over each other and all the chaos. So thank you for my time.
Thank you. Thank you. Any questions? Okay. The applicant has 3 minutes to respond, and in fact has left a lot of time on the clock, but hopefully that'll stay on the clock.
Good evening, Commission. Paul Larmor again. So just a few points in response to Mr. Hoyer's testimony about the 2 bedrooms. I'm just not sure where the math is, but there's actually 21.4%. So I just wanted to clarify that, and that's in your staff report for the of the market rate units, which is, you know, 20% of the market rate is the requirement. On the density, this project is actually less dense than the 2 other projects that have been referred to. Those other 2 projects are at 50 units. This project is doing 46, and they're not totally maxing out on the FAR, and that was in order to ensure the livability of the units. And I also just wanted to clarify my comment about the street language. The objection to condition 84 is just the language that says the city typically requires full reconstruction of the streets and the alleys adjacent to the project site, because that is not our experience. This project is adjacent to 3 streets and alleys. Our experience is not that if you go and do a project along Santa Monica Boulevard, you have to reconstruct Santa Monica Boulevard in front of the project site. So that was what our objection was to that language. Overall, the general plan sets forth the goals and the policies. It links land use and transportation planning. It specifically called for housing on the boulevards. It downzoned the residential neighborhoods to ensure that, to try to minimize and avoid displacement of existing rent-controlled housing units. It specifically zoned this area of the city on the boulevards for this use. So please approve this project and move it forward to the design review. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's go to questions. I have, we'll just, yes? Oh, we have a, we have a late chit that was misidentified. Is there a motion to hear from this one person? So moved for 1 minute or 2? 1, okay, for 1?
I think it's that lady with the pink top.
Christine Mirassi Glacio, thank you for your patience.
So are we giving her 2 minutes?
We're giving her 1 minute at this, well,
right, how did
let's give her 2 minutes.
Thank you for the consideration. I think I put in the wrong item number. My name is Christine. Good evening. Good morning-ish. My name is Christine Mirassi Glasgow. I'm the Executive Director of Upward Bound House, which is a nonprofit here in Santa Monica that provides housing, supportive services, and advocacy for homeless families. Our mission is to end family homelessness. We have been in Santa Monica for over 25 years, and in that time we have assisted 1,600 families with approximately 3,100 children moved to safe, permanent housing that they can call home. I'm here this evening to speak in support of the proposed mixed-use development on Santa Monica and Yale. The project, as you know, will provide 45 residential units and 4 dedicated to low-income residents. Being in the housing/homeless business, housing is really important, as you know, and one of the biggest challenges facing the county is the lack of housing, whether it's affordable, low income, or upper income. We need more housing, period. Upward Bound House currently operates a wellness and community garden across the street from this project. This wonderful opportunity came about through a partnership with Mark and Roque, who's the developer for the proposed project. They've donated a piece of land right behind this project that Upward Bound House is using as a wellness and community farm. So over the last 2.5 years, we've really transformed this space, and today it's a healthy living farm where we can help homeless families and the community at large really understand the issues around food insecurity, and help homeless families and their children learn where the food comes from, how you harvest the food, how you prepare the food, and really build in nutrition into the programs.
Thank you. Would you like to finish your?
Yes, I would.
Yeah.
I think I'd just like to say that the project actually blends really well with what we have going right behind the project. It's going to have, as you saw, some units that are going to face the farm, which is going to be a really great experience for anybody living in the city. So I really urge you to approve the project. I think you will see that the synergy works really well. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions?
I have a question.
Sure.
Yes.
for
Sorry.
her, too.
Yes.
Do you have an agreement? Is there like a permanence to your use of that land, or is it just you can be here for now?
We have a lease. And yes, we have a lease agreement with the developer.
And how long is your lease?
It actually expires the end of next year, and we have the option of renewing it for multi-year. And we've been there for the last 2.5 years.
Thank you.
And I have a question,
Yes.
an appreciative one, because I'm familiar with your work.
Thank you.
As is my daughter. What services do you currently provide in Santa Monica to homeless individuals and families and people who are at that in those situations?
Sure. So we have a 21-building apartment in Santa Monica off of 12th and between Washington and California. It's 21 one-bedroom apartment units for homeless families. We use it as, even though they're apartment buildings, we use them as temporary shelters. So families can be there for up to 10 months. And during that time, we really help them get back on their feet. So we help them address the issues that made them become homeless in the first place, and then try to knock down the barriers that they're experiencing in getting back into their own homes. And we also work on sustainability, which means we try to figure out how they can sustain their rents and once they leave our programs. So we have an employment program which focuses on increasing their income.
Great. Thank you very much.
You're very welcome.
All right. I technically need to offer the applicant an opportunity to respond to that public comment. You good? Okay. Let's keep going with questions. We'll just go around. Commissioner Fonda Bernardi.
I have a couple of questions for the developer, either the architect or the representative. It's unclear where there's a mail area or a mail room in this project.
The mail room.
The what?
The mail room. Where is the mail room
It's
located?
just on the wall in the lobby.
Okay. And there is no lounge, no meeting room in this building?
Well, that's where it's going to be. They're very strict right now in terms of enforcement. They want it 25 feet from the front door, and so that's, if we have to create an alcove out from that space.
He's asking if there's a meeting room, an indoor meeting room.
Yeah, is there some kind of an indoor meeting? Where would the homeowners association meet in this project? Where would that happen?
There won't be an HOA to start with. This is going to be rented as apartments.
Okay. And I noticed you have these very unusual details of these spiral stairs going up to the roof. Is that, can you tell us a little bit about that?
It's something that I've seen done in several other cities, most recently in Scottsdale, a project that I toured last Thanksgiving. Again, a 3-story building where they had spiral stairs going up to small roof decks, figured as lofts, basically. And that's what we've done. The difference here is the owner had an idea of creating a planter space so that occupants of those top floor units could actually grow vegetables or whatever they wanted up on the roof, basically.
And speaking of the roof, it seems like you really did not exploit the roof for solar collectors. They're a very small part of the roof. Is that intentional, or is there something I'm missing there? Like I'm looking at this roof, and only about a quarter of it is covered with solar collectors. And a 3-story building should be able to get to, net zero, but it involves using most of the roof, and you chose not to. Your client chose not to.
And frankly, it's possible that will change because Title 24 changes on January 1st of this year with the 2019 Green Building Code. And right now this is based on current formulas of what is required in Santa Monica and under Cal Green. It would power probably all of the common areas of the building, but as I say, that's going to change before we would have a building permit for the project. So it'll, I suspect, be more than what is shown currently.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Fresco.
Hi, I have some questions about the plans. When I look at the ground floor elevations, I see that the center door appears to be submerged. And I was wondering how the grade change is handled on the public sidewalk versus your private right-of-way.
Well, to begin with, nothing is leased. So where we've shown the doors is really just to show the doors somewhere. At the corner, that door is basically on grade. On the east end of the building, we raised that portion of the floor by 1.5 feet, so that door is on grade. Those may be the only doors. We just really never know at this point. But what we typically do, say, similar to the building at 6th in Santa Monica that's adjacent to the library, is that when if we know while they're still pouring the slab, we'll do internal ramps. There would not be steps, but it'll be.
So the sidewalk will be, your private sidewalk and the public sidewalk will be flush. There will be no step or sunken
there wouldn't
areas.
be any steps, no.
Okay, I just was totally unsure when I looked.
There's 3 feet of fall across the site, which is, it's
Right.
this isn't unusual. It's what we deal with
Every
on a
street
regular
in Santa
basis.
Monica is like that.
We just don't know where the doors are going to be exactly.
Okay, so the door is going to be, okay. Is there a solution or an alternate possibility for, I thought those spiral staircases jumped out. Is there another way you can think of to access the roof deck that doesn't look
No,
so
there's really not. There's
dramatically
not room for a
different?
straight run stair on the balcony itself, and there's not room inside the unit to have a stair going up from the living room, say. It would make the living room too small, and it would also have to be enclosed and be over the height limit. This works really well. I had seen it years ago in a project that Arthur Erickson did in Vancouver, and I thought, wow, this is a neat idea. I have tried to pitch it to several people in Santa Monica who haven't gone ahead with it.
I think it's something maybe the ARB can look at with you, because to me it really sticks out with the design
Oh, the color
of the building.
They're black.
It's just, yeah.
The rendering on the cover is
Mhm.
the correct color.
Okay.
So it matches the window mullions.
We did notice today, Commissioner, that the rendering internal to the plans makes it look as if, makes the staircase jump out much more because it doesn't reflect the same color as the.
Yeah, those are really just meant to be 3D representations from our software. They're not finished renderings.
Okay. Another thing that I noted, and I wonder if this is possible, the downstairs units that face the alley, one of them is right next to the trash, like sharing a wall. And can you flip that electrical space with the trash and just
Not
give
with
them
the
a little
electrical
buffer?
space, but we can move the
You can
gas
move it
meter
somewhere
room
else?
adjacent. We can move the corridor adjacent, but there are too many requirements. Well, number one, if it went where the electrical room is, which it couldn't because the transformer is there, they can't get access to it. You can't get to it from anywhere, and we can't make it work from the point of view of the second and third floor. The trash chutes we wouldn't be able to access it from either the ground
So
floor
you're saying you
or
can't
out
move the
above, but
trash?
we can move it over adjacent to the driveway on the other side.
Oh, that would be great. So it's much further from that unit.
And it'll be separated from that unit with a corridor and the meters.
That would be fantastic. Is your elevator large enough for bikes since they're stored on all floors?
All of the elevators these days have to
Accommodate
be big enough
bikes.
for a gurney, and a gurney is
Okay.
basically the same size as a bike
Just making sure.
in terms of length.
I saw 3 EV chargers on your plans. Are the other spaces, how many of the other spaces will be stubbed out? So if those tenants need EV
Because I heard
chargers?
you asked about that, I looked in the 2019 code, and we will have 7 spaces.
7
Actually,
will
we probably will have more than that, because this particular owner put way more infrastructure in the 3008 building that we just completed than was necessary, because he thinks it's good marketing and that's where the future is going. So
It
this
sure
is
is.
just what we're seeing most people do.
Okay. So I also noted in your plans that you didn't have secure residential parking like we usually see, and that there's no separation between commercial and residential. Is that how it's going to be?
Yeah, now the city doesn't like it separated. So we put in the code required number, and unless it's really a requirement from one of the retailers, that's just not what we do anymore.
Okay.
And we have a certain flexibility with the parking. We have put a certain amount of storage in the B level of the garage, and that's really so that we have the flexibility. If we have a ground floor user that requires more parking, we would create more parking on the second level for the residential. But we're limited in terms of how many spaces we can put in. We can only put 5% or 4 more than the code requirement.
Right. I noted that a lot of bedrooms were facing the hallway, and not in that plan, on the upper floors. It seemed like there were bedrooms facing the hallway where it would be noisy and echoey, and it didn't seem like,
On the back of the building.
yeah.
Yeah.
Is that something that you could flip? It
I
doesn't
can't
se-
change that, and it's not my
Because-
favorite solution, but this is what,
Why can't
even
you
with all
change-
the corners I have, the 3-bedroom units are really hard to plan for, and you have to put them on corners.
David, the question was not about 3 bedrooms, but why are the bedrooms facing the interior courtyard?
Facing the interior courtyard?
Yes.
The bedrooms as opposed to the living rooms and the bathrooms.
Well, the living rooms are facing the courtyard also, because that's the quietest area in the project, actually.
Because nobody uses the courtyard?
The area you're talking about is the sort of quiet area where we just have landscaping. The active areas are on the west end, the far west end, and I'm sorry I don't have a landscape plan that I could put up here, but the far,
I think we have to talk about the noise on the streets.
this doesn't show very well, but this is an area where there are barbecues and tables, and that would be the busiest area. This is sort of an in-between area where there's seating areas, a fire pit, a seat wall, quite a bit of landscaping in front of this particular unit. And then along here, we have a series of Palo Verde trees and various other landscaping and some benches, but it's really meant to be a more quiet area where these units face each other. And the reason that they're angled is twofold. One is it's so that they're not looking directly at each other, and the other is acoustically without the wall. When the walls don't line up like that, you don't get a reverberation back and forth between them. The same thing goes with this side. Acoustically, it's better having it at an angle from the street.
Okay. Those are my questions. Thank you.
Commissioner McKinnon.
So I have a sequence of questions. Mr. Hibbard, the green walls on the outside, the ARB had what I thought were ludicrous objections to them. I see those green walls as a very important first step in Santa Monica towards greening up all our buildings. Is it possible to increase the size of the green walls and place them on more of the walls? And where I'm really going with this is that in here we have a direction to ARB or a suggestion to ARB that they look at the living walls. I'd like to make it a condition of the project, to be honest, because I had a very bad feeling with the ARB when they finished with it.
Well, I guess the answer is twofold. We put them in, as you probably heard at the ARB, because the street trees, the palm trees are like 70, 80 feet tall.
Yeah.
And so even though there are street trees, there are not street trees. There's one that you can see. So we added the green to the building to sort of take the place of that. Our client is not completely sold on this because he's a little bit concerned about the expensive maintenance. But just to be crystal clear on what it is, if you're familiar with the green wall, or not green wall, but live wall on the Lowe's Hotel on Ocean Avenue, which is succulents, that's what we are specifying here. And we've given him, at this point, information on what the people who do the installation do the maintenance. And so you sign up for everything. It's a package deal. He's still a little bit concerned about what it's going to cost. Making them larger is a little impractical because then it conflicts with the windows, and windows we think are...
But you do have them on two walls, and so I guess my thinking was, if they are important environmental steps, and I believe they are, because we're starting to see them in a lot of buildings around the world, surely you would want to put them on other walls. I think it's a really important first step that you've undertaken here, to put them on residential property, and I really want to see them cemented in place. Now, Commissioner Fonda Bernardi has suggested we probably are not yet at peak green wall where we get it exactly right, but I think this is going to be a big step. So I want to make sure that we get as much as possible out of this green wall.
Well, I'm pitching them as hard as I can to our client. I took another picture over the weekend of a green wall on... Hotels seem to like these. I found a hotel somewhere else that had a wonderful series of green walls that they had installed, I guess in recent months. And they're, in the case of this other hotel, they're like art forms. Rather than just being green, they're patterns of green, and it was just spectacular. But with succulents, you can do things like that. They have to come back on a regular basis to sort of check them all, but the irrigation system is part of the system. They don't have to grow from the bottom. They're actually in plastic pots with everything all worked out. And I think it's a really good addition to the streetscape. And as I say, since there are not street trees that one can appreciate walking down the street or driving down the street.
So we'll try and give you some help on that. So I think you said there'd be more than 7 EV charging. Is that correct? Is that the direction the project's going in? Okay.
The irrigation is all part of the system.
Yeah. No, what I then went on to ask is, were there more than 7 EV charging stations likely to be in the project?
For the building code, the EV charging station requirement, it's It's going to go up, right?
Yes, it's going up, as I say, when you have between 101 and 150, the requirement is going to be 7, but I suspect that we will probably put more than that.
Is there room to put more bicycle parking into this project? I know you're at code. I suspect that code will be outdated pretty shortly.
Yeah, we are.
Yeah.
The project is over code for the bicycle parking, just to note that.
I don't think that was my question, was it?
David, can you add any more bicycle parking?
Could we add more what?
Can you add more bicycle parking?
We actually, in talking to another board member, said that we were going in that same area where we were talking about moving the trash enclosure and moving the meter room. We were going to try and get some more spaces in there, actually, because that's really quite a good location for them, because they're secure, they can come in on grade.
Excellent. That's all I need to hear. That's
yeah, we were
an
going to
excellent
try
thing.
and do that already.
I have some questions for Ms. Larmore. Ms. Larmore, in this SOMAS document, it says we reserve the right to consolidate lots. What does that mean?
Currently there's 4 airspace subdivisions, but you can, in the future, please correct me if I'm incorrect, merge them. You don't have to sell them or finance them all separately.
So I was under the impression this was going to be a condo project. Is that correct?
Within the 4 airspace big bubbles, for lack of a better word, within the 1 residential bubble, it can be mapped. A condominium map is done at the time of framing because of the precision needed for the condominium. At that time, the condo map could come in.
Right.
Sorry, if I'm following your question where you're going, this approval is for 46 units. I do believe it would require an amendment to merge condominium units. Is that where you're?
No, but that's a good
sorry.
question. I'm
Yeah,
so glad
yeah.
you raised it.
Right, with a certain unit mix, we have to comply with all the.
Right. So that's the first question. But the second question was, I thought this was going to be a condo project and that you were in the process of selling them, but I think I heard Mr. Hibbard say it's actually going to be rented out as an apartment project. So I'm a little confused now.
So we are seeking the map, which we have to do if we want to have the option to sell them. The applicant has to do that now because there's no condominium conversions in the city, so you have to get your map before the certificate of occupancy. However, at this time, the applicant will likely rent them.
I see.
Yeah.
So one of the issues that we had right through the zoning code and in every discussion we've had is how we get live-work units, particularly for artists. And I think I've raised this with you. Is one of those units on the ground floor, it may be facing the garden, a possibility for an artist live-work unit, certainly at an affordable level?
I think we've discussed, and David, correct me if I'm incorrect here, that
We had
it's
thought
very
of those units
valuable.
as being for artists, but not necessarily at the affordable level.
Yes, I think the applicant does feel that those will be extremely valuable units.
Well, I'm sure all of these units are going to be extremely valuable
Agreed,
when
but
he comes
because
to
they
sell
have
them.
this extra.
When I work out how
fourth
much it's
floor
going to
height.
cost you and how much you're going to make, yes, there's a lot of value in this project,
Right.
$60 million worth, to be honest.
I think if the commission felt strongly, the majority of the commission felt strongly that the applicant could probably agree to move one of the 1-bedroom units down to the bottom. Is that correct, David?
Okay, so that's something that we can discuss, I guess. I'll pass at this stage on to some of my colleagues here.
Commissioner Pastor.
Just a couple quick questions, and one is a comment. On the ground floor, on the lobby that faces Yale, it says retail lobby. Is that right? Should that be residential lobby?
We had this conversation. This is the retail lobby. Correct. It's a shared lobby.
It's a shared lobby, yes.
Even though doesn't
Well, it's a
appear-
shared lobby for those particular units that face the rear.
The residential, though.
No,
So
it
there's a
says
lobby
it
on the
says
front side
retail
of the building
lobby.
that serves
Right,
the
but
others.
we actually had this conversation. I believe the labeling's right because this one says retail, but doesn't it also provide access to the retail
It could.
space. So I think that's why it was labeled as retail, to ensure there's not a problem with using that for access for retail in the future, because we are getting an approval for a certain amount of.
So does that
retail
mean that
space.
the entrances to to those studios share the back of house for the retail?
If you look at, there's a door separating the corridor. So if you come in off Yale, there's a door that separates you to go in, that could be secured, right? To go into that corridor that leads you to the ground floor.
I don't know. It says
there would be
retail corridor,
card
and to me,
access or key punch access to that door into the corridor.
And the corridor issue was because that provides the access for the retail to get access to the trash room, right?
so
Et cetera.
basically the retail is going to be taking out its trash in the corridor where people are entering their units.
It probably will, but you know, until we know how the space is going to be leased, right now it's primarily for the residents.
Okay.
Because we don't.
That seems like a design
as I say,
problem to
until
me.
we know how the space gets leased,
yeah.
we don't know whether we actually need a rear quarter for the retail.
Okay.
In some cases you do, in some cases you don't.
And is there a reason that on the, what seems like it could be a really interesting landscaping space on the second floor, there isn't more gathering space, that it's mostly pavement? I mean, to me, that's the
they
most
had-
interesting part of the project, actually, and it seems to me like there could be a lot more activation of that space.
Is there a reason that we don't have what?
That there's not more activation of the space in terms of, it's a lot of pavement to me.
Well, as I said, on the west end, we have an area with 2 barbecues and tables, and there's another seating area that projects up above the entrance. And then the area sort of in between, and that space is about 2,500 square feet, has a fire pit, a table. The wood area is actually a seat wall, so that you can sit on the edge of it. And then the area between the units is actually meant to be a quieter area where there are some benches, but there are large trees there to provide privacy, and that's sort of a quiet zone for those units. So we have 3 different types of areas, basically.
So how much of that space is actually active as opposed to just circulation space?
Probably half of it.
Okay. And Ms. Larimore, can you talk a little bit about, I think in the staff report it talked about that there hadn't been a lot of community outreach. Can you talk a little bit about that? And why there hadn't been more
Sure.
outreach?
I mean,
Thank you.
There wasn't a applicant hosted where the applicant purchased a $5,000 radius map and did like that kind of community meeting. The applicant did do the project a block away, 2 blocks away, and did that and didn't have a huge turnout. But I will say there has been a lot of public process involved. This application was originally filed in December 2017. It went to Landmarks Commission and appeared on their agenda, I think 3 times, with the appropriate noticing, and also had the ARB float up with the appropriate noticing, and the sign has been posted. And to my knowledge, I'm like 99% confident there wasn't a request for meeting that was rejected at all. But so there was a lot of public process, but correct, there wasn't an affirmative mailing for a community meeting for this project.
So have you ever met with any of the opponents? Or have they ever asked to meet with you?
No.
Thank you.
Commissioner Reese?
Okay, a couple of questions. Talk to me a little bit about the garden. I love the idea. I love community gardens. I think it's great that Upward Bound is able to use this, and it's a wellness for their residents. But is this a deed I mean, I heard it's a lease, right? Is that one?
Yeah, it's not deed restricted. The applicant purchased the property and decided to go, voluntarily to just make that use of the property. For now, it's not deed restricted indefinite, permanently as a community garden.
I'm very concerned that this is a red herring being flagged in front of us, and in a year when the lease expires, we're going to find out that there's a development there. I'm sure that's what's going to happen, but I want in the future to be a little more judicious. I think it's a great idea, but it really is not related to this project per se.
That
I'm
I
sorry,
will just
that's
say
a
all I can
statement.
speak to
That's a
is the
statement.
applicant believes that the ground floor units are going to be these wonderful units because they're in relation to the garden. Obviously, there isn't a deed restriction to make sure that happens forever. It's also a low density designation. I believe it's R2, so it's not
That's three condominiums without affordable in it.
It could, yeah.
Yeah, what happened was they originally purchased it with the idea that it could be some kind of amenity space for the project, but when we met with the city initially, they said, well, you won't get any credit for it because it's across the alley, basically. It's a separate site. So the owners came up with the idea of, well, if we did a community garden, it would still sort of be an amenity because it's an open space. And
I
it makes the
agree. I
units
just am afraid it's going to
at the back that
amenity
much
that
better,
evaporates
and,
in a
it
year.
doesn't create shade for
That's really
the
cool.
patios that we have on the rear. It's a benefit of the project.
Right. And then there's concrete masonry. Then we're saying that there's a visibility relationship, but it's concrete masonry wall with metal fences. I think the better visibility is if you're on the second floor looking down on those. And again, I love the use. I wish we could say it has to stay. We can't. So I want to move on. Retail, what I hear from you, I guess, is that, it's so early, we have no idea who we're going to market to a retail at this point, but I'm a little concerned with all this retail we're seeing these days. Is your applicant concerned that this is going to be tough to lease?
I think he is, actually. We started this with the idea that we were going to have Trader Joe's, and because they had bailed out on 2300 Wilshire. But some people retired at Trader Joe's, and a year later they came back to those clients, and all was forgotten in terms of the ill will that was generated from a year back. And they signed a deal there, and so we modified the plan, and yeah, we do have quite a bit of retail space.
Yeah. Well, it's a requirement. I guess it'll be a theme that I bring up. That
Although,
I'm afraid.
I would say the owner may feel better about this. What we found is that the small amount of space that we have on the other project is not quite as much as some people want, and so. It's really hard to know. Retail is in a funny place right now, but there was a yoga studio, say, that wanted space in the other building, but because of I think being over 2,500 square feet triggered a parking requirement that we couldn't satisfy there, whereas here, if they wanted 5,000 square feet, we could make the parking work for them, and so there are some users that we lost on the other building that we would get here.
Okay, thank you for that response. David, and one other question for you is, I see in almost all of my market rate projects I work on, pools, and I never see them in Santa Monica. Why? Do you know why? I mean, do you have an opinion on why we don't see those?
No swimming pools. Why don't we see a lot of swimming pools in Santa Monica?
Well, it's the Water Neutrality Act.
Okay, before that, that's a great answer now, but
why don't you see a lot of
but Coogie's probably used a lot of water.
Yeah, actually, they probably, yeah.
Well, we sort of have a rule of thumb on pools that you need more than 100 units, 120 units or so to actually make the economics work.
Okay.
And
Very heavy.
Okay, thank you.
So,
no, I'm serious. It's a very heavy thing.
I mean, it is, but again, I see all these other projects I work on.
But they never want to put 25 yards in either. That's the other problem. So then it's a splash pool and it's expensive to maintain.
All right. Sorry. Landscaping. I'm concerned that your planter depths when you are not going to be deep enough. When you have these big trees and you're only planting on a 30-inch depth, that's not enough soil to really get the trees going. So I'm going to ask you if you think you can increase that.
Maybe I shouldn't say this in public, but my project architects don't particularly like this landscape firm because they don't do very much in the way of drawings, and it's us that has to work those things out, and yeah, they'll be deeper.
Okay, would you be comfortable with 36 inches minimum?
Yeah, I think actually for the Palo Verde trees, we may need even more than that.
Right, I'm afraid so too, but I don't want to get too aggressive.
But like I say, we will, we know what it has to be, and we'll do what we have to do.
Okay, great. Last thing on the landscape plan, there is a little inconsistency. I'll just throw out there for you guys to take a look at. There's a note. I think you note 3 as the green wall, or 4 as the green wall, but then your photo on the side has a fire element. So it's a minor inconsistency. I understand that you're doing a green wall there, but.
On the landscape plan?
Yeah, I'm looking on LP-1, and if I look at the note up at the top where it says 4 and it points to what I believe is one of your green walls, and instead it shows, and it says green wall system, but the photograph is a fire.
There's greenery there before, it just is
burnt
Oh, that's the division wall between the patios of the studios that face Yale.
Oh, but there's just an inconsistency in the drawing, that's all.
It says green wall system though, and it has
Oh,
that
it's-
picture, and then it says it's here.
And then we heard a comment from.
The title is above it.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay, so
Moving
let's move on. It's not a big deal. Just FYI. Rodent abatement. That used to be a condition in approvals. I don't know that I saw that in here before demolition.
It's a
It's
a
already
requirement of the
okay.
demolition
Okay.
permit application.
Great. Just want to make sure because I know that came up with community. Thank you.
Okay, I have a couple of questions. So just to rehash a couple of things that we talked about really quickly, we had discussed stub outs as well and how the stub outs interact with the unbundled parking to make sure that there's, as more people want electric stub outs, how are you gonna wire them so that, because people are moving in and out. Did you have any? We had talked about that, and I wondered if you'd had any.
This particular client just put them in.
Okay.
What we're seeing more people do is putting in the infrastructure for them so that they can add them as they need to later.
And solve the wiring from the unit to the parking space.
Well,
That's what
client
we
did that on the last project, but there are some issues with that. So I'm not sure that that's
okay.
going to be the. I mean, he
right.
was trying to figure out a way to charge for it. And
Right.
I think that's not the way of the future.
Of course he was.
Because
Yeah. Okay. And then, just to clarify your comment to Commissioner McKinnon about bike storage closer to grade was also about trying to avoid having large numbers of bikes having to come up from P2 to leave. Correct? Is that?
yeah,
That's what we were
yeah,
talking about.
We
right.
would like to get more of them in that corner.
And you are talking about individually secured bike parking as opposed to less
Right.
secure cages.
Yes, we are.
Okay. So the remainder of my questions are
And,
for
just for your information, there are several projects where we've added more after the fact.
Cool.
So we see demand for them.
That's great. Okay, so the rest of my questions are for Ms. Larmore. She knows they're coming. I don't know if there are slides for this. What would your client like to volunteer with respect to the coordination of case management and/or support services for the residents of the affordable?
I guess I would like to say that we don't want to volunteer anything, but if it's important to the commission.
And it
let's
is.
see. Scott, you sent me this language. Yes. The applicant would not object to this language on the screen before you about the case management for the deed restricted affordable units.
Would you prefer that the language say the city
cities.
in general? So that
I think that would be helpful.
Okay.
To strike housing division.
Okay. Terrific. And then let's talk about the corporate housing prohibition. Is that language for the project description? Because I think we might have a little bit of a...
This language is okay, although I would just, as a voluntary part of the project description, strike are intended for use by persons as their permanent place of residence. I mean, I just wanted to say that, cite the code requirement, right? That it shall not be used for corporate housing as defined in the code section, nor lodging. I'm just trying to get at the point that I want to be clear that there's no intention and the project will comply with the code, but we're not trying to add something above and beyond. And I'm not sure what that additional language does.
So you want to stop after residence in the, we can impose other, I have condition language that I would like to propose, but that's a condition. This is for the project description. Are you suggesting that it stop after the word residence?
No, I'm suggesting that after 46 residential units, you delete starting with R up to shall not be. So then the language reads in full, as volunteered by the applicant, the 46 residential units shall not be used for corporate housing as defined in
see.
Right.
Look, this is project description language. I would.
Right, and since I get to volunteer that language, I would
Right.
like it to just read what the code says, because I believe that similar language is in the code, but it's slightly different, and I just don't know if that's intentional, or I don't want there to be any ambiguity.
Okay, I would love to see the intended for use by persons as their permanent place of residence, because I think that's what we are actually aiming for.
And I believe, again, there's very similar language in the code, in the actual definition in SMMC section 9.51.020A2.
So as far as a condition, however, I understand that your client may or may not like this, but should the commission choose to add the following condition, which I am literally going off of what's in the 1828 Ocean Avenue project, different client, different, right? But the 46 residential units shall not be used for corporate housing, in quotes, as defined in SMMC section 9.51.020A2, nor as lodging as defined in SMMC section 9.51030B15, or any generally applicable successor thereto. These prohibitions shall be included in all leases, and I would add the word and covenants if you're planning to sell the condos. That's important.
I apologize. I should have added that we would also volunteer to add the last sentence you just read about including the prohibition on corporate housing as it's currently defined and lodging as it's currently defined in leases and bylaws, if applicable. We are not comfortable with the or successor thereto language because we have no idea what that successor language is going to say.
Well, what about the generally applicable, since that would presumably be applicable in any event?
Again, I'm not going to agree today to something
Okay.
that I have no idea what it's going
I
to
understand,
say.
and I appreciate what you're volunteering for the description, and we'll take up the question of what ought to or ought not to be in the conditions that the commission chooses to include. Great, thank you very much.
So, Chair, I think I'll move these motions now. And
Okay.
in moving the first motion, the development review permit, I've got a list of things that I've taken as people have been speaking that I'd like to add as, I guess, directions to ARB. That trash be moved adjacent to the driveway. We had the stub out 7EV plus stub out placement as an issue to be looked at. We've got extra bike parking, the creation of an artist unit, the
Affordable artist
an,
unit.
an affordable artist unit, the placement.
Wait, excuse me. Is that a?
So
That's
we'll
not
have.
ARB.
That's not ARB.
That's not ARB.
Okay.
We're going to have to come back to that. There was your issue of the retail and residential corridor mix to be looked at. There was the visibility across the alley for ground floor units on the alley. I think you identified an issue that people couldn't see across there that needs to be looked at. There was the landscape on the second floor that I think Commissioner Pastor raised. Planted depths at least going to 36 inches as a minimum. So I think they're directions to ARB that I'd like to encapsulate. Then there were some other conditions we needed to look at. I wanted to condition the green walls as a permanent part of the project going forward. And the second condition that I wanted to look at was an affordable artist workspace unit. And then...
Can we do that? Can we make either of those conditions?
We can do one of the conditions anyway.
I mean, the applicant, again, that's a voluntary, so the green wall, that's a design issue.
That's actually not a design issue, that's an environmental issue, and that's still part of our job.
Right.
Where they,
So
the size of those and those issues, that may be ARB, but we still retain the right to look at environmental issues, just like solar and bike and so on.
That's that's what I meant. It's like that's fine.
Oh, okay.
It's
I knew
like
that's what you meant.
For the artist unit, it's a live. You're really asking about. There's already baked into the code a live work unit, and there's very specific standards we have for that. It's actually a commercial use because it's the working part versus the living. And if you really want to make it a proper, there's specific standards in terms of like what it has to include.
So I'm pretty sure I heard
high-volume
the
space,
applicant give that up
space.
voluntarily, didn't I, Ms. Larmore?
I mean, I think you should ask the applicant.
No, what we were volunteering was to make one of the ground floor units that's designed to accommodate, the higher floor to floor and the higher ceilings, and to allow work through the city's home occupation permit, but not the actual live work. That's not the request tonight for that particular use, because you have to deed restrict the unit, and it has to have, I think 60% has to be used for work. It's like very, very limiting and narrow, whereas
nor can there
this
be
is
an artist.
multifamily.
Can I ask you to clarify?
Yeah, go on.
So I just want to clarify something. So you are reserving the right to sell these as condos. He's intending to operate them as apartments. If you go condo, are you still is he still planning to rent the affordable units even if he sells the market rate units?
Correct.
Okay,
yeah.
just clarifying.
Yeah.
You're not planning to do affordable sales.
Correct.
Okay.
I think there may have been one case in the city where someone tried to do that and it just does not work.
Well, because you'd have to go to 10% of your units too, wouldn't you?
No, we're in a multifamily. We're not in a multifamily district, so we don't have to do that. But it's just the complexity of dealing with an affordable ownership. presents a lot of issues.
So then I heard there were two issues about affordable and corporate housing.
Right. So we have the volunteered language that's up on the screen that is as on the screen, but it says with the city rather than with the city's housing division. And they are volunteering for the description, the following language, and please correct me if I've misstated this, Ms. Larmore, as volunteered by the applicant, the 46 residential units shall not be used for corporate housing as defined in nor as lodging as defined in New sentence, these prohibitions shall be included in all leases, and you prefer bylaws to covenants? I believe it's
We would call them leases and or CCNRs as applicable.
There you go.
Okay, so
and that's in the project description. The
Just
condition is a different.
residential, just to be clear, residential leases. Right?
Correct, residential,
leases
right.
And
These prohibitions shall be included in all residential leases and CCNRs as applicable.
So I think I've got 10 or 11 references to ARB, and I missed one, which is the ARB to look at the spiral staircases at the front to make sure they're integrated properly into the project.
Yep.
I've got two other clauses here, the affordability and the corporate housing issue that you just had the discussion with.
And that I would like to have this as a condition as well.
Okay, so let's get to that in a second. So I'm not really sure what the applicant is offering in terms of the artist thing now. I'm totally unclear about that.
The offer that we could put in the project description would be that one of the 4 affordable units, there's 4 of them, 3 of them are 1 bedrooms. One of the 1 bedrooms would be located on the ground floor in one of those units that has the higher floor to floor height and the higher doors.
And that potentially could be used for someone who's...
Right, someone can get a home occupation permit and use it for any of those
So I'll take that, and then so that's a list of what I'd like to put in the first thing, and then I'd like a condition about the green wall as a permanent part of the project, and we may have to take a straw vote on that. And then what was the other condition that you wanted to talk about?
The condition that I would like to include, if the commission goes along with this, is the 46 residential units shall not be used for corporate housing as defined in SMMC section 951.020A2, nor as lodging as defined in SMMC section 9.51.030B15, or any generally applicable successor thereto. These prohibitions shall be included in all residential leases and or CC&Rs as applicable. I recognize that they don't want the generally applicable successor thereto language in there, but I would like to include it in the condition.
Okay, so isn't that a duplication?
Yeah, the question is that just telling them to comply with the code?
Right. So this question has come before the commission before, and part of the discussion and the reason why it's basically a restatement of the law as currently written is that what is before you this evening is a development review permit, which is related to the scale and massing and the location of the structures on the project site, as opposed to a use permit. So you are the nexus is a little different than it would be if it were a use permit. So requiring specific use or restricting specific use is difficult for a permit of this type, which is just a development review permit.
I think I'm asking a different question though, which is that can regular apartments units be used as corporate housing?
No. So this corporate housing and lodging is prohibited in this project already under the code.
We have been including, for the past year, the history of this is this, Commissioner Kennedy has been working on this for a while with respect to medium-term rental. There's a study session coming up at council. We have made a practice since following Commissioner Kennedy's work of including both this language in both the project description and as a condition with the successor language, recognizing that there would be, and we've had different responses from different applicants. The issue from where I sit is that if we are obliged under the Housing Accountability Act to approve these projects largely as submitted, then meaning we are obliged to provide housing, then it better be housing that we're supplying.
Yeah, I hear you. I don't think it's good practice to have a condition that says you have to comply with the code.
So may I suggest that we take a straw vote on that to see whether we want to move ahead with that. We'll take a straw vote on the green wall.
Yep.
It seems to me the list of other things, directions to ARB, unless anyone else has something to add to it, and that would be Commissioner Rees.
Yeah, the only thing to ARB is to look at the ability to work with the city and the applicant to do something other than palm trees along Santa Monica Boulevard.
So make that the number one, right at the top,
Right.
Scott.
And to allow for dancing.
Yeah.
Right, and dancing.
And any retail section has to have dancing as part of it. So
let me say briefly before we vote, I will just make the observation, we have been consistent on the belt and suspenders of the project description and the condition on corporate housing since last summer. The council is meeting next week. I would just ask the commission to consider whether we want to change our practice of the last 12 months at 12:58.
So maybe let's take the straw vote on that, which is Commissioner Landis's thought about putting that statement in. What's your view? Yes, in or out?
In.
In. I could go either way, but I'll go in.
In.
That's fine. I'll go with you.
Okay, so the
We
statement...
didn't hear from Commissioner Rees.
Yeah,
It's a redundancy,
I
but...
think it's redundant and we shouldn't do it, but I am not going to fight this one at this time.
Commissioner Heidi.
So I just want to clarify the language would include the successor thereto
In the condition.
phrasing in the condition.
Yeah.
Okay, so as we've discussed before,
Yes.
whether or not that's enforceable is
Questionable.
Is questionable due to the nature of the permit that is before you this evening.
Okay, so thank you for that.
Thank you.
The second condition that I wanted to put in was the green wall, that it be a permanent part of the project. Commissioner Fonda Bernardi?
Yes.
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 Yes, yes, so that's...
Wait, we didn't hear from
No.
As
I can
as
see the look in
acting
his
chair,
eyes.
it is my job to ensure that every commissioner is heard from, even if I allow Commissioner McKinnon to run a vote
I am
from
loving
time to
what
time.
Richard's doing. I'm all for it, Richard. Go right ahead.
Okay.
And then the final thing is, does anyone else have any other points that we should include to move to ARB or direct ARB? Otherwise, we've got our list, I think, 12, Scott, but we can go over that later.
I would look. I'll just put one other thing for ARB if it's not already clear, and we discussed this in our meeting. When I look at the image that is provided to us as the front image of the building, that image does not do a very good job of representing the angle of the central building, which creates the impression of a fairly large massing along Santa Monica Boulevard. I would feel more comfortable. I recognize that may be an artifact of the printing process and the limitations of representing a 3D image on a 2D piece of paper, but I really would like the ARB to ensure that the final product does not give us what appears to be one big mass of a building.
So ARB to look at better drawings?
Well, it's articulation of the three masses that run along Santa Monica Boulevard.
Okay.
Make sure the front angled.
Yeah, how?
Make sure the front angled mass is meaningful, apparent, and deliberate looking.
What she said.
So we could incorporate that. That's
Yep.
not a problem.
I had that on my list.
So
too,
then I
but
think
I was
that
going to let it go.
no, it's always good that you put this up. So
dancing.
I've moved motion number 1, development review permit 17 ENT. I think there was a second.
Is there a
here
second?
somewhere.
Is there-
Second.
Commissioner Pastor?
We're ready to vote.
All right, can we have a roll call, please?
Commissioner Fonda Bernardi?
Yes.
Commissioner Fresco?
Yes.
Commissioner McKinnon?
Yes.
Commissioner Pastor?
Yes.
Commissioner Reese?
Yep.
Chair Landris?
Yes. Is there a motion to approve tentative parcel map 19
Yes,
ENT?
I move that too.
Is there-
Second.
Great. Moved and seconded. Can we have a roll call?
Commissioner Fonda Bernardi?
Yes.
Commissioner Fresco?
Yes.
Commissioner McKinnon?
Yes.
Commissioner Pastor?
Yes.
Commissioner Reese?
Yep.
Chair Landris?
Yes.
Move the statement of official action.
Roll call vote, please.
Commissioner Fonda Bernardi?
Yes.
Commissioner Fresco?
Yes.
Commissioner McKinnon?
Yes.
Commissioner Pastor?
Yes.
Commissioner Reese?
Yep.
Chair Landris?
Yes. Okay, we now have 290 has been continued. There's no discussion, no written communications. For future agenda items, could I ask that the September 18th meeting include an item to appoint commissioners to represent the PICO project to council? So we have that covered. Is there public input? Seeing none, we are adjourned. No motion needed, I'm advised. We have to follow Rule 25, but we can adjourn without a motion. Thank you all.